Here's a cleaner, tighter rewrite with smoother flow, sharper tension, and more natural dialogue, while keeping the story intact and punchy. Final 10 pull, I'm already at pity. Please, just give me a high-tier contracted spirit. At Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy, on the summoning platform, a girl in a neatly pressed student uniform clasped her hands together. Her delicate face was tense with anxiety as she bowed 3 times in earnest prayer, then shouted with all the resolve she had left, "Come out." Her last remaining 1680 spirit stones vanished in an instant. 10 streaks of light shot down like meteors, slamming onto the summoning platform. Among them was a brilliant golden glow, the unmistakable sign of a guaranteed contracted spirit. The entire scene exploded into noise. The golden light. The pity pull finally triggered. She actually needed the full 180 pulls. That's brutal. What tier do you think it is? SSR. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think SSRs grow on trees? Those are national-level assets once trained. If it's even a B rank, the Jiang family ancestors would be smiling in their graves. On the platform, Jiang Li stared at the descending golden light, her chest tight, breath shallow. She had poured nearly all her resources into the advanced multiverse creatures card pool. The rates were awful, but the rewards were legendary. There was even a chance, however slim, of pulling an SSR. Jiang Li had always trusted her luck. This time, she decided to go all in. As long as it was above C rank, she would accept it. Come on, let it work. Her eyes widened, fixed on the light, waiting for the instant it faded. The venue fell silent. Even the air seemed to freeze. This wasn't a virtual game. These were real beings, summoned into reality, companions you would live and fight with. Under countless expectant gazes, the golden light slowly receded. A humanoid outline appeared first. The crowd erupted. A humanoid contracted spirit. Those are always high quality. Is it an ancient hero, a war god, some exotic humanoid race? Humanoids are the best. Easy communication, good compatibility. If they look good too, it's basically pulling a husband or wife. Jiang Li just hit the jackpot. Jiang Li's face flushed, her breathing quickening. She ignored everything else, staring only at the figure's head. Tier first. That was all that mattered. The golden light finally vanished. Standing on the platform was a handsome young man in flip-flops, wearing a casual Chinese youth t-shirt, looking completely lost. Above his head burned a dull gray symbol. Our Xia Yuan blinked, staring at the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion. Where was he? Was this even China anymore? The venue erupted. Holy hell, it's an R card. The lowest tier. That's even rarer than SSRs. Hahaha, legendary pull. A century-grade R-tier humanoid trash. 180 pulls just to get robbed by an R card at pity. That's tragic. Look at him, flip-flops and all. Skinny arms, skinny legs. Probably can't even beat a slime. Contracted spirits were graded by combat potential. From lowest to highest, R, F, E, D, C, B, A, SR, SSR. R cards were worthless. No one bothered contracting them. Their combat strength was so low they often lost to ordinary spirit tamers. They weren't even useful as fodder. Xia Yuan listened in a daze. Several words hit him like a hammer. Pity. R card. SSR. His gacha player instincts screamed. Did I just get summoned as a card pool character? He had played collection games his whole life. He just never expected to become the pull. Before he could process it, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have transmigrated to a world where all beings summon and cultivate contracted spirits. Ultimate shapeshifting combat power system successfully activated. Host's current tier. R. Upon successfully contracting with a spirit tamer, shapeshifting mode will unlock. New player gift, 1 random SSR combat ceiling character template. Monster kills accumulate reward progress, allowing additional SSR template draws. Current progress, 0%. Warning, contracted spirits cannot exist long-term without a spirit tamer's spiritual energy. Failure to contract will result in disappearance. Xia Yuan's eyes lit up, so this was his cheat. An R card on the surface, but once contracted, he could directly transform into an SSR. And not just one. He could keep pulling new SSR templates. Pulling him was basically pulling the entire SSR pool. This wasn't trash. This was broken. Xia Yuan snapped back to reality and looked toward his summoner, curious to see the lucky person who had drawn such an absurdly overpowered character. He met a delicate oval face, but the excitement on it had collapsed into disbelief and fury. Jiang Li stared at the gray R above his head as if it were something filthy. Her mind went blank. An R card. She, Jiang Li, descendant of a prestigious spirit tamer family, had summoned the lowest-tier garbage. No. Her scream rang across the platform. The mocking laughter from below stabbed into her ears. She glared at Xia Yuan as if he were the embodiment of all her misfortune. Impossible. How could I, Jiang Li, summon trash like you? Garbage. Wretched thing. Her eyes reddened as she shouted, voice shaking with rage and despair. That was my 180 pulls. My golden pity contracted spirit. All my spirit stones. My future as a top-tier spirit tamer. All ruined by you. You are card. Xia Yuan was completely dumbfounded by the barrage of abuse. Why was she yelling like that? This woman was seriously blind. She actually thought he was just some ordinary R card. Sure, he understood the pain of losing a pity pull. Any gacha player would. But that didn't give her the right to vent all her rage on him. Xia Yuan let out 2 dry laughs, eyes cooling as his patience ran out. That laugh hit Jiang Li like gasoline on fire. How dare a worthless R card laugh at me? She snapped. Spiritual energy surged around her, rippling violently. The golden-threaded spirit tamer uniform fluttered as she raised her hand and without a second thought, severed the soul connection. You think you're worthy of being contracted by me. A trash card like you is just wasting energy by existing. You're not even worthy of wiping my feet. Got it. Waste. When a spirit tamer draws a character, a temporary soul link forms to sustain the contracted spirit's existence. The summoner also holds first contract rights. Most spirit tamers, even when disappointed, don't immediately sever the link. They sell the spirit to others or hand it over to official institutions to recover some losses. Jiang Li skipped all of that. Xia Yuan laughed again, this time genuinely amused. So she exploded and decided to dump all her anger on him? Fine. If she wanted to go that far, he wouldn't hold back either. Wow, Xia Yuan said lazily. Which mental hospital forgot to lock its doors and let you run out biting people? He didn't give her time to respond. You think I wanted to be summoned by you? If I'd known it'd be a short-sighted lunatic, I'd rather rot in the card pool. Jiang Li froze. She clearly hadn't expected an R card to talk back. You stole my pity pull and still dare to curse me. Xia Yuan clicked his tongue, looking at her like she was hopeless. Your luck is so bad it could be worshipped as the ancestral totem of misfortune. You get mocked, feel ashamed, and then blame me? Incredible logic. The entire venue fell silent, then stunned. No one had ever seen this before. Contracted spirits usually descended aloof, dignified, or at least silent. An R card that started trash-talking its summoner the moment it appeared? That was unheard of. You? Jiang Li's fingers trembled uncontrollably, her face flushing purple. She couldn't spit out anything except the same insults. Xia Yuan dug a finger into his ear impatiently. All right. You've introduced yourself enough. We get it. No need to repeat waste like a broken record. Snickers broke out below the platform. Jiang Li's face burned. She knew she looked ridiculous now. With a sharp stomp, she gathered her remaining summons, turned, and stormed off the platform, sneering as she left. See? An R card is just an R card. No dignity at all. Just wait to be erased. Xia Yuan's expression finally grew serious. She wasn't wrong about one thing: his existence was unstable. Without a contract, he would soon disappear completely. With an R rank label slapped on him, convincing anyone to contract him would be nearly impossible. Xia Yuan scanned the venue. The surrounding spirit tamers stared at him with open contempt, some amused, others eager for entertainment. He took a slow breath. There was no choice left. I'm not an ordinary R card, Xia Yuan said clearly. I'm a hidden character from the card pool. Contract me and you'll never lose. I'll carry you. For survival, pride could wait. The response was explosive laughter. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? A hidden character. New category unlocked. Comedy-type contracted spirit. Honestly, he'd be great for boosting team morale. Carry us. With what flip-flops? An R card should just vanish quietly. Who'd waste spiritual energy on trash? The ridicule didn't stop. Below the stage, Jiang Li crossed her arms, eyes full of malice. Still talking big when you're about to disappear. I'll watch you turn to dust myself. Xia Yuan's heart sank. It's over. These people had no concept of long-term value. A textbook protagonist opening, yet no one wanted to take the risk. Time passed. Throughout the entire Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy, not a single person stepped forward. Xia Yuan's figure grew faint, his outline blurring. He felt helpless. Was he really going to die right after transmigrating? That was beyond humiliating. As long as he could contract, he'd instantly turn into an SSR. Just one chance. Suddenly, a stir rippled through the crowd. It's Mo Shiyu. The students instinctively parted. So pretty, she topped the school bell, ranking the moment she enrolled. And her spiritual power is first among the freshmen. The Mo family. That clan specializes in cultivating SR spirits. If someone said she was an SSR pulled from the pool, I'd believe it. She only has a C-rank support spirit, right? That winged black cat. She definitely lacks a main DPS. Xia Yuan looked up. He saw her instantly. Fair skin that seemed to glow, a tall, slender figure, features so refined they looked unreal. Not sharp but softly cute. Slightly baby-faced, yet undeniably beautiful. Her expression was distant, almost cold, but her clear black eyes were innocent, like a deer lost in the woods. A small black cat with white wings sat on her shoulder. The gold-trimmed spirit tamer robe couldn't hide her graceful curves, her long legs moving with quiet elegance. Xia Yuan couldn't help staring. At least, before dying, he got to see someone like this. Then Mo Shiyu's gaze locked onto him. Her pupils shrank. A golden panel unfolded before her eyes, invisible to everyone else. True name, Xia Yuan. Rank, R. Level, 1. Race, human. Combat power, 1. Skills, none. Growth potential. SSS plus max. Hidden attribute, ever-changing SSR. Contract recommendation. Warning, extremely rare character. Must contract. Missing this will cause lifelong regret. Mo Shiyu's face remained calm, but inside, shock crashed like a tidal wave. She had possessed a secret ability since childhood. She could see the true potential of uncontracted spirits, and she had never seen data.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Xia Yuan felt the spiritual energy within him fading away, giving rise to a sense of despair. His body was becoming transparent and thin at a visible rate, on the verge of dissipating. The contemptuous and mocking faces in the audience made him even more disgusted, especially Jiang Li's smug face, who couldn't resist one final taunt. Just a mere R card, yet you dare to boast so shamelessly. You wasted so many of my resources, you deserve to end up like this. However, just as Xia Yuan was about to completely dissipate, a fragrant breeze swept by. Mo Shiyu's figure suddenly rushed onto the card drawing platform, extending her pure white, jade-like hand toward him. Contract. The newcomer was panting heavily from running, bending over respectfully and politely to extend her hand. Beneath the spirit tamer robe, a hint of enticing snow-white skin briefly flashed into view. My name is Mo Shiyu, and I wish to contract with you. May I? At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire world appeared to have pressed the pause button. The entire venue was shocked into complete silence. No one could understand why this generation's most spiritually gifted spirit tamer prodigy, the universally acknowledged campus belle of Chuanbei Academy, would contract with the most useless R-card character. Xia Yuan's scattered pupils refocused as he looked up at the person before him, as if seeing salvation. The jade-like hand suspended before his eyes had become the drowning man's only floating log. Instinctively, he reached out and firmly grasped the warm, delicate hand before him. In that instant, brilliant light erupted, and a contract magic circle lit up beneath Xia Yuan's feet, formally establishing a soul contract with Mo Shiyu. A stream of spiritual energy, countless times purer and more abundant than before, poured into Xia Yuan's body. instantly making him feel reborn as his form solidified once again. Mo Shiyu let out a long sigh of relief, having finally made it in time. Her bright, large eyes looked at Xia Yuan sincerely as she said, "From now on, you are my contracted spirit. Please take care of me." Xia Yuan looked at her with deep gratitude. He had never realized a human hand could feel so warm. Having been reborn with such difficulty, he truly didn't want to die again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the contract mission and obtaining the newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack opening. Congratulations to the host for drawing the early-stage combat power ceiling of the Jujutsu world. SSR Gojo Satoru character template. Character template loading completed. Begin first transformation. Hearing this name, Xia Yuan was slightly surprised. As a former otaku in his previous life, he naturally knew who Gojo Satoru was. 6 eyes, limitless technique. And that blood-boiling domain expansion. Although he became a clown later on, his combat power was undeniable. At this moment, the audience below finally reacted, all looking at this scene in disbelief. She's crazy. Campus Belle, Mo actually contracted, with an R-rank contracted spirit. Ah, my goddess has been defiled. How could she take a liking to such trash spirit? The sky has fallen. Who would have thought that a comedy-type spirit would actually be chosen by someone? The most spiritually powerful spirit tamer among the new students contracted with the weakest R card. Who would believe this if you told them? The Mo family's century-old reputation will be ruined. Below the stage, Jiang Li watched Xia Yuan come back to life, becoming somewhat frantic with anger. Unable to witness the disappearance of the person who had insulted her, she felt extremely displeased and couldn't help but loudly question. Mo Shiyu, have you lost your mind? You actually contracted with an R card. The Mo family is a renowned spirit tamer household in Chuanbei. By doing this, you're disgracing us noble descendants and bringing shame to the Mo family. Mo Shiyu turned a deaf ear, her attention completely focused on Xia Yuan. She clearly felt that the moment the contract succeeded, the impression he gave her had significantly changed. Whether it was his aura or the energy he emitted, everything felt completely different. After all, they had already formed a soul contract, and as his master, she could sense the subtle changes occurring within Xia Yuan. His previously faint, firefly-like presence was now transforming into a storm that could engulf heaven and earth. Mo Shiyu inexplicably felt an immense pressure. Meanwhile, the C-rank spirit kitten on her shoulder suddenly had its fur standing on end, hiding in fear while peeking out with just its little head to observe the situation. Mo Shiyu, a good name. Xia Yuan patted her shoulder and said with a smile, I must say, you have excellent judgment in choosing to contract with me. I will keep my promise and carry you to victory. My name is Xia Yuan. From now on, you are my master. The audience below erupted in another wave of scornful laughter. It was hard to imagine these words coming from an R-card character. He was boasting to the heavens. Jiang Li was also amused by his words and intended to continue mocking him, but her words suddenly caught in her throat. Because on the stage, that originally useless, lowly, and trashy R-card character began to undergo a sudden transformation. A heart-palpitating, powerful pressure abruptly enveloped the surroundings. Dong dong dong. Within Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy, the lucky Emperor bell signaling the arrival of an SSR began to ring. The entire academy was stirred into commotion. Holy crap, that's the sound that only rings when an SSR rank contracted spirit is detected within the academy. The lucky Emperor bell, how many centuries has it been since it last rang? Someone among this year's freshmen drew an SSR. This is just too damn lucky. Let's go check it out quickly. An SSR contracted spirit, something I wouldn't even dare to dream about, was actually drawn by someone. On the Myriad Realm Living Beings card pool platform, Mo Shiyu's beautiful eyes widened dramatically, her small mouth slightly agape. Xia Yuan's entire body was already covered in bright light, his form beginning to twist, stretch, and transform. This sudden strange phenomenon once again attracted the attention of the entire audience. They couldn't help but stare dumbfounded, under everyone's gaze. The hazy bright light began to dissipate again, and the original youth had suddenly transformed into a tall, slender man in black clothing, standing over 190 cm. He had striking silver-white hair. A black eye patch covered his eyes on his face. He wore pure black uniform that fitted his slender figure neatly and efficiently. Even though most of his face was concealed, his cold, ice-sculpted jawline still revealed his exaggeratedly handsome appearance. His entire being exuded an aura of mystery and power. But calling you master is too strange. The silver-haired man touched his chin while carefully examining Mo Shiyu. A faint, elusive smile always playing on his lips. He suddenly leaned close to her ear, speaking intimately with a careless, lazy attitude. "Your little face is chubby." I'll call you Fatty You, it's more convenient." Xia Yuan had already transformed into the form of Gojo Satoru's character, and even his personality seemed somewhat influenced by it. Meanwhile, the R-rank identifier above his head had strikingly transformed into a glittering, golden SSR. Instantly, the entire venue was shocked and utterly astonished. A universally acknowledged trash R-card had actually transformed into an SSR right before everyone's eyes. The entire venue fell deathly silent, then erupted with tsunami-like exclamations. The shimmering golden SSR characters floated above Xia Yuan's head, practically scorching everyone's vision. Jiang Li's face turned ashen as if her soul had been drained, her lips trembling as she repeatedly muttered, "Impossible. How is this possible? How could an R-card become an SSR?" Mo Shiyu covered her burning ears and took a step back, took a deep breath, then looked up again. The combat status panel of the person before her had already changed. Contracted spirit true name, Xia Yuan transformed character, Gojo Satoru. Grade SSR. Level 10. Race, human Jujutsu sorcerer. Combat power estimate. Skills, 6 eyes, limitless technique, cursed technique, blue, technique reversal, red, imaginary technique, purple, reverse cursed technique, domain expansion. Unlimited void. Growth potential, SSS plus max. Hidden trait, ever-changing SSR. Contract recommendation index, full stars. Tip, host has contracted a spirit that's perfect in everything except personality. He is the strongest, just raise him mindlessly, he will win. It changed, it really changed. Mo Shiyu's heart pounded wildly, almost leaping out of her chest. She stared at the SSR before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality. She couldn't resist pinching her cheek, the pain making her grimace, finally confirming this wasn't a dream. This time she had truly gambled and won a miracle, picking up an incredible bargain. Senior Xia Yuan. She suddenly remembered something, blushing as she retorted, "I'm not fat at all." Soon, the entire area was packed tight with teachers and students who had rushed over. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of what the legendary SSR actually looked like. And Xia Yuan certainly didn't disappoint them. Whether it was his appearance or that mysterious and powerful aura, everything about him left them utterly shocked. R tilde alpha letter 1033D, A letter 1D41B, epsilon. Moreover, he possessed a charm completely unmatched by any other contracted spirit character. Instantly, the expressions and gazes of the crowd below reversed completely without exception, all looking at Mo Shiyu with envy and jealousy. Especially those freshmen who knew the whole process. They were now green with regret. Who could have imagined that everything this R-card said earlier was true? He was genuinely the ultimate hidden character in the card pool, transforming into SSR after contracting, truly capable of carrying them to victory. Clearly, Mo Shiyu was the last to arrive, yet this heaven-sent opportunity somehow fell into her lap. Of course, the most regretful among them was undoubtedly Jiang Li. She had become the center of everyone's mockery, the ace among clowns. After all, this was a card pool character she herself had drawn, and it was she who voluntarily gave up the contract, allowing Mo Shiyu to pick up the bargain. Jiang Li's nails dug deep into her palms, completely unaware of the pain, staring dumbfounded at the figure on the stage like an idiot, constantly shaking her head in denial. Impossible. How could this be? How could an R-card turn into an SSR? I must be seeing things, there must be some mistake. She was having difficulty accepting reality. No one could have imagined that the sloppy, otaku-looking youth from before could transform into this mysterious and handsome 190 cm tall man in black clothes. Overwhelming regret nearly crushed Jiang Li. She ground her teeth so hard they almost shattered, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes bloodshot as she screamed wildly. He's mine. He belongs to me. He's the card pool character I drew. He's my SSR. Mo Shiyu, give him back to me, break the contract with him now. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by her shameless clown-like behavior. Xia Yuan let out a contemptuous laugh, his eyes filled with coldness. This woman publicly discarded him like worthless trash, even wanted to watch him vanish into nothingness, and now she had the nerve to say this. How utterly ridiculous. Mo Shiyu snapped back to reality, suppressing her ecstatic emotions, gazing coldly at the woman below the stage. Jiang Li, everyone here witnessed you abandoning senior Xia Yuan. According to our nation's spirit tamer laws, once a contracted spirit is abandoned, ownership no longer belongs to the original summoner, but to the next willing contractor. She spoke with logic and evidence. As a spirit tamer, you drew a contracted spirit but didn't know how to cherish and respect it. Even maliciously wanted to watch him dissipate. Do you think I would return him to you? You simply don't deserve to possess senior Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan looked at the girl beside him with considerable satisfaction, teasing. Didn't expect Fatty Yu to be quite eloquent. Hearing this address, Mo Shiyu felt somewhat frantic, immediately puffing her cheeks as she retorted. Senior Xia Yuan, I'm not fat. Could you please stop calling me Fatty Yu? She admitted her face was a little bit chubby, but only a little bit. Certain areas were indeed more magnificent than others, but her figure was still very slender. Xia Yuan, okay Fatty Yu, no problem, Fatty Yu. Mo Shiyu finally understood what the combat panel meant by perfect in everything except personality. This guy completely ignores what others say. Jiang Li watched the SSR she had drawn flirt and banter with another woman, feeling so angry she wanted to vomit blood. Her eyes reddened, and she actually started crying on the spot, weeping pitifully while humbly begging Xia Yuan. Sigh. Xia Yuan-sama, I was wrong earlier. I failed to recognize your greatness. I only acted that way because I was mentally broken. She stared at Xia Yuan with a pitiful expression, having completely abandoned her dignity. Please forgive me, give me another chance. I'll definitely treat you like an ancestor and raise you with utmost care. As long as you change your mind, forgive me, and form a new contract with me. I'll do anything. The surrounding crowd looked at Jiang Li, who had been so arrogant before, now in such a humble state, casting strange glances her way. They had truly witnessed her thick-skinned behavior. Clearly, she was the one who abandoned him first. What's the use of crying now? Xia Yuan couldn't even be bothered to speak with her, casually pointing at the increasingly large crowd, saying somewhat headache, inducingly to Mo Shiyu. Fatty Yu, there are more and more people. It's getting noisy. Shall we leave? Besides, I just arrived in this world and have a belly full of questions I want to ask. Mo Shiyu had already given up struggling with the Fatty Yu address, sighed, and nodded. She didn't want to stay any longer either. After all, she had indeed picked up a huge bargain. Being too conspicuous wasn't good, as it would inevitably attract certain ill-intentioned people. When a spirit tamer first signs a contract with a new spirit, if the tamer dies within the first half year, then their contracted spirit returns to an unowned state and can be contracted again. Mo Shiyu didn't dare to be careless just because she belonged to the Mo family and had a decent background. Some people might inevitably take desperate risks. Especially for an SSR, it absolutely had value worth risking lives for. Seeing herself completely ignored by the two, Jiang Li trembled with rage. She knew Xia Yuan wouldn't treat her well, so she directed all her resentment toward Mo Shiyu. Mo Shiyu, you can't leave. This SSR was drawn by me, Jiang Li. You must return it to me, or my Jiang family will make you pay. Jiang Li had become somewhat deranged, shouting while rushing onto the stage, reaching out to grab Mo Shiyu. But before she could even touch Mo Shiyu, she was instantly repelled, heavily crashing down off the stage. Struggling to get up, utterly disheveled, Jiang Li looked up in disbelief. She saw the silver-haired man gazing down at her with profound eyes from his elevated position, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Fatty Yu is my master now. If you dare lay hands on her again next time, I won't hold back. And those peeping in the shadows. Xia Yuan put his hands in his pockets, looking around. I don't know what you plan to do, but if any of you dare harm Fatty Yu, you can try. I'll kill you first. He wore a smiling expression, his tone carrying an invincible arrogance. After all, the aura you're emitting is quite weak." Xia Yuan's words were spoken with casual ease, as if joking, yet they radiated a heart-palpitating, powerful pressure that intimidated the entire venue. Jiang Li had never encountered such imposing presence before, so terrified that she was completely silenced, crouching on the ground trembling, not daring to cause any more trouble. After these words, those spirit tamers and spirits originally hiding in the shadows, itching to make a move against Mo Shiyu, instantly became much more subdued. The contracted spirit before them was a legendary SSR, already at level 10 from the start. And no one knew what kind of heaven-defying skills and ability mechanics he possessed. Even though he was freshly drawn, not yet cultivated, and only at level 10, he still couldn't be underestimated. Because regarding contracted spirit strength, one saying had always circulated in this world: below SR, all are ants. Let alone an SSR at the very peak of the contracted spirit hierarchy. Mo Shiyu tilted her head up, staring blankly at Xia Yuan beside her, feeling the turbulent surge and consumption of spiritual energy within her body, experiencing the might of an SSR for the first time. Had the other party already detected someone secretly watching? However, with the deterrence from Xia Yuan's words, Mo Shiyu felt much more at ease. This wasn't a good place to linger. Mo Shiyu didn't let success go to her head and immediately prepared to leave the scene with Xia Yuan, under the envious and jealous gazes of all the teachers and students in the school. Xia Yuan clasped his hands behind his head, looked up at the sky, and swaggered with an utterly carefree stride that seemed to acknowledge no one, following behind Mo Shiyu as they left the card drawing area, all the way to the accommodation district within Chuanbei Academy, in front of an exquisite and luxurious standalone villa. Only then did Mo Shiyu let out a heavy sigh of relief. Xia Yuan glanced at the luxurious villa, somewhat surprised that he had actually contracted with a wealthy woman. He hadn't managed to live off a woman in his previous life, but it seemed he was fulfilling that dream in this one. Meanwhile, Mo Shiyu could no longer suppress the joy in her heart, her eyes sparkling as she circled around Xia Yuan, examining him excitedly, her pretty face slightly flushed. She even took out her phone and started snapping pictures of Xia Yuan, click after click. "This is an SSR, hee. I have an SSR too." The aloof school beauty in everyone's eyes was now showing an almost obsessive fangirl-like demeanor. She hadn't looked carefully before, but now as she examined him closely, the more Mo Shiyu looked, the more she felt her SSR was incredibly handsome. Even with the eye patch on, he was this good-looking. She really wanted to see what he looked like without it. "Senior Xia Yuan, is there something wrong with your eyes?" Mo Shiyu curiously examined the eye patch on Xia Yuan's face, randomly speculating. "Are you blind? But even with your eyes covered, you seem to be able to see the path. I was thinking about whether I should hold your hand to guide you, but you didn't need it at all." Xia Yuan responded by flicking her forehead with his finger. "What nonsense are you talking about? My eyes are the 6 eyes, with 360-degree vision. Even if my line of sight is blocked, it doesn't hinder my vision. I can see things clearly even from very far away." He pointed to his eyes. "Their computational ability is too powerful, equivalent to a super information processor. Only by wearing an eye patch or sunglasses can I reduce the amount of information I see, thereby lessening the burden on my brain. Letter 16B1, letter 1F01, letter FF4E, Ogrov small cap B open as." Mo Shiyu rubbed the spot on her head where she'd been flicked. Although she didn't fully understand, she thought it sounded incredibly impressive. On the other party's contracted spirit panel, there was indeed the name of the skill 6 eyes. Being able to observe omnidirectionally, without any blind spots, undoubtedly provided significant combat enhancement. SSRs were truly amazing. After speaking, Xia Yuan cheerfully strode into the villa, happily entering the living room while continuously exclaiming in admiration. Then he began touring the house, looking around here and there. Finally, he plopped down onto the leather sofa, clicking his tongue twice. "I never expected Fatty you to be so rich, able to live in a villa even at school. Then supporting me shouldn't be a problem. Well, I can just lie flat now." Mo Shiyu watched quietly from the side. She always felt that her SSR seemed a bit scatterbrained. He didn't walk properly, didn't sit properly. Xia Yuan habitually propped his long 190 cm legs up on the table. accidentally knocking over a toy bear and many cute decorations placed on it. Mo Shiyu's eye twitched as she watched. They're my favorites. Xia Yuan lazily sank into the sofa as if he hadn't heard. Huh, what? What's your favorite? That you like me. Normal, normal. After all, I'm just too handsome. Mo Shiyu was so angry she rolled her eyes. Forget it. She had to endure it. Even if the other party acted like a tyrant over her, she had to bear with it. After all, he was the dream of all spirit tamers, an SSR. Xia Yuan suddenly dropped his lazy demeanor, speaking seriously. So, what's going on with this world? Why were you able to draw me? What exactly are spirit tamers and contracted spirits? Although Xia Yuan roughly understood the concept of card drawing, he wasn't very clear about the details of this world. As a contracted spirit, what exactly was he supposed to do? What was the meaning of coming to this world? Mo Shiyu took a deep breath, straightened her spirit tamer robe, gracefully sat down, and slowly began. At some unknown time, countless eerie monster dungeons and monster instances began quietly emerging all over the world. Even more deadly were the raid boss calamities that could descend anywhere at any time. They possess ferocious physiques, appear in massive numbers, recklessly invade human society, and view humans as hunting targets. Among them, those world-class bounty bosses possess power that is truly despair-inducing. Every time they appear, it's a catastrophe for humanity. Even though we have modern firearms and various thermal weapons, they prove largely ineffective against these creatures. Their rampage has dealt a devastating blow to the entire human civilization. Perhaps out of divine compassion, when humanity was on the brink of extinction, spirit tamers with spiritual energy finally emerged, and miraculously, fundamental contracted spirit card pools of various forms descended upon the world. Spirit tamers can hunt monsters to obtain spirit stones, and by consuming spirit stones, they can randomly draw powerful beings from other worlds from these fundamental card pools, forming them into contracted spirit partners who fight alongside them. It is precisely by relying on the power of contracted spirits that human spirit tamers have been able to gradually clear instances, exterminate monsters, defeat powerful enemies, and ultimately barely stabilize the foundation of human society. Mo Shiyu sighed softly. Unfortunately, the drop rate for contracted spirits in the card pools is extremely low. The more powerful the being, the harder it is to be drawn. This also means that we humans are still always at a disadvantage when facing monster instances. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin, thoughtful. It seems this world is largely similar to what I imagined. This situation was exactly like a card-drawing cultivation game becoming reality. The entire population draws cards, obtains characters from card pools, cultivates them, and uses them to fight various monster instances. Xia Yuan raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air, sensing the power within his body. My power is restricted, at most only 10% of my peak strength. What's going on with that? Mo Shiyu continued her explanation. I haven't taken you to clear instances to level up yet. SSRs start at level 10, so the power you can currently exert is only 10%. To return to your peak strength, you must fight monsters to increase your level. The maximum level for contracted spirits is 100. Her eyes drifted, her voice lowering slightly as she mumbled somewhat sheepishly. Also, because I'm a new student who just entered the Spirit Tamer Academy, my total spiritual energy isn't very high, which also causes your strength to be weakened. Xia Yuan rested his hands behind his head, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I actually sensed that from the moment the contract began. Well, for early development, 10% is enough. He could clearly perceive that whenever he used his abilities, it would consume Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy. Therefore, he wasn't keeping the limitless technique activated. Otherwise, Mo Shiyu would probably have been drained of her spiritual energy long ago. My skills are quite intense and probably consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. Xia Yuan smiled as he looked at his school beauty master. So, do your best, fatty you. Don't hold me back. His annoyingly teasing and critical manner instantly ignited the young girl's displeasure. Mo Shiyu angrily puffed out her impressive chest, her small face full of pride as she said, HMPH, don't look down on people. I have the strongest spiritual energy among this year's freshmen, a recognized genius. And she picked up the white-winged black cat from her shoulder, showing it off to Xia Yuan quite proudly. Little Black is my C-rank support contracted spirit. It has a rare hidden attribute that can enhance my spiritual energy and reduce your spiritual energy consumption from me. So, during combat phases, feel free to use your skills as much as you want. The white-winged black cat trembled and let out a shaky meow, its obsidian-like pupils filled with fear towards Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan curiously pinched the scruff of its neck and lifted it up, examining it left and right. Whoa, a cat with wings? A rare breed. Bird cat? Cat bird. His eyebrows raised and he burst out laughing. Cat piss. That name is perfect. Mo Shiyu snatched the pitiful little black back into her arms to protect it, glaring at him fiercely. Rude. What bird cat? Its name is Little Black. It's a noble spirit species. She was so angry her cheeks puffed up. Xia Yuan curled his lip disdainfully. Wow, Little Black, your naming skills are really hard to describe. Mo Shiyu clenched her small fists, her knuckles cracking. She really wanted to punch this guy. Just as the two were bickering and arguing with each other, the astonishing news about Xia Yuan had already swept through the entire Great Xia Spirit Tamer community like a storm. National Bulletin. Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy has surprisingly produced a new SSR rank contracted spirit. Today's card drawing news explosive headline. Someone drew an R rank contracted spirit, abandoned it, and it actually turned into an SSR, picked up by someone else. Latest card drawing intelligence from the Myriad Realm Living Beings card pool. Attention! R-rank contracted spirits might also transform into SSRs. Chunbei freshman draws hidden card pool character. Wretched creature. How could our Jiang family produce such an utterly foolish descendant? In the main courtyard of the Jiang family in northern Sichuan, family head Jiang Wen slammed the table with resounding bang-bang noises, so furious he nearly fainted from anger. He pointed at Jiang Li kneeling below him and raged. That was an SSR, and you just let it go, even let the Mo family pick up the bargain. Jiang Li cried with snot and tears covering her face, speaking pitifully. Dad, how was I supposed to know an R card could transform into an SSR after contracting? She crawled forward, grabbing Jiang Wen's pant leg and pleading, Dad, I can't accept this, you have to help me. That SSR was drawn by me. Let's go demand it back from the Mo family. Jiang Wen's face turned ashen, grinding his teeth as he said, You still have the nerve to say that. No matter what rank of contracted spirit you draw, you should never easily abandon them and let them dissipate. This is the most basic character of a spirit tamer. But you immediately broke the first soul contract and even wanted to watch the other party turn to dust. He crouched down, forcefully grabbing Jiang Li's shoulders. Do you realize that a main DPS-type SSR contracted spirit could elevate our entire Jiang family to become one of Great Xia's top families? Why would the Mo family possibly return it? Jiang Wen looked at his daughter before him, truly wanting to slap her to death. An SSR, the dream existence that countless spirit tamers pursue. If he could contract it, he could make the Jiang family soar to greatness. But such an opportunity was destroyed by this brainless daughter before him. Jiang Li sobbed uncontrollably. Dad, I failed my pity timer back then. I was just too angry at the moment. You must help me get that SSR back. Jiang Wen gritted his teeth. We can only try. Even if we can't get it back, we must make the Mo family pay some price. Night fell. Inside the villa, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu chatted until evening before Xia Yuan roughly understood the general situation of this world. After all this trouble, Mo Shiyu's stomach growled from hunger, so she prepared to order takeout for a big meal. Xia Yuan lazily sat on the sofa, his head drooping against the back, waving to her. Hey, Big Sugar Mama, I want to eat this world's equivalent of the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. Mo Shiyu's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is a Manchuhan Imperial Feast? Also, contracted spirits don't need to eat, you sustain your life with spiritual energy. Prescription, A umlaut nu O symbol 34D letter 1D587S. Xia Yuan leisurely lifted his head. I'm different from other contracted spirits. I like to eat. Just kidding. Although he had become a contracted spirit now, he used to be someone who loved eating the most, so naturally he wouldn't give up the joy of enjoying delicious food. Mo Shiyu had no choice but to order plenty of delicious food for Xia Yuan. After both ate and drank their fill, they prepared to sleep. Xia Yuan yawned. So, where do I sleep? Mo Shiyu blinked her eyes. You sleep. Contracted spirits don't need to sleep, and you can return to the contracted spirit space to stay. Contracted spirits can enter the contracted spirit space to rest, just like Pokemon, taking up no physical space. Xia Yuan waved his hand. No, fatty you, what are you thinking? I'm not becoming a Pokemon. Prepare a room for me. Oh, right, I also need a top-of-the-line computer with the highest configuration. The more Mo Shiyu listened, the more absurd it sounded. What do you need a computer for? Xia Yuan said seriously, to play games. Mo Shiyu. What kind of proper contracted spirit plays games? For the first time, she firmly refused. No buying, we're usually very busy. The National College Spirit Tamer competition is starting soon. I must quickly raise your level. Xia Yuan became even more shameless, lying down on the sofa. If you don't buy it for me, I won't fight monsters. I'll just lie flat every day. Mo Shiyu stared with her beautiful big eyes, full of astonishment. What kind of willful contracted spirit is this? Is he a child? Does he need her to coax him like a mama-san? And normally it's the spirit tamer who orders the contracted spirit to do things. But seeing his handsome appearance and that glittering SSR above his head, Mo Shiyu couldn't muster any anger at all. Helpless, she had to agree. Then wait a moment, I'll go tidy up a room for you. Okay, then I'll go take a bath. After spending the day together, Mo Shiyu's way of addressing Xia Yuan had already fallen from the respectful, senior Xia Yuan to casual addressing, all because of his annoyingly cheeky, detestable attitude that made it impossible to respect him at all. Their relationship had also become somewhat closer, without the initial formality. By the time Mo Shiyu finished tidying the room, exhausted and aching all over, Xia Yuan had also finished washing and came out, his 8-pack abs exposed, with sunglasses replacing his eye patch. Anyone who didn't know would think he was going to the beach for vacation. This scene was still too shocking for a young woman like Mo Shiyu. After one glance, her pretty face turned completely red. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look anymore, nervously saying, You need to wear clothes when at home. She suddenly remembered those absurd news stories about spirit tamers and contracted spirits. Many spirit tamers had relationships with their contracted spirits. Because the relationship between the two is too complex, they're both partners and a community of interests. If it's a man and a woman spending day and night together, it's easy for that to happen. Just thinking about this made Mo Shiyu's brain overheat. If her SSR really made such a request, should she comply or not? Xia Yuan wiped his hair with a towel, passing by Mo Shiyu, smiling and saying, Thanks for the hard work, fatty you master, see you tomorrow. Mo Shiyu watched his carefree departing back, quickly shaking her head to shake off some unhealthy thoughts. She forcefully patted her cheeks. Pull yourself together, can't be full of abs in your mind. We still need to tackle instances tomorrow. The next day. Sichuan University Spirit Tamer Academy, Monster Instances Area. Although it was only 6 a.m., this best leveling area was already packed with people, extremely lively. Spirit tamers with various contracted spirits were constantly shouting in the team formation hall. C-rank level 50 contracted spirit leading leveling runs. Any support-type contracted spirits can join to leech experience. Females and pretty female contracted spirits prioritized. Team forming for 2-star instance conquest. E-rank level 30 and below, contracted spirits don't bother. B-rank level 60 contracted spirit expert leading, 10 spirit stones. Recruiting several hangers-on to join team. New spirit tamers team forming for beginner-level instance conquest. No restrictions, leaving as soon as we gather 5 people. To ensure their own safety. Most spirit tamers in the academy would choose to team up to tackle monster instances, just in case. Plus, teaming up could increase combat power ceiling, allowing them to tackle higher-level instances for generous rewards. Of course, there were also solo farming spirit tamers, but they were extremely rare, usually genius figures within the academy with high rank, high-level, powerful contracted spirit characters. The arrival of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. As expected, even though I hid your rank, we still can't avoid being noticed. Mo Shiyu sighed helplessly. glancing at the 190 cm tall silver-haired man in black beside her. Xia Yuan still carefully smiled, casually observing the surrounding scene. Sichuan University Academy's instance area was vast, occupying who knows how many large mountains. Looking from afar, the entire mountainside was covered with swirling vortices glowing in different colors. These were probably the instance entrances. Xia Yuan clasped his hands behind his head, smiling as he asked, "So, Fatty you, which instance are we tackling first?" Mo Shiyu studied an instance map. "Of course the safest beginner instance first. I'm not familiar with your combat power and skills yet." Xia Yuan didn't want to waste time on beginner instances. He clearly understood the strength of his Gojo Satoru template. That, instances should have danger level rankings too. Right. Mo Shiyu gave him a somewhat surprised glance, slightly nodding, continuing to explain. "You're quite knowledgeable for a contracted spirit. Monster instances are ranked by strength as beginner instances, 1-star instances, 2-star instances, 3-star instances, 4-star instances, 5-star instances, and finally the most terrifying abyss instances." Xia Yuan slightly nodded. "All right then, we should start with at least 3-star instances." Mo Shiyu surprisingly opened her small red mouth. "Huh. What are you thinking? Definitely not. This is our first time tackling instances." Xia Yuan looked at her, pondering. "Right, almost forgot you're still a novice spirit tamer who would drag me down." Mo Shiyu's pretty face visibly puffed up with anger, quietly roaring, "Let's be steady. If we die in the instance, everything's over." Xia Yuan spread his hands and acted shamelessly. "Fine, 2-star instances then. Any lower and I'm not doing it." Mo Shiyu angrily clenched her fists tightly, but completely unable to do anything about him. "After all, he's an SSR," Mo Shiyu said helplessly. "Should we team up?" Xia Yuan shook his head. "Teaming up means sharing experience with others. That's not good. I want to level up alone." "Mo Shiyu, my level 60 C rank, Rock Armor Colossus, can tank and deal damage. We'll definitely clear the 2-star dungeon together." "B rank level 50, Flame Lance Knight requesting to join. I just want to witness the glory of an SSR." "School Bell Mo, I can also take you through dungeons. My Silver Armor General ranks in the top 20 for contracted spirit strength in the academy. Need support. D rank level 60 support here, guaranteed to make Lord Yuan perform even stronger." Mo Shiyu coldly rejected them one by one. When facing outsiders, she was as cold as ice, completely different from her private self. Xia Yuan, however, scanned those so-called high-level contracted spirits with great interest and suddenly chuckled. "You're all so weak, where do you get the confidence to take me through dungeons?" The air instantly froze solid. With one sentence, he had offended all the spirit tamers and contracted spirits nearby. Several high-level contracted spirits in particular glared over with furious expressions, radiating intense pressure. A giant warrior carrying a massive broadsword narrowed his eyes slightly. "What did you say? We're weak." He slammed his 1,000-pound sword onto the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a deep crater. The Silver Armor General's spear hummed with a dragon's roar as he sneered coldly. "Hech, kid, don't think high rank means invincibility. What's so great about SSR? Who knows if it's just an empty reputation, especially since you're just transformed from an R card." Facing the furious glares of these contracted spirits, Xia Yuan lazily stretched and replied, My bad. I forgot that telling the truth can hurt people's self-esteem too." Veins bulged on the foreheads of all the contracted spirits. Mo Shiyu knew Xia Yuan's mouth was dipped in poison. If this continued, they might get jumped by the whole crowd. So she quickly pulled Xia Yuan away from the scene and arrived at the 2-star dungeon location. Mo Shiyu took a deep breath and made one final serious confirmation. "Xia Yuan, are you sure you can solo this 2-star dungeon? The dungeon boss here is level 40. Xia Yuan stuffed his hands in his pockets and smiled. "Of course, Fatty you. You have to believe me, because I'm the strongest." Mo Shiyu had actually always been conservative since childhood, never willing to take risks. But today, she was willing to take one risk with her SSR, mainly because it was hard for her to refuse Xia Yuan's demands. If she refused, he would just adopt a slacker attitude and completely disobey her. Whether he was SSR or not, being the first to enter a dungeon and daring to solo a 2-star one, They were probably the only ones in all of Great Xia who would do this. Letter 1D42B, Alpha letter 1033D, letter 1ED9, letter FF42, Epsilon S Cedilla. Mo Shiyu sighed, raised her little fists, and said fiercely, Xia Yuan, if you can't do it and we die in this dungeon, I'll definitely kill you. Xia Yuan, the way you say that, doesn't the logic seem pretty messed up to you? Xia Yuan took the lead, pulling Mo Shiyu as they stepped into a green swirling vortex gate. Their figures disappeared, instantly teleported into a random 2-star dungeon. Someone had been watching their every word and action all along. When everyone learned that Mo Shiyu had taken her SSR to solo a 2-star dungeon, it instantly exploded across Chuan University's campus website. Holy crap, school bell, Mo took her SSR to solo a 2-star dungeon. That's insane. Really? So many people saw it at the dungeon area, it's definitely true. The boss in 2-star dungeons is level 40, and the average mobs are around level 20. Even if he's SSR with an initial level of 10, it's gonna be rough. They're truly crazy. Even we upperclassmen need to team up and proceed carefully in 2-star dungeons. For them to dare solo on their first dungeon run, they're genuine reckless fools with no brains. Speaking of which, with SSR strength right there, wouldn't it be better to steadily level up? Jiang Li, who had spent all her spirit stone reserves and even took out loans on the Spirit Tamer website to select contracted spirits, saw this news and felt both furious and miserable. What is that Mo Shiyu doing, messing around with my SSR like that? Damn it. But then Jiang Li reconsidered. If they actually died in the dungeon, she might be able to accept many things. So she started laughing neurotically. Die, just go ahead and get yourselves killed. If I can't have it, nobody else should either. The scene before Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan began to shift, space distorting, light blazing. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves in a dark underground cavern. Blue crystals glowing around them illuminated the path ahead. Mo Shiyu surveyed the terrain, touching the surrounding rock walls, a cavern-type dungeon. The area is narrow, hard to dodge in, and there might even be traps. We need to be careful. Xia Yuan casually praised, you know this much. Mo Shiyu hummed proudly. We spirit tamers aren't just here to provide spiritual energy for you contracted spirits. We can also provide weaknesses of common monsters and tactical planning. As soon as she finished speaking, dense crawling sounds echoed from ahead in the cavern, making their scalps crawl. Soon after, over a dozen giant scorpion monsters charged toward them. They were about 5 meters long, their bodies composed of angular spiritual energy crystals that reflected rainbow-colored light. They had a pair of huge crystal pincers and a deadly tail stinger covered in sharp crystals. Above their heads displayed their level and name, Level 23, Crystal Ore-Devouring Scorpion. Mo Shiyu hid behind Xia Yuan. I remember these monsters. They have extremely hard shells and high defense. Their weakness is the joints between their crystal shells, that's where their defense is lowest. Attack there. Xia Yuan picked at his ear, a trace of madness curling at the corner of his mouth. What are you babbling about? Weak points? I can't really gauge those precisely. Wouldn't it be better to just crush them all completely? To be honest, he was pretty excited about his first real battle too. Technique forward rotation. Minimum output. Xia Yuan raised one hand, rotating it slightly, his palm collapsing and condensing a point of dark blue. The air currents in the entire cavern began to howl. A powerful attractive force erupted from his hand. Bzzz. Blue light devoured the cavern passage, following the guidance of Xia Yuan's palm as it swept toward the scorpion monster group ahead. Kang. Crack, crack, crack. The scorpion monsters that came into contact with the blue light were pulled and compressed, forcibly kneaded into bloody pulp. Even their incredibly defensive crystal shells shattered layer by layer, ground into powder, their health bars instantly emptied. After that one move, the entire cavern fell silent again. All dozen-plus crystal ore-devouring scorpions had turned into spirit stones, dropping to the ground. Due to Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy limitations, Xia Yuan hadn't used a more brutal method to kill the monsters. He needed to adopt the most efficient, most energy-conserving approach possible. So these are level 20-ish monsters. They don't seem to have much resistance. Xia Yuan stuffed his hand back into his pocket and continued forward, his tone relaxed. Mo Shiyu stared dumbfounded at the crushed crystal ore-devouring scorpions. This is the cursed technique Kang. Level 20-ish monsters were like paper in front of that blue light. Seeing her investigative expression, Xia Yuan explained. This is one of my most common attack methods. It manifests as an attractive force centered on Kang, with maximum output reaching negative infinity. How should I explain it to you? It's kind of like a miniature black hole. Mo Shiyu was completely stunned after hearing this. The killing power of this move was almost comparable to other contracted spirits' ultimate skills, and it was just a common attack method. And maximum output reaching negative infinity, miniature black hole, that was just too overpowered. With such a powerful skill, who even needed tactics? Contracted spirit Xia Yuan, level up. LV.10 right arrow, LV.11. Contracted spirit black cat spirit, level up. LV.1 right arrow, LV.15. Mo Shiyu stared at the level up notifications, slightly dazed. No comparison, no pain. Are you kidding me? We fought over 10 monsters around level 20, and Xia Yuan only gained 1 level. Meanwhile, the pendant cat that barely helped on the side jumped 15 levels in one go. As expected, SSRs require many times more experience to level up than ordinary contracted spirits. What are you zoning out for, fatty you? Xia Yuan turned his head and saw Mo Shiyu still standing there like a statue. Hearing him, she snapped back, hurriedly followed him, and with a small wave gathered up all the spirit stones on the ground, sucking them into the spirit tamer's private space. A spirit tamer's space, built using spiritual power, can store spirit stones and various monster drops, very convenient, like a storage ring. This way of farming is a bit slow. Let's speed things up. After saying that, Xia Yuan reached out and used the attraction from Cursed Technique Kang to grab Mo Shiyu by the waist, lifting her bodily into the air. Hey. Wait, what are you doing, Xia Yuan? Before she finished speaking, he had already hoisted her and sprinted away at high speed. The surroundings blurred past as gale force wind hit their faces. Monsters from the cave continuously attacked along the route, but Xia Yuan casually flicked them aside with a lift of his hand, crushing and annihilating them into spirit stones. Spirit stones kept flying automatically into the spirit tamer space at Mo Shiyu's waist. Mo Shiyu couldn't resist at all. She was literally suspended like an object, only able to shout in despair. Couldn't you at least carry me like a proper princess carry? Little Black clung feebly to her collar and let out a plaintive meow. That said, their boss run's speed shot up dramatically. Xia Yuan killed while running, slashing through the cave tunnel like a swimming dragon. Any monster that lunged was instantly pulverized beneath him. In under 5 minutes, they reached the final boss chamber. Only then did Xia Yuan stop and set her down. You're heavy, time to lose some weight. Mo Shiyu was flustered. What do you mean heavy? She had been carried the whole way and wobbled a bit on her feet, fixing her hair tousled by the wind. They'd also killed many level 20-something mobs along the way, yet Xia Yuan's level had only reached 12. Little Black was already level 20. Xia Yuan sized up the boss room ahead. Fatty you, how much spiritual power do you have left? Mo Shiyu checked and looked surprised. She had been the top rookie in spiritual power when she enrolled, and she also benefited from Little Black's passive buff. But after this run, she had already used 30% of her spiritual power. About 70% left. Mo Shiyu sounded deflated. Her pride, her spiritual power, was clearly insufficient compared to Xia Yuan. And they hadn't even fought the boss yet. Xia Yuan put his hands on his hips and stretched. This time he didn't tease, he just wanted a clear idea so he could allocate his power. Enough. Let's fight the boss. Mo Shiyu nodded slightly, nerves taut, shrinking behind Xia Yuan for safety. 2-star boss rooms usually have level 40 bosses, but there's an extremely rare case where a level 50 red name boss can spawn. They're very hard to clear, but they drop tons of experience and spirit stones, plus rare materials. They say the trigger is brutal. We probably won't run into that. Xia Yuan slipped one hand into his pocket and pushed open the boss door with the other. Hum. Inside the room, layer after layer of blue bonfires ignited in sequence, illuminating the surroundings. The boss's form materialized. Hovering in midair was a black ghost-like creature. It was enormous, roughly the height of 3 stories. Draped in a star-stamped black cloak and wielding a huge scythe, it looked like a death god collecting souls. A red level marker, exclusive to red name bosses, lit above its head, proudly proclaiming its fearsome name. LV.50, Red Name Boss, Scythe of Calamity. Mo Shiyu's beautiful eyes filled with terror. She swallowed hard. You've got to be kidding, what scares me shows up. Xia Yuan, however, grinned broadly. Lucky break, jackpot. The black ghost shuddered. A blast of air swept outward, sending Mo Shiyu's hair flying and her robe fluttering. Her exposed pale legs trembled uncontrollably. It was her first close encounter with such a powerful boss, and she was genuinely frightened. Seeing the crimson-red name, Mo Shiyu felt her courage drain. Xia Yuan, maybe we should run. A level 50 red name for a level 12 you is impossible to handle. Even with an SSR, a level 12 fighting a level 50 boss seemed unlikely. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow. We're already in the dungeon, can you really run now? Mo Shiyu pulled out the teleport crystal the Academy had given new students and explained. The Academy's instance dungeons have a safety feature different from wild monster instances. You can use a teleport crystal to bail out anytime. Xia Yuan smiled with confidence and stepped forward. No, trust me, I told you I'm the strongest. This was a godsend for leveling up. He wasn't about to miss it. Xia Yuan removed the eye patch covering his face, revealing a pair of sky-blue, gem-like, dazzling eyes. For a moment, Mo Shiyu was stunned. This was the first time she'd seen him without the eye patch. She had never seen eyes so beautiful. Like a deep ocean, like a clear blue sky, like a glittering galaxy. Those eyes, paired with Xia Yuan's handsome face and striking silver hair, were impossible to look away from. Mo Shiyu unconsciously felt reassured and her fear eased. The boss watched the silver-haired man approaching without any defensive stance and flew into a rage. It swung its massive scythe down at Xia Yuan's head. Boom! A terrifying gust swept the chamber. Mo Shiyu shut her eyes in fear. When she opened them again, the razor-sharp scythe was frozen motionless right in front of Xia Yuan. Huh. What's going on? Even the Scythe of Calamity looked stunned. Xia Yuan brushed dust from his shoulder, his bright eyes fixed on the boss, a faint smile playing at his lips. Understand, between us. He raised 2 fingers and a smile. There's an infinite distance. Xia Yuan knew Mo Shiyu wanted to learn about his ability so she could plan tactics in the future. Although he felt it unnecessary, he still respected his master and explained. This is my limitless technique. Essentially, it materializes Achilles and the tortoise paradox. It can interfere with matter at the atomic level and control space. But it requires extremely precise control of curse power, so only those with the 6 eyes can use this technique. Simply put, the limitless technique creates a relative standstill in reality. The closer an object or attack gets to me, the slower its speed becomes, so it can never actually touch me. Mo Shiyu was astonished. She had seen many powerful contracted spirit skills on the Spirit Tamer official site, but she'd never seen something so blatantly broken. The mathematical concept of infinity had actually been realized in reality. Mo Shiyu had originally thought Xia Yuan was an arrogant show-off, but now she saw he had every reason to be proud. With the limitless technique, even if Xia Yuan was only level 10, he could fight powerful enemies. Because this skill is a mechanism-type ability, its effectiveness is not tied to level. Whether he's level 10 or level 100, he can use it, which means Xia Yuan's defensive capability is roughly equivalent to infinity. Xia Yuan's leisurely attitude and taunts instantly ignited the Scythe of Calamity's fury. It frantically accelerated the speed of its scythe swings. Boom, boom, the wind pressure from the slashes whipped up a violent gale. The surrounding walls were all sliced with countless cracks by its attacks, showing the immense power behind them. Yet they couldn't even scratch Xia Yuan's defenses. It let out a sharp shriek, realizing the scythe couldn't kill the person before it, and decisively changed its attack method. The cloak on the Scythe of Calamity suddenly collapsed into a starry vortex-like black hole. Dozens of dark energy streams burst forth, crashing toward Xia Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy hadn't even touched the hem of Xia Yuan's clothes before it encountered an absolutely smooth dimensional barrier, beautifully diverting and dispersing. Mo Shiyu, hiding behind him, said excitedly, As expected, even such long-range attacks can't penetrate the limitless technique. The assault continued for a long time, yet Xia Yuan stood there, completely unscathed. The Scythe of Calamity only stopped when it was completely exhausted, reduced to roaring impotently at Xia Yuan. Throwing a tantrum now. I stood here letting you hit me, gave you the chance, but you just couldn't make it work. Xia Yuan seized the opportunity, raised one hand, extended a finger toward it, and said slowly, "Since you're a boss, using Kang would seem rather impolite." The next moment, a small black hole sphere emitting red light condensed before his fingertip, radiating heart-palpitating, terrifying power. Though somewhat frightened, Mo Shiyu forced her eyes wide open, not wanting to miss her SSR skill. What skill is this? Xia Yuan's calm voice sounded. Technique reverse rotation. Hey. As his words fell, a red flash shot toward the boss Scythe of Calamity in the blink of an eye. It had no time to react before the red light suddenly pierced through its body. A powerful repulsive force shattered its form, and the terrifying aftermath of He even shattered the wall behind it, threatening to collapse the entire boss room. Arsidilla Alpha, Edabilikiat literafa feta, Upsilon liter wenis exwen. Rubble continuously fell from the ceiling, and Mo Shiyu was so scared she scurried around covering her head, while the black cat spirit on her shoulder trembled violently. Fortunately, Xia Yuan lifted her up with one hand again, shielding her from the aftermath. All right, stop running around like a frightened mouse. Contracted Spirit Xia Yuan, level up. LV.12, right arrow, LV.15. Contracted Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up. LV.20, right arrow, LV.30. Xia Yuan could clearly feel that more of his power had been unlocked, and the system reward progress bar was 0.3%. Mo Shiyu was stuck to Xia Yuan's hand like a little shrimp, still in shock. Wait, that powerful level 50 red name boss was instantly killed just like that? That wasn't Cursed Technique Kang, was it? What skill is that? It seems much more powerful than Kang. Xia Yuan began explaining his cursed techniques again. Infinity actually exists everywhere. I'm just using cursed techniques to bring it into reality. Convergence and divergence correspond to gravitational force and repulsive force. Technique forward rotation, Kang, is gravitational force, and technique reverse rotation, He, is repulsive force. He glanced down at Mo Shiyu. By the way, I'm currently using Kang's gravitational force to hold onto your waist. Xia Yuan casually pinched her slender waist. The feel wasn't bad, but couldn't resist his usual teasing. The pork has good elasticity. Mo Shiyu was both angry and embarrassed. You're the pig. The 2-star instance solo clear was complete, and reward calculation began. Mo Shiyu obtained precious 1,300 spirit stones, plus many rare materials dropped by the red name boss. Obtained Death Scythe. Obtained Dark Core. Obtained red name crystal. Mo Shiyu happily stored all the materials in her spatial storage. This haul was massive. The items dropped by red name bosses were truly rare treasures. They were essential breakthrough materials for contracted spirit upgrades. If sold on the official Spirit Tamer website, they could fetch high prices in spirit stones too. Every 30 levels, contracted spirits need to break through before they can continue leveling up. The further you progress, the more valuable and difficult to obtain the required breakthrough materials become. After clearing this instance, Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was reduced to a pitiful 1/3 remaining. She had originally thought about running the instance again, but now could only return first. After successfully completing the instance, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu were teleported back to the Academy's instance entrance starting point. The moment they returned, they caused an uproar. They're back. Looks like they solo cleared it successfully. Holy crap, is this the power of an SSR? Clearing a 2-star instance on their first try. Went in at level 10, came out at only level 15. Only gained 5 levels. SSRs really are harder to level up, but this is just too insane. A level 10 beating a level 40 instance boss while under-leveled. Everyone was discussing excitedly, extremely shocked. Mo Shiyu also felt this trip was somewhat dreamlike. If these people knew they had actually cleared a level 50 red name boss, they'd probably be even more dumbfounded. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a whooshing sound suddenly came from above. A giant axe descended from the sky, directly targeting Mo Shiyu's head. Meow. The black cat spirit standing on her shoulder instantly bristled, sensing danger. Xia Yuan abruptly raised his hand, barely blocking the giant axe at the last moment, with the limitless technique already deployed in advance. Boom! He tore off his eye patch, his azure blue pupils filled with killing intent. In front of me, touching my master, the attacker's figure gradually materialized, a muscular female warrior in leopard print, wielding a giant axe. She actually had invisibility ability and had been ambushing here, waiting to assassinate Mo Shiyu. The female warrior, failing her first strike, retreated to create distance, her rough voice ringing out. Aya tilde SSR guy's reflexes are just unfair. Her gaze swept over Mo Shiyu's pale face, her smile suddenly turning ferocious. Let big sister chop up this little girl. It'll be better for everyone. The assassin's rank was hidden above her head, but her level wasn't, a level 70 contracted spirit. The entire area descended into chaos. The students' spirit tamers and contracted spirits watching the spectacle scattered, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Mo Shiyu stood frozen in place, staggering a few steps, her legs feeling weak. Remembering that axe strike made her heart pound with fear. She almost died. If Xia Yuan hadn't reacted quickly enough, she would already be a headless corpse. She had underestimated Spirit Tamer's obsession with. This was Sichuan University Spirit Tamer Academy, yet the other party dared to attempt assassination so openly. Xia Yuan used his 6 eyes to carefully scan the area, but couldn't immediately identify the opponent's Spirit Tamer from among the distant crowd of students. Since the opponent came for him, this SSR, they would definitely be hiding nearby, ready to contract him the moment Mo Shiyu died. Fatty you, in this situation, if I kill her, you shouldn't have any objections, right? This was the first time Mo Shiyu had seen Xia Yuan with such a serious expression, and warmth rose in her heart. To be honest, she was really angry too. Mo Shiyu's face shed its timidity as she stood up, her gaze sharp as she scanned the surroundings. She asked the female warrior contracted spirit, I'll ask just once, who is your spirit tamer? Or who sent you? Daring to attack me, do you know who I am? The female warrior hoisted her giant axe onto her shoulder and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, little girl, do you think I'd tell you? She glanced toward the academy center, frowning slightly. Time's running short. If those annoying guys show up, it'll be hard to kill you. SSR handsome, I suggest you step back. I don't want to kill you, my mission is only to kill the woman beside you. Mo Shiyu's pretty face was covered in frost, as she coldly stated. Xia Yuan, kill her. Seems we won't get the mastermind's name from her. The muscular female warrior lifted her giant axe, sneering continuously. Little girl, are you saying a level 15 SSR can kill me, a B-rank level 70 contracted spirit? That's some big talk. Hearing the opponent was B-rank, Mo Shiyu froze momentarily. The other party really went all out, actually using a B-rank contracted spirit for assassination. Xia Yuan. She wanted to say something, but Xia Yuan cut her off first, coldly smirking as he assumed a stance. This time, I might have to be a bit rough. Since you're a rich girl, you should be able to afford compensating for some damage to the academy grounds. What did you say? Mo Shiyu didn't quite understand what he meant. Xia Yuan had already assumed the starting stance of his cursed technique, with a fierce grin. Technique forward rotation, Kang. Technique reverse rotation, he. Fatty you, what do you think would happen if these two forces infinitely overlapped and collided? Mo Shiyu looked completely bewildered and honestly replied, I don't know. Xia Yuan gave a mysterious smile. You'll find out soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, a power that made everyone present's hair stand on end began to gather and erupt. The female warrior holding the giant axe was the first to bear the brunt. Watching Xia Yuan's starting movements, she was already breaking out in cold sweat, feeling that something big was coming. Battle frenzy armor. The female warrior gritted her teeth and roared loudly. Layers of glowing armor appeared on her body, dramatically increasing her defensive power. She didn't wait passively either, but instead raised her axe, shattered the ground with one step, and charged toward Xia Yuan with lightning-fast speed. Void technique. Purple. Xia Yuan's eyes shimmered with glass-like radiance. As soon as he spoke, he instantly released the technique with a snap of his fingers, his silver hair flowing wildly. The space in front of him twisted and distorted, a small spherical purple energy bursting from his fingertips and blasting toward the female warrior. The purple light intensified, illuminating heaven and earth, dazzling everyone so they could barely keep their eyes open. Mo Shiyu's face turned pale, the remaining spiritual energy in her body completely drained, and she weakly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the female warrior knew she couldn't dodge it anymore. Roaring, she swung her axe, chopping directly at the purple energy sphere. Boom! The purple light contained terrifying power that actually made her unable to move an inch. The axe was instantly pierced through without any resistance. Even the battle frenzy armor on her body was penetrated as smoothly as if it were made of tofu. The female warrior showed despair on her face. She couldn't escape anymore, and could only watch helplessly as the small purple light blasted a huge hole through her abdomen. Letterwinda bisex, nya I kiet letterwinda favwenf s. Wherever the purple light passed, nothing could stop it. Rumble! The ground behind the female warrior was violently carved open into a deep trench that extended all the way to the distant mountain, forming a hollow. Mountain rocks continuously tumbled down, and the earth trembled slightly. The female warrior's eyes widened enormously, her face full of disbelief. She was a level 70 contracted spirit, facing a level 15 SSR, yet she couldn't put up any resistance at all. Was the gap really that big? Hey, aren't you supposed to be a tank? You took my axe head-on without any damage, but it turns out you're actually damage output. The female warrior's form began to dissipate. She forced a difficult smile, looking at Xia Yuan as if he were a monster. So this is what an SSR is like. Truly powerful. As she finished speaking, she completely dissipated. Unlike games, contracted spirits couldn't be revived after death. Mo Shiyu half-crouched in place, her surprised mouth slightly agape. She looked at the trench and shattered mountain behind where the female warrior had been, finally understanding what Xia Yuan had meant earlier. It seemed they would have to pay some compensation money. The students and contracted spirits watching from afar felt their heads buzzing. That single attack had completely refreshed their understanding of SSRs. A level 15 defeating a level 79. SSRs and other contracted spirits are simply not in the same dimension. God Yuan is too ridiculous, and what was that skill? So incredibly cool. If I had an SSR like that, I'd wake up laughing from dreams. No wonder he can solo 2-star dungeons. God Yuan must be an all-rounder contracted spirit, capable of both tanking and dealing damage. Did you notice that God Yuan showed his face for the first time? He's really handsome, especially those blue eyes, so beautiful. I envy School Belle Mo's luck every day. How did she manage to pick up such a huge bargain? Xia Yuan slightly frowned and pulled his eye patch back on. The power was too small. Without peak combat power, it's really not good enough. I need to fight monsters and level up as soon as possible. If he were level 100, the void technique purple he released wouldn't be this weak. Mo Shiyu's mouth twitched slightly. This power was still considered small. Xia Yuan turned around and looked at the girl collapsed on the ground. Can you get up? Mo Shiyu tried, then looked at him with a pitiful expression. No, I have no strength left. The spiritual energy in her body had been completely drained. Xia Yuan laughed heartlessly. You're already spent. Fatty you're just not good enough, you need more training. For a spirit tamer to be told they're not good enough by their own contracted spirit was utterly humiliating. Mo Shiyu puffed up angrily, but couldn't refute him at all. Her spiritual energy was indeed completely insufficient for an output monster like Xia Yuan. She had initially boasted that she would let him fight freely during battles. It was only at this moment that the academy teachers arrived at the scene with their contracted spirits. When they saw the exaggerated trench and the pierced mountain, they looked utterly bewildered. What was this situation? Had someone been firing laser cannons here? Student Mo, are you all right? Where's the contracted spirit that tried to assassinate you? We heard it was a level 70 contracted spirit. The teachers asked, while remaining alert to their surroundings. They had rushed over immediately after hearing about the situation here. After all, Mo Shiyu was the Mo family's pride and joy, and she had just recently contracted an SSR, making her the academy's precious gem. Mo Shiyu struggled to lift her head. It's already fine, she's been dealt with by Xia Yuan. The teachers and the group of high-level contracted spirits looked at each other, then glanced at Xia Yuan, all somewhat incredulous. Wait, a level 15 SSR had altered the Academy's terrain? After learning the truth, the Academy teachers fell into silence. Xia Yuan's combat power far exceeded their expectations. They were people who had seen the world and had some understanding of SSRs. But they had never heard of any SSR with such astonishing achievements as Xia Yuan. At level 15, instantly killing a B-rank level 70 contracted spirit. This level of surpassing was just too extreme. That was a B-rank contracted spirit with a not low class. Among SSR contracted spirits, there were also differences in strength. For example, support type and control type SSRs had relatively less exaggerated combat power. Clearly, a contracted spirit with combat power like Xia Yuan's belonged to the damage-dealing type among SSRs, an absolutely powerful character from the card pool. The teachers couldn't help but envy Mo Shiyu's luck. Student Mo, this matter is our Academy's fault for allowing external spirit tamers and contracted spirits to sneak in. The principal has already instructed us about this matter. We will definitely investigate thoroughly and give your Mo family a proper explanation. Afterward, the Academy detained all the young spirit tamers present for investigation, not letting a single one go. But they still couldn't uncover the mastermind behind it all. Clearly, the other party had come prepared and had already planned their escape route. Perhaps the real culprit was actually a student of the Academy. After this matter temporarily passed, Xia Yuan carried Mo Shiyu back to the villa to rest, as she no longer had the spiritual energy to continue running dungeons today. However, the next day, the Chuanbei Mo family sent word, asking her to return to the family. Knowing she couldn't escape it, Mo Shiyu had no choice but to return and face them. After obtaining Xia Yuan as her SSR, she hadn't actively contacted or notified the Mo family because she had some concerns in her heart. Before leaving, Mo Shiyu still felt somewhat uneasy. She reached out and grabbed Xia Yuan, who was dressed in casual clothes and wearing sunglasses, lowering her head and eyebrows as she asked, "Xia Yuan, if there were a spirit tamer with much stronger spiritual energy who wanted to contract with you, would you be willing?" Xia Yuan sensed her heavy heart and pinched her waist. Mo Shiyu instinctively cried out, "Ah," rubbing her slender waist while glaring at him with embarrassment and anger. "What are you doing?" Xia Yuan dropped his playful attitude and looked at her with serious expression, making a promise. "When I was on the verge of dissipating, you were the one who pulled me back. No matter how strong someone else's spiritual energy is, my spirit tamer can only be you. Others aren't qualified." Mo Shiyu was moved to tears by his words, sniffing her nose. "Xia Yuan." Xia Yuan put his hands in his pockets, his sunglasses resting on the bridge of his nose as he glanced back at her sideways. "Of course, your spiritual energy really isn't enough. Can you take some medicine? The kind that can restore spiritual energy. Bring more of it so we don't encounter unexpected situations." Mo Shiyu felt insulted. For a spirit tamer to rely on medicine to support their contracted spirit was too shameful. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had just stepped out of the academy when the Mo family's exclusive luxury car driver was already waiting outside for them. After getting in the car, the vehicle drove through the bustling and prosperous urban streets. Xia Yuan lounged lazily against the car seat, propping his chin with one hand as he observed the scenery outside. This was his first time leaving the academy to see the world. It seemed the technological level of this world wasn't too different from his previous life. Skyscrapers, bustling streets, everything you could want. Maintaining this scale of urban development in such a dangerous and chaotic world was actually quite impressive. 20 minutes later, the vehicle finally arrived at the massive estate where the Mo family resided. The Mo family members had already gathered waiting at the main gate, their faces unable to conceal their excitement. Regardless of age or gender, everyone wanted to see what an SSR actually looked like. The moment Xia Yuan stepped out of the car, he became the center of attention. Dressed in casual clothes and wearing sunglasses, his 1.9-meter tall frame exuded an indescribable handsomeness and coolness. Some of the younger Mo family members immediately began screaming excitedly, completely captivated by Xia Yuan's looks. Seeing this, Xia Yuan even waved and greeted them. "Hello." Mo Shiyu looked utterly exasperated. She had been the same way before, but after spending so many days together, she had already become disillusioned with Xia Yuan's charm. The Mo family welcomed Xia Yuan, this SSR, with immense enthusiasm, attending to his every need. They practically treated him like an ancestor. Xia Yuan's achievements within the academy had long been known to the Mo family members. Solo clearing a 2-star dungeon, instantly killing a B rank level 70 contracted spirit. This already demonstrated just how powerful he was, definitely a damage-dealing role among SSR contracted spirits. Xia Yuan's arrival gave the Mo family the opportunity to compete for a position among Great Xia's top-tier families. As long as they could fully develop him into a national-level strategic weapon, the Mo family could soar to unprecedented heights. Mo family main hall. Xia Yuan sat like a lord, legs crossed as he drank tea, enjoying the attentions of the Mo family juniors. Mo Xiyu watched from the side, puffing her cheeks in frustration. Why didn't she get that kind of treatment? The current head of the Mo family was none other than Mo Xiyu's uncle, Mo Cheng. He smiled warmly as he spoke. Senior Xia Yuan, from now on, the Mo family is your home. Whatever requests you may have, our Mo family will certainly do our utmost to fulfill them. Ra-N Audible Acute Letter 1D587 Open E Letter 1E61. Xia Yuan didn't stand on ceremony at all, replying cheerfully. That sounds wonderful. I'd like to try a full Manchuhan imperial feast. Since I've just arrived in this world, I want to sample what this world's cuisine is like. Mo Xiyu clenched her small fist, Xia Yuan. Mo Cheng clapped his hands and immediately had someone arrange it. Not long after, a long table filled with various delicacies was set before Xia Yuan, all kinds of rare and expensive foods, with beautiful maid sisters nearby helping him pick dishes and even feeding him directly. The whole experience was pure indulgence. After ensuring he was properly attended to, Mo Cheng finally turned his attention to Mo Xiyu, his tone becoming slightly stern. Xiyu, why didn't you notify us immediately after contracting Senior Xia Yuan? Mo Xiyu turned her face away. No particular reason, I just didn't want to. Mo Cheng snorted coldly, questioning her sharply. This is a major matter. Do you know how many people out there are watching SSR contracted spirits? Earlier, the Jiang family also came by, but fortunately we managed to send them away. With your current abilities, you simply can't protect him. If not for Senior Xia Yuan's sufficient strength, you would already be dead. Mo Xiyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The other party wasn't actually concerned about her, but rather afraid that the SSR might be taken by others. Mo Cheng sighed and waved his hand. Enough, you've rendered great service to the Mo family this time, so I won't dwell on these matters. Break your contract with Senior Xia Yuan. With your current spiritual energy, you simply cannot support Senior Xia Yuan using his full power. Senior Xia Yuan will be handed over to Mo Wushwang for cultivation. A short-haired young man with sharp eyes, wearing black-rimmed glasses and dressed in an exquisite school uniform, stepped forward. This was indeed Mo Wushwang. His gaze burned intensely toward Xia Yuan's direction. Cousin Xiyu, I will remember this favor for life. I will exchange my SR contracted spirit with you, and you certainly won't lack benefits in the future. Mo Wushwang adjusted his glasses, speaking with great confidence. With Senior Xia Yuan's combat power, I will definitely be able to lead the Mo family to join the ranks of top-tier families. Mo Xiyu had long anticipated this. Her expression turned cold as she firmly refused. No, my contracted spirit, I won't hand him over to anyone. On the other side, hearing this conversation, Xia Yuan slowed his pace of enjoying the delicacies. No wonder Mo Xiyu had been so uneasy. It turned out her family wanted her to abandon her contract with him. Mo Cheng frowned slightly. Xiyu, this concerns the entire family's prosperity. I cannot allow you to be willful about this. Wushwang is currently the most spiritually gifted genius in our Mo family, and he has been admitted to Etherium Academy, one of Great Xia's 3 top spirit tamer academies. Only by having him contract Senior Xia Yuan can we maximize the SSR's power. You can't be this selfish. You need to consider the bigger picture. Mo Wushwang also chimed in from the side. Senior Xia Yuan has been constantly limited by your spiritual energy, unable to display his full strength. Is that what you want? Mo Xiyu showed no intention of backing down, her gaze firm as she declared. So what if it's a top university? Give me at most 1 year, and I can raise my spiritual energy enough to skip grades and directly test into one of the 3 top spirit tamer academies. Mo Cheng slammed the table and stood up. You. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Xiyu, after your parents died at the hands of that world-class bounty boss, have I ever treated you unfairly? This matter is not up for discussion. You must break the contract. Mo Xiyu stated resolutely. Fine, unless I'm dead. The atmosphere in the hall froze solid. The other Mo family members didn't dare say anything. Both Mo Xiyu and Mo Wushwang were geniuses in spiritual energy cultivation within the Mo family, and both held extremely high status. However, in terms of spiritual energy alone, since Mo Xiyu was still a new student who had just entered Spirit Tamer High School and was younger, she indeed couldn't compare to Mo Wushwang, who was already a university student at a top Spirit Tamer institution. Just as the two sides reached a stalemate, a lazy voice sounded. Excuse me. As the object of your dispute, I should be allowed to speak, right? Xia Yuan idly adjusted his eye patch, a smile playing on his lips. The only one qualified to contract me, to be my master, is Mo Xiyu alone. I don't acknowledge anyone else. All eyes in the room turned toward him. Mo Cheng also looked surprised, not expecting Xia Yuan to speak up for Mo Xiyu. Generally speaking, from a contracted spirit's perspective, they only wanted to contract with spirit tamers who had higher spiritual energy. After all, this would allow them to exert more powerful strength and make leveling up easier. Mo Wushwang was also stunned, immediately stepping forward to recommend himself unwillingly. Senior Xia Yuan, only my spiritual energy can allow you to display your full power. Moreover, my ability to cultivate contracted spirits, whether in tactical arrangements or dungeon knowledge, is definitely more professional than that little girl Xiyu. Xia Yuan smiled and waved his hand at him. Sorry, but I only have eyes for Fatty Yu. I only want her, no one else need apply. If anyone wants to break the contract between me and her, well, then they're my enemy. Although Xia Yuan didn't consider himself a good person, he would absolutely never repay kindness with betrayal. Mo Xiyu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The other party wasn't actually concerned about her, but rather afraid that the SSR might be taken by others. So he would definitely protect her. Xia Yuan's words, though spoken lightly, brought unprecedented pressure upon everyone in the Mo family. The hall fell into silence once again. After a long while, Mo Cheng finally spoke. Since Senior Xia Yuan has spoken, then it must be so. Mo Wushwang seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. He still felt somewhat unwilling, but he also knew he couldn't afford to offend Xia Yuan. However, Mo Cheng changed the subject and looked at Mo Xiyu. But, Xiyu, since you've already made such a statement, you must get admitted to a top-tier Spirit Tamer University within 1 year. You cannot go back on your word. Mo Xiyu nodded, her expression particularly serious. Naturally, I won't. If I fail, I will voluntarily terminate the contract. She knew Xia Yuan had firmly chosen her out of gratitude. If she remained incapable of supporting him in full-power battles, then she herself wouldn't want to stay by Xia Yuan's side and hold him back. Mo Xiyu had her own pride. Xia Yuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Mo Xiyu to make such a vow. Mo Cheng nodded slightly, indicating his acceptance. Mo Xiyu also understood that Mo Cheng, as the head of the Mo family, wasn't particularly selfish and had always prioritized the family's interests. And Mo Wushwang wasn't closely related by blood to Mo Cheng. He was merely a collateral family member, albeit one with talent for cultivating spiritual energy. Mo Wushwang gritted his teeth, ultimately finding himself helpless. He resolutely left the scene, pausing briefly beside Mo Xiyu before departing, letting out a cold laugh. 1 year to get into a top university. Cousin Xiyu, you certainly are confident. I'll be waiting for the good news then. I hope you can prove worthy of an overwhelmingly powerful SSR contracted spirit like Senior Xia Yuan. Mo Xiyu cast him a cold glance. That's none of your concern. Mo Xiyu and Xia Yuan didn't stay at the Mo family for long. After lunch, they returned to the academy, ready to run dungeons. Knowing about Xia Yuan's monstrous strength, Mo Xiyu's courage had grown significantly. While the academy's freshmen were still struggling to form teams and painstakingly clear beginner dungeons, they were already preparing to tackle a 3-star dungeon. Letter 1D64D, A letter 1D40D, A letter FF42, Ya letter 1E65. As famous figures within the academy, they still caused a stir and became the center of attention wherever they went. As luck would have it, Jiang Li also arrived at the dungeon area with her newly purchased C-rank contracted spirit, the Skeleton General, intending to run some beginner dungeons. In the crowd, Jiang Li immediately spotted Xia Yuan, and her eyes instantly turned red with envy. She looked at his silver hair, handsome appearance, tall 190 cm stature, an SSR that was both pleasing to the eye and immensely powerful. Then she glanced at the C-rank contracted spirit Skeleton General she had bought for 10,000 spirit stones on loan, radiating a terrifying aura, and endless regret washed over her. Because of the incident where she abandoned the contract with the SSR, she had now become a sinner within her family. Even her own father was unwilling to give her spirit stones anymore. Jiang Li was naturally aware of Xia Yuan's achievements from yesterday, soloing a 2-star dungeon and instantly killing a B-rank level 70 contracted spirit. Such an invincible contracted spirit should have been hers, but she had voluntarily given up the contract herself. Damn it, why did you have to turn out to be such a powerful SSR? Why is fate treating me like this? The more Jiang Li thought about it, the angrier she became. She viciously kicked the Skeleton General beside her. What are you looking at? A contracted spirit that can't even speak is completely useless. Why can't you turn into an SSR? The Skeleton General stared at her with its hollow eye sockets, looking utterly innocent. On the other side, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had already decided to enter the 3-star dungeon. Senior students gathered around with their own contracted spirits, eager to join them. Unfortunately, they were all mercilessly rejected. Xia Yuan wanted to level up alone. Mo Shiyu's C-rank cat spirit, due to its hidden trait of reducing spiritual energy consumption, didn't take much experience from him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have wanted to bring Little Black along. Fatty you, do you have enough spiritual energy reserves? Did you bring any energy recovery potions? After the previous assassination attempt, Xia Yuan had remained vigilant within the academy, constantly using his 6 eyes to observe the surroundings. Although he couldn't keep the limitless technique activated continuously, it was sufficient for prevention. Mo Shiyu's expression turned slightly awkward, resembling an incapable husband being forced to take medication, both embarrassed and feeling incompetent. She turned her face away and muttered quietly, "I brought some." Xia Yuan nodded slightly. "Good, that should prevent anyone from launching a surprise attack when you're low on energy." Mo Shiyu understood Xia Yuan's concerns, but her trip back to the Mo family wasn't for nothing. Besides bringing many potions that could temporarily replenish spiritual energy, she had also brought numerous life-saving barrier artifacts, just in case. By the way, how do you spirit tamers cultivate spiritual energy? Xia Yuan asked curiously. Mo Shiyu, by using it frequently. The way to train spiritual energy is to constantly drain it completely. Xia Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. That's too simple. No wonder you dared to make that bet with that old fogey from the Mo family. Mo Shiyu snorted, "I'm not stupid." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the world spin around her, and then heaven and earth seemed to flip. Xia Yuan skillfully picked her up and stepped into the 3-star dungeon's teleportation gate. The surrounding crowd gasped once again. This is insane. Solo running a dungeon again, and it's a 3-star dungeon this time. Even we seniors don't dare to challenge 3-star dungeons lightly, even in teams. SSRs truly defy common sense. Hiss, with combat power like this, will our Chunbei Academy finally become famous in this year's National College Spirit Tamer competition? Successfully soloing a 3-star dungeon once probably gives a reward of 3,000 spirit stones, almost enough for 20 consecutive summons. So envious. The environment of this 3-star dungeon appeared to be a tropical rainforest, very open and bright. Vine Claw Hunter, Rat Moss Swamp Beast, Symbiotic Spore Moth. Mo Shiyu continued to professionally and expertly call out these monsters' weaknesses, though Xia Yuan never needed them. Holding Mo Shiyu, he began another massacre with lightning speed. Numerous thorn-covered vines suddenly shot out from the ground. Xia Yuan broke into a sprint, executed a perfect 180-degree freestyle rotation in midair, dodged them precisely, and hit the vine claw hunter with a cursed technique Kang. A giant beast with a gaping maw suddenly burst from the swamp beneath his feet, trying to swallow him whole. But Xia Yuan had already detected it, kicked it flying, and rewarded it with a cursed technique he, piercing through its neck. Wave after wave of monsters emerged in the rainforest, and Xia Yuan moved among them with ease, dodging and weaving effortlessly. Mo Shiyu and Little Black, being carried in his hand, experienced a ride as thrilling as a roller coaster, their faces expressing utter resignation. Mo Shiyu never expected that despite Xia Yuan's skills already being so overpowered, his physical combat techniques were also incredibly strong. Her SSR truly lived up to the panel description. Perfect in all abilities except for his personality, truly an all-rounder contracted spirit. The monsters in the 3-star dungeon corresponded to levels between 40 and 60. The dungeon boss was fixed at the maximum level of 60. The difficulty was not just a little bit higher than that of a 2-star dungeon. However, as long as Xia Yuan activated his limitless technique, he became nearly invincible, allowing him to clear the dungeon without taking damage. Combined with his nearly instant-cast cursed technique, Kang and he, along with his exaggerated physical combat skills, his efficiency remained quite high. 10 minutes later, they once again reached the dungeon boss's location. Mo Shiyu could finally get down and take a short break. Being carried for so long was quite hard on her back. She stretched her graceful figure and moved her body around. I wonder if it's a red name boss this time. A red name in a 3-star dungeon would be level 70, but it probably won't be that coincidental, right? Getting red names twice in a row would be lottery-winning luck. Xia Yuan took off his sunglasses, revealing his ice crystal-like eyes. I hope it is. After Mo Shiyu had rested sufficiently, the two entered the boss's domain. The moment they stepped in, red warning lines appeared around them. An emerald-green humanoid mantis descended from the sky. It had a robust physique, with sharp blades embedded in both its arms and legs and blood-red pupils. It wasn't particularly large, about the size of a human, but the pressure it exuded was considerable. Above its head glowed a red level indicator. Level 70, Blade Monarch. Cold sweat broke out on Mo Shiyu's face as she fearfully shrunk back. It seems our luck really is something else. Xia Yuan's expression was the complete opposite of hers, filled with delight as he rationally analyzed. Perhaps it's not luck. The method to trigger a red name boss is probably clearing the dungeon quickly. Here it comes. Xia Yuan's pupils flickered as the emerald mantis flashed forward, arriving before him in the blink of an eye, its blade swinging down. Bam! The strike landed on infinity. Xia Yuan kept his hands in his pockets, speaking unhurriedly, "So your speed type, really fast." He raised a hand, and the emerald mantis seemed to sense something, vanishing with a whoosh sound, reappearing 10 meters away, watching him warily. Mo Shiyu huddled behind Xia Yuan, secretly observing. Seeing this, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Such incredible speed, truly worthy of a level 70 red name boss. She now had some understanding of Xia Yuan's skills. Whether it was cursed technique Kang, reverse cursed technique he, or the most powerful void technique purple, none of them were particularly fast when launched. They would be very difficult to hit a monster with such terrifying speed. This was much more troublesome to deal with than that B-rank female warrior. Mo Shiyu focused her attention on another skill on Xia Yuan's skill panel that hadn't been demonstrated yet, the one she was most curious about currently, domain expansion. Just hearing the name sounded incredibly domineering. She wondered what kind of power it was. Mo Shiyu guessed it was probably Xia Yuan's ultimate move. Xia Yuan, are you going to use domain expansion? She asked somewhat impatiently. Xia Yuan looked back at her in surprise. How do you know I can use that? Have you also watched Jujutsu Kaisen? What Jujutsu Kaisen? Mo Shiyu looked confused. Spirit tamers have skill panels for their contracted spirits. I naturally know what skills you have, I just don't know their effects yet. She smiled proudly. Let me tell you another secret. I can actually see the stats and potential of unclaimed contracted spirits even without contracting them. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. You have a system too. Mo Shiyu, I don't understand what you're saying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Blade lights flashed several times. The mantis seized the opportunity while Xia Yuan was distracted and began attacking again, striking him several times, but again achieved nothing. Xia Yuan tried to grab it backhanded, but it dodged away again. He grinned, raising his palm and aiming at the distant instance boss. In this situation, domain expansion isn't necessary yet. Let me show you another advanced application of cursed technique Kang. Guess what effect it would have if I compress the distance and space between me and that mantis monster. Mo Shiyu's mind raced rapidly. Cursed technique Kang is gravitational force, so it must be related to gravity. If the distance and space between both parties is compressed, the resulting effect is undoubtedly teleportation. Mo Shiyu suddenly understood. The next second, Xia Yuan disappeared from his original position, instantly appearing before the mantis boss, his palm violently colliding with its body. The blade monarch was hit as if struck head-on by a truck. The intense impact made its body suddenly bend into a shrimp-like shape, green liquid spitting from its mouth. Ra letter FF4E, O bar letter 162, E umlaut letter 1D42C. Bingo! Correct. Taking advantage of the opponent being stunned and immobilized from the impact, Xia Yuan raised a finger, seizing the opportunity to launch a technique reverse rotation red light flashing. Boom! The mantis boss's entire body flew backward, crashing into tree trunks in the jade forest, breaking several in succession before finally stopping. Its health bar of tens of thousands only dropped by 1/3, not completely emptied. Xia Yuan sighed, quite tough indeed. As expected, power at just over 10 levels is still too weak. The mantis boss wasn't pierced through, only showing a crack on its emerald shell. Mo Shiyu's small mouth opened slightly in surprise. She knew exactly how powerful he was, truly worthy of a level 70 red name boss. It actually withstood it. She immediately shouted loudly, "Stupid Xia Yuan, why didn't you use the more powerful void technique purple?" The battle continued. After getting up, the mantis boss didn't dare to stay longer, instead fleeing madly at its fastest speed. The entire space was filled with its green afterimages. Ah, I thought his power would be enough, forgot I'm still under power restrictions. Xia Yuan laughed casually, then raised his hand again. Speed is useless now. Bam! Another teleportation. Xia Yuan flashed again, his palm closing in on the mantis boss. But this time, the opponent actually had some warning, blocking with both arms in front, dissipating most of the impact force. Quite capable, but not enough. At the same time, his 190 cm long leg had already lifted, kicking toward the opponent's side. The mantis boss flew backward again, falling from the sky and crashing into a deep pit on the ground. Health dropped again. Xia Yuan's attack hadn't stopped yet. He had already made a flicking gesture toward the boss that had fallen to the ground, void technique. Purple. Familiar purple light, once again, illuminated the entire world. Boom! This time, the mantis boss's body could no longer withstand the energy of void technique purple, completely shattering and disintegrating. The ground was pierced through, creating a huge crater. The boss's health bar was completely emptied. 3-star instance successfully cleared. Light shimmered around Xia Yuan as he leveled up continuously from level 16 to 20. He had gained 1 level earlier from killing small monsters. And the system reward bar also reached 6%, successfully cleared instance. Contracted spirit Xia Yuan, level increased. LV.16 right arrow, LV.20. Contracted spirit black cat spirit, level increased. LV.35, right arrow, LV.50. Obtain mantis heart. Obtained red name crystal. Obtained cyclone blade. Level up and reward notifications kept coming. Mo Shiyu happily collected the boss drops. This run earned them over 3,400 spirit stones, quite a bountiful harvest. Solo clearing was so satisfying. Probably no one in the entire Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy had higher instance clearing efficiency than them. The two teleported back to the Academy instance entrance. Xia Yuan remained vigilant, but this time no one continued the assassination attempt. Probably because they had learned about Xia Yuan's combat power and didn't dare to act rashly. Other students, seeing that they had successfully cleared even a 3-star instance, erupted with another wave of envious and jealous exclamations. Comparing people really makes one furious. Especially Jiang Li, who heard the commotion here, was grinding her teeth in anger. She still had to bring her skeleton general, sacrifice her charms, and find an older brother to lead the team before daring to clear beginner instances. While others were already solo clearing 3-star instances, spirit stones pouring in, levels skyrocketing. Jiang Li. What are you looking at? Hurry up, we're preparing to enter the instance. A lecherous-looking senior student called out impatiently. If it weren't for your looks and you being from the Jiang family, I wouldn't want to bring a newbie like you instance clearing. Disgust flashed in Jiang Li's eyes, immediately replaced by a sweet smile as she went over. Oh, brother, I'm coming. Afterward, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan continued clearing 3-star instances. The difficulty was just right, rewards were good, and clearing speed was fast. They only stopped today's instance clearing after exhausting Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy. She even took some medicine, completing 3-star instance runs. Xia Yuan carried the school beauty master who looked like a walking corpse back to the villa and threw her onto the bed. And his level had finally reached level 25. The system reward bar also reached 10%. The higher the level, the more experience points needed for leveling up, making it increasingly difficult to level. Xia Yuan. I really can't take it anymore. No, you can't touch there. Mo Shiyu lay on the bed, her spirit tamer robe outlining her beautiful hip curves, her slender white legs slightly closed, mumbling incoherently. Xia Yuan had black lines on his forehead. What kind of dream was this girl having? He threw the blanket over her, just covering her alluring body. Night fell. 4:00 a.m. Xia Yuan, bored, had been passionately playing games in his room. The top-tier computer was arranged by the Mo family, since they basically granted all of Xia Yuan's requests. One great thing about being a contracted spirit was that even staying up all night, you didn't feel tired at all. Xia Yuan became more energetic the longer he played, probably because Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was continuously recovering. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded outside. The academy broadcast transmitted a teacher's urgent voice. Notification. Chuanbei City's Huanan district is under sudden abyss instance attack. The Great Xia Spirit Tamer Alliance is short-handed. All spirit tamers with contracted spirits above level 50, please proceed to provide support. Emergency situation. All spirit tamers with contracted spirits level 50 and above, please provide immediate support. Mo Shiyu abruptly woke from her slumber. Xia Yuan had already teleported into her bedroom, arms crossed over his chest as he leaned against the wall, intently listening to the broadcast outside. Fatty you, seems there's trouble brewing out there. Mo Shiyu rose sleepily, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth as she listened to the broadcast, her consciousness gradually clearing. Oh no, an abyss instance. Hearing the level 50 requirement, Xia Yuan chuckled lightly. Though we haven't reached level 50, our strength is solid enough. We can still go right. Mo Shiyu shot up from bed like an arrow released from its bow, hastily tidying herself before rushing outside. The wild instances that appear outside are several times more dangerous than the fixed refresh instances within the academy. Every time they erupt, many people lose their lives. Xia Yuan followed closely behind. How's your spiritual energy recovery? Mo Shiyu clenched her small fist tightly. No problem, I've already recovered 80%. The two charged out of the villa. At 4 in the morning, the sky hadn't yet brightened. Through the hazy night, they could hear the sounds of contracted spirits carrying their tamers leaping and darting between buildings within the academy, their figures ghost-like. They were all students answering the summons to provide support. Almost all were upperclassmen. Xia Yuan reached back and grabbed Mo Shiyu's slender waist, lifting her up as he followed the main group. What are the monster levels in abyss instances? Already accustomed to being carried like this, Mo Shiyu wore a serious expression as she explained knowledgeably. Minimum level 50. Through the hazy night, they could hear the sounds of contracted spirits carrying their tamers leaping and darting between buildings within the academy, their figures ghost-like. In regular instances, even the most powerful 5-star instances have no more than 100 monsters at most. But in abyss instances, the maximum monster count can reach thousands. Every time they appear, it's no small disaster. A smile played on Xia Yuan's lips as he carried Mo Shiyu leaping between tall buildings. Sounds promising. Should be able to gain lots of experience, right? The South District, where the Abyss instance had erupted, was about 30 kilometers from Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. For contracted spirits moving at full speed, it wasn't too far. Soon enough, even from a distance, they could see the terrifying red domain in the distance. Ordinary residents were being continuously evacuated under the organization of various Great Xia official groups. The roads were packed with crowds and vehicles, creating quite the commotion. That must be the place glowing red. Xia Yuan tightened his grip on Mo Shiyu and reminded her, "Time is tight, so let's flash over there." Mo Shiyu looked bewildered. Huh, flash. The next second, her vision blurred as the surrounding scenery changed. When she opened her eyes again, they had already appeared at the location of the red light barrier. Huh. We just teleported. Mo Shiyu's face was full of astonishment. Xia Yuan set her down and spoke nonchalantly. "What's so surprising about that? Actually, it's just using Kang's gravitational pull to quickly drag us to the destination. The effect is the same as long-distance teleportation." Mo Shiyu's mouth twitched slightly. If this wasn't surprising, then what was? This was practically a divine skill. Just how many more overpowered skills did this guy have that she didn't know about? "You students from the academy here to provide support." A stern male voice sounded from behind. The two turned to see a bearded man wearing a Spirit Tamer military coat frowning at them. Behind him stood several powerful contracted spirits of various appearances, all having reached levels in the 90s. Chen Hu glanced at the level 25 above Xia Yuan's head and couldn't help but snort coldly. Students these days really are newborn calves unafraid of tigers. "Though I don't know how you got here, you should retreat quickly. This isn't a place for level 25 contracted spirits." Because Xia Yuan's SSR class had been hidden by Mo Shiyu, outsiders could only see his level. Seeing the 3-star badge on his chest, Mo Shiyu immediately became respectful and explained. "Sir, though my contracted spirit is only level 25, he's SSR. His combat power far exceeds ordinary level 50 contracted spirits. A military spirit tamer, and a 3-star officer at that. This bearded man's status was quite high." Chen Hu looked somewhat astonished at Xia Yuan, who stood with hands in pockets, looking completely unserious except for his handsome appearance. Even the contracted spirits behind him, emitting powerful auras, looked over curiously. "SSR. You're that student from Chunbei Academy who drew an SSR from the Mo family." Mo Shiyu nodded. "That's right, sir." Xia Yuan paid no attention to the bearded officer at all. His gaze fixed on the red barrier that isolated everything before them as he got straight to the point. "That's the Abyss instance inside there, right? Just how many more overpowered skills did this guy have that she didn't know about?" "Correct. To prevent monsters from the Abyss instance from escaping, an SR contracted spirit from the Alliance established this barrier here. The raid team has already entered the Abyss instance to take down the boss, but this Abyss instance's difficulty is greater than we imagined. After investigation, the monster count might reach an astonishing 3,000 plus." Mo Shiyu's voice was somewhat incredulous. 3.3000. No wonder support was needed for an instance that suddenly appeared in a bustling urban area with such a massive monster count. "You're quite fast, being the first to arrive." Chen Hu praised them. "But don't worry, we don't need you students to enter the barrier with your contracted spirits to form the first line of defense. Our Alliance members are there. You just need to guard outside the barrier, forming the second line of defense to deal with any monsters that break through." Xia Yuan went, sounding rather unwilling to accept this. Thinking he found the mission somewhat difficult, Chen Hu's brows furrowed again. "Since you're a level 25 SSR, you should be able to handle this much, right?" Xia Yuan waved his hand dismissively, looking disgusted. "I don't want to guard outside. How many monsters could I fight that way? Fatty you, let's get ready to go in." Chen Hu was stunned. "Good grief, you're not finding the second line difficult, you actually want to go inside. Fool, do you want to die? Even if you're SSR, at only level 25, how much combat power could you possibly have? The Abyss instances outside aren't as gentle as those fixed instances in your academy." Chen Hu immediately tried to stop them, but Xia Yuan acted like he hadn't heard, already picking up Mo Shiyu beside him. "Let's go. This barrier seems to only block things from coming out, not us from going in. Mo Shiyu looked quite helpless, only able to offer an awkward, embarrassed smile to the bearded officer. Sir, sorry about this, we'll be fine. Veins bulged on Chen Hu's forehead, even the best temper would be tested. Hey, brat, follow orders. He immediately waved to signal his contracted spirits. Stop him. Just as several contracted spirits prepared to move, before they could even react, Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu's figures disappeared from their original position, leaving them grasping at air. Chen Hu was dumbfounded. The several max-level contracted spirits also looked at each other in surprise. They disappeared. They must have been the first to arrive using this ability, teleportation flash. Rumors say SSR contracted spirits all have incredibly broken skill mechanics. I've witnessed it today. Xia Yuan teleported with Mo Shiyu inside the barrier. Chaotic combat had already erupted within. Spirit tamers and their contracted spirits from the Alliance side were engaged in fierce battle against a massive horde of level 50 monsters, with various skills flying everywhere. At the center position stood a pitch-black instance portal, many times larger than ordinary instance gates. Countless monsters were continuously pouring out from the portal at this moment. These monsters all seemed to be of the dragon type. Level 50, Wingless Abyss Devourer Dragon. Level 55, Corpse Rot Dragon. Level 60, Icefire Twin-Headed Dragon. Level 65, Roaring Burial Dragon. They soared through the sky and burrowed underground, their various elemental breaths dazzling to behold. The entire city ruins had transformed into hell. These were all monsters Mo Shiyu had never seen in her textbooks. They're not in the monster database, they're new types of monsters. Xia Yuan, be careful, dragon-type monsters all have extremely strong physiques and are difficult to deal with. If so many dragon-type monsters escaped, it would be truly dangerous. It was hard to imagine how devastated the cities in northern Chuan would become. The Alliance spirit tamers and contracted spirits on the front lines quickly noticed the two of them. When they saw the level 25 above Xia Yuan's head, everyone was stunned. What the hell? A level 25 contracted spirit dares to come in here. Hey, it's too dangerous here, get out quickly. You students should guard outside the barrier. What are the people outside doing? Wasn't it agreed that supporting students need level 50 contracted spirits? They're too noisy. Xia Yuan removed his eye patch, his azure blue eyes emitting bright light in the night, rubbing a blue spiral between his palms. Cursed technique forward rotation, maximum output, Kang. Arsadilla letter 1D586 small cap N, letter 1ED9 small cap B, E grave letter 1E61. He swung his arm in a circular motion, channeling the twisting power of the blue spiral. Starting from him as the center point, he began drawing a circle. The powerful blue gravitational sphere, with overwhelming force, violently compressed and tore apart the dragon monsters surrounding him that were attacking, turning them into spirit stones. All around, wherever Kang passed, the ground sank in significantly. Only the small area where Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu stood remained intact. This single attack killed over a dozen dragon monsters. This terrifying scene left the other Alliance members momentarily speechless, all closing their mouths. What's going on? What kind of level 25 is this? The combat power is ridiculously overpowered. Did he use his ultimate? But even their level 70 to 80 contracted spirits might not be able to accomplish this. Xia Yuan successfully showed off. Mo Shiyu inexplicably felt satisfied too, raising her head high with chest out, feeling like she was riding on someone else's coattails. This was her SSR, terrifyingly strong. Afterwards, relying on the absolute defense provided by his limitless technique, Xia Yuan launched attacks even more recklessly. A crazy smile played on his lips, with cursed technique Kang in his left hand and technique reverse rotation he in his right hand. Occasionally, when he encountered extremely difficult high-level dragon monsters, he would gift them a void technique purple. Boom, 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 Xia Yuan seemed to transform into a battlefield turret, slaughtering extensively. The dragon monsters with extremely high defense were like paper in his hands, shattering upon contact. This made the other Alliance spirit tamers and contracted spirits extremely nervous, almost thinking an Abyss Instance's boss had come out to play. Only Mo Shiyu suffered, feeling her spiritual energy being continuously drained. With Xia Yuan's addition, who could be called a monster crusher, the Alliance's situation wasn't as dire as before. But because there were simply too many monsters, they still couldn't completely control the numbers. Many monsters had already started crashing against the red barrier, attempting to break out. Who knows how much time had passed? The number of level 50 monsters killed by Xia Yuan had already reached over 100. His level had also reached level 28. System reward bar, 13%. Xia Yuan tore off a dragon monster's head with his bare hands, kicked it away, and asked Mo Shiyu, who was hiding behind him, "How much spiritual energy is left?" Mo Shiyu quickly replied, "Only 1/3 remains, but with the spiritual energy potions I brought, I can replenish half, making it about 80%. She had been improving these days too. Every time Xia Yuan drained her spiritual energy dry, her total spiritual energy would experience a significant increase after recovery. Moreover, her kitten-contracted spirit had also leveled up to 50, stuck at the breakthrough stage, supplementing and reducing a lot of her spiritual energy consumption. If it were before, if Xia Yuan dared to output this crazily, she would have been exhausted long ago. Xia Yuan looked toward the central portal. Fighting like this is endless. The Abyss Instance's boss is hiding in that portal, right? If we kill it, will the other minions die too? Has anyone gone in to raid it? Mo Shiyu nodded. The Alliance officials should have dispatched a raid team into the instance. We just need to hold our ground here. Xia Yuan raised his hand and crushed another one with reverse cursed technique he. But it's been so long, and that group still hasn't successfully cleared the instance. They're probably encountering some difficulties. Hearing this, Mo Shiyu knew what Xia Yuan was thinking. Her expression turned strange. You want to enter the instance, right? Xia Yuan pondered. Clearing an Abyss Instance's boss should earn a much bigger wave of experience, right? During previous instance runs, Xia Yuan had discovered that clearing instance bosses not only provided massive experience, but was also the most effective for advancing the system reward bar. Mo Shiyu immediately waved her hands frantically. No, no, no. Abyss Instance's bosses are almost all max level, with thick health and high attack. With our current power, we definitely can't clear it. Boom! A huge ice spike smashed into Xia Yuan's face, blocked by the limitless technique, shattering into pieces. Aren't there other Alliance contracted spirits here? Let them handle the damage output. Mo Shiyu blinked, somewhat confused. What do you mean? Xia Yuan explained with a chuckle. Didn't you want to see domain expansion? My domain expansion is actually a control-type ultimate skill. It might be able to help them. Mo Shiyu was somewhat surprised. You've already dealt so much terrifying damage output, and now you're telling me you're actually a control-type contracted spirit. Xia Yuan smiled. In a certain sense, his most powerful domain expansion was indeed control-oriented, but the damage output wasn't low either. All right, happily decided then, let's go in. Before Mo Shiyu could react, Xia Yuan grabbed her and charged toward the Abyss Instance's portal. Along the way, the Alliance members saw the absurd level 28 charging toward the portal again and were all startled. Is he crazy? He's planning to charge into the Abyss Instances. The raid team has already gone in. Isn't he just causing trouble by going in? Our students from the academy, these days so fearless of death. I remember recent news about Chuan University's Spirit Tamer Academy getting a new SSR. It must be him. Otherwise his combat power wouldn't be so abnormal. But even if he's an SSR, level 28 shouldn't touch Abyss Instances. Is he treating the Abyss Instances like a daily leveling instance? He's truly reckless. Mo Shiyu felt somewhat hopeless. She felt like a power bank, constantly attached to Xia Yuan charging him up, completely without any say. But she knew that, although Xia Yuan seemed very arrogant, he actually had some sense of proportion when doing things. Since he said his ultimate skill could control the field, it wouldn't hurt to go in and take a look. If they could really help the Alliance's raid team clear the Abyss Instances earlier, they could both get a share of rich experience and end this disaster sooner. Xia Yuan, carrying Mo Shiyu, went all out, killing the surrounding dragon monsters attacking them, and plunged into the portal. The surroundings instantly transformed. What greeted their eyes was a desolate desert. Yellow sand covered the ground, with the scorching sun overhead. Xia Yuan floated in midair with Mo Shiyu, temporarily avoiding the monster's attacks. Looking around, a dark mass of dragon-type monsters was continuously surging toward them, all wanting to break out of the instance. Intense, fighting sounds came from further away. The two looked up and saw an enormous black dragon standing on the desert. Its body reached hundreds of feet tall, its form resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex from ancient times. Obsidian-like scales covered its entire body, with 3 crimson pupils arranged neatly on its head, emitting evil, intimidating light. Its forelimbs were strong, with sharp claws like blades. Every time it opened its bloody maw, it released terrifying energy impacts. Level 100, Annihilation Star Abyss Nidhogg's Remnant Shadow, Phase 2, World-Destroying Tyrant Form. The raid team contracted spirits from the Alliance were fighting desperately, like a swarm of flies constantly attacking it. This was Mo Shiyu's first time seeing a boss with such overwhelming presence, scaring her pretty face pale. Xia Yuan raised his hand to look up, marveling, "This is practically a kaiju. Has Ultraman arrived?" Mo Shiyu asked confusedly, "Who is Ultraman?" Xia Yuan, "Light. This boss actually has a second phase," Xia Yuan said in surprise. Mo Shiyu trembled as she looked at the colossal creature. Full-level instance bosses all have several phases of attack forms, equivalent to multiple lives, making them extremely difficult to kill. They floated in the air, watching the battle from a distance. The Alliance's raid team was naturally not to be underestimated, with each contracted spirit being level 90 or above. And the lowest grade among them was B rank. The most powerful and eye-catching was the heroic white-armored female swordsman, who was actually an SR contracted spirit. Every strike from her sword contained immense power, and even compared to the current Xia Yuan, her killing capability was not inferior in the slightest. Even that massive black dragon boss was continuously taking damage under the attacks of these contracted spirits, its health bar steadily declining and already approaching the bottom. It seemed the Alliance's raid team, contracted spirits, had been fighting for a long time and were about to empty the enemy's health bar. Wow, they're about to defeat it. They're quite capable. Xia Yuan felt somewhat regretful. He had originally thought he could join in to help and gain some experience along the way, but now it seemed unnecessary. Mo Shiyu comforted him from the side. "Xia Yuan, when you reach max level, you'll definitely be stronger than them. Don't be discouraged. Since that's the case, let's just kill the small monsters. We can still gain quite a bit of experience." Xia Yuan pinched her slender waist, continuously kneading it. "Fatty you, when was I ever discouraged?" Mo Shiyu felt extremely ticklish, her delicate body squirming restlessly. "Stop. I was wrong, Xia Yuan, don't tease me anymore." Just at that moment, the Black Dragon boss's health bar finally emptied completely under the siege of the raid team contracted spirits. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the Black Dragon boss wasn't defeated. It actually entered a third phase. Mo Shiyu was completely stunned. "Third phase? Are you kidding me? It actually has a third phase." The Black Dragon boss, as large as a small hill, began to continuously shrink and transform, eventually turning into a humanoid monster. Its nearly 100,000 thick health bar refilled completely. Level 100, Annihilation Star Abyss Nidhogg's Remnant Shadow, third phase, humanoid raptor form. The spirit tamers and contracted spirits of the raid team also seemed unprepared for it having a third phase, all falling into brief astonishment. Immediately after, that humanoid raptor began its fierce assault. Unlike the clumsy giant monster of the previous second phase, its speed, reactions, and power seemed to have reached their peak, instantly knocking several max-level contracted spirits out of the air and rendering them unable to fight. Air small cap in letter 185. It even flanked around and took the lead in killing a support-type contracted spirit that was providing crowd control skills. In the blink of an eye, the Alliance raid team found themselves at a huge disadvantage. Only that SR-ranked white-armored female swordsman could still hold her own against it. "The situation doesn't look good. Seems like it's time for us to make our entrance." Xia Yuan couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been worried about not being able to gain experience, and now an opportunity presented itself. Mo Shiyu was very nervous. Even from this far away, she could feel the powerful oppressive aura of that humanoid raptor boss. Xia Yuan, are you confident? Of course I'm the strongest. This Alliance raid team tasked with subduing the Abyss Instance's boss consisted of 5 spirit tamers and 13 contracted spirits above level 90. The team leader was none other than Han Yue, a T1 level spirit tamer in the Alliance. She was also the contractor of the current raid team's strongest combatant, the level 95 SR Ice Soul Queen. Han Yue and the other 4 spirit tamers stayed within the spiritual energy barrier, observing the situation on the battlefield. The current situation was quite dire. She had already requested reinforcements from the Alliance. Their original battle plan had been disrupted by the appearance of the powerful third phase boss. After fighting until now, they didn't have much combat strength left. That humanoid raptor's fighting capability was too absurd, having beaten several more contracted spirits to near-death states where they could no longer fight, forcing them to be recalled to their contracted spirit space. Currently, only the Ice Soul Queen and 3 support contracted spirits remained on the field. Han Yue bit her finger, forcing herself to stay calm, her gaze fixed intently on the battle. The Ice Soul Queen and the humanoid raptor boss had already turned into 2 streaks of light in the sky, fiercely colliding and battling, seemingly evenly matched. However, the boss's health pool was too terrifying, and the Ice Soul Queen had suffered severe damage in the earlier phases, leaving her with little spiritual energy remaining. If they continued to drag this out, Alliance reinforcements might not arrive before they exhausted their strength. This is so unbalanced. This guy was already so strong in the first 2 phases, we've almost used up all our matched contracted spirits, and it actually has a 3rd phase. Completely unexpected. Captain Han Yue, what should we do now? Boom! The white-armored female swordswoman in the sky suddenly swung her sword, releasing chilling energy that sent the boss flying back, then flashed to appear above Han Yue. Shaking off the frost on her body, she spoke with a cold gaze. Master, this won't work. Do you have any other tactics? Han Yue bit her finger hard, sighing, there's no other way. With our current strength, it's probably difficult to defeat the boss. Prepare to retreat. The Ice Soul Queen fell silent for a moment, her golden eyes filled with unwillingness. Escape? I want to try again. In this phase, its defense isn't actually as strong as in previous phases. As long as I use my ultimate, I'm confident I can kill it. But its evasion speed is too fast, making it impossible to land a hit. If only we had crowd control. As a dignified SR, the strongest Ice Element swordsman, she truly didn't want to flee from battle. If word got out, what would happen to her reputation as the undefeated queen? Han Yue said helplessly, that guy has brains. The last crowd control contracted spirit was already killed by it. Queen, don't be willful. Retreating now is the best option. Otherwise, when my spiritual energy is exhausted, we won't have any means to escape then. The other spirit tamers looked at each other, knowing there was nothing else to be done. It seemed this Abyss Instances would have to be postponed for some time before being conquered. Just as everyone was pondering, a lazy male voice suddenly rang out. What are you talking about? Preparing to retreat. That would be such a waste, having made it to the 3rd phase. Han Yue and several others looked up in surprise to see a silver-haired man in black clothes carrying a young girl, floating above their heads. The level 28 indicator above his head was particularly eye-catching. The Ice Soul Queen suddenly turned around, her icy beautiful face showing extreme astonishment. You. How did you get here? She hadn't detected him at all. She possessed a passive ability with super strong perception. Anything within 100 meters of her would be within her awareness. Yet she had completely failed to detect his arrival. Level 28. Han Yue's eyes widened slightly, suddenly realizing something, and urgently said, what are you doing coming in here, looking to die? Quick, get inside the barrier. You're already within the boss's attack range. Just as the Ice Soul Queen was momentarily stunned, the humanoid raptor boss that had been hundreds of meters away suddenly charged over, instantly appearing in front of Xia Yuan. Oh no! The Ice Soul Queen's pupils constricted sharply. She wanted to intervene and save him, but it seemed too late. The humanoid raptor boss's bone blade accurately swung toward Xia Yuan's head. Bang! This strike carried immense force, the speed of the swing almost breaking the sound barrier. The sonic boom followed immediately after. The terrifying power stirred up violent wind gusts, blowing yellow sand everywhere around them. The Ice Soul Queen, Han Yue, and the other Alliance spirit tamers looked on in horror, thinking it was over. A boss's strike, a level 28 contracted spirit definitely couldn't withstand it. They might have even killed that young girl along with him. However, when they got a clear look, they witnessed an utterly unbelievable scene. The boss's bone blade longsword had actually stopped right in front of the silver-haired man, unable to penetrate even slightly. The Ice Soul Queen's golden eyes were filled with shock, saying incredulously, "It stopped." Xia Yuan, completely unperturbed, reached out his hand, flicked the blade in front of him with his finger, and clicked his tongue twice. This strike really packs quite a punch, worthy of being a level 100 boss. Mo Xiu felt her heart surge with excitement, secretly thrilled. Indeed, even a max-level Abyss boss couldn't break through Xia Yuan's limitless technique. At close range, the humanoid raptor's appearance clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. She was actually a woman with an adorable face. 2 black horns grew from her head. She wore black scale armor, with a voluptuous and athletic figure that was indescribably sexy. The bone blade longsword in her hand extended outward continuously from her arm. One slash failed to kill Xia Yuan. The other party also showed a stunned expression on her face, stammering human speech. "What happened? What thing blocked it?" Xia Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. The instant's boss can talk. So it was a female raptor from the start. The Ice Soul Queen decisively drew her sword, slashing toward the humanoid raptor's back. A flash of sword light, chilling cold air pressing in. The entire space's temperature plummeted suddenly, the moisture in the air instantly condensing into frost. Ice cold 10,000 miles. The humanoid raptor turned and raised its bone blade to block, the icy sword energy continuously erupting, violently blasting it away. Crack, 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 crack. Where the sword energy passed, a thick layer of sharp ice walls condensed, dragging the humanoid raptor, continuously pushing it back. It raised its bone blade, reversed its grip and slashed, cleaving the earth, only then managing to escape. This sword strike isn't bad either. Xia Yuan touched his chin, calmly giving his evaluation. As expected of an SR tier level 95 contracted spirit, it still has some damage output. So, who exactly are you? Level 28, how did you block its attack? The Ice Soul Queen sheathed her sword, her sharp gaze turning toward Xia Yuan. The pressure from a high-level SR goes without saying. Mo Xiu nervously hurried to explain. We're students from Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. He's my contracted spirit, named Xia Yuan. His ability is very special. It's hard to explain quickly. Xia Yuan patted her head. Fatty you, your explanation is too messy. He got straight to the point and summarized. In short, I'm here to help you. That guy, she seems to have autonomous consciousness. I should be able to control her, make her fall into a daze. But with my current level, and Fatty used spiritual energy, at most about 1 minute. Henyue looked up at Mo Xiu being carried by Xia Yuan. Wait, first let the young girl enter our spiritual energy barrier. It's safest inside here. Xia Yuan reached out and touched the barrier. This looks quite fragile. Is it really reliable? Henyue explained. The raid team's exclusive barrier. It blocks the boss's perception. Subconsciously it won't attack here. Ordinary combat aftermath also can't break this barrier. Ra letter 2115, O breve letter 1D51F, Eumlaut letter 1E65. Only then did Xia Yuan throw Mo Xiu inside. The Ice Soul Queen frowned, looking at the level above Xia Yuan's head. You say you can control the boss, but you're just a level 28 contracted spirit. How can we trust you? Xia Yuan put his hands on his hips, raising his neck high as he smiled, looking at her. You're SR, right? I have 1 more S than you. That should be enough. Han Yue and the Alliance spirit tamers present were all somewhat surprised. You're SSR. That's right, I saw a report before. Chuan University Spirit Tamer Academy really did produce a new SSR. The Ice Soul Queen looked at the silver-haired man before her, inexplicably feeling displeased, arrogantly retorting, "What's the use of having 1 more S? I'm level 95, and I'm equipped with max-level spiritual energy inscriptions." Xia Yuan was even more relentless with his words, teasingly saying, "So, You're still SR, ahaha. Between us, there's a difference of 1S. Why don't you add an S, don't you like it? The Ice Soul Queen saw his smug expression. Gritting her teeth, she said, Master, can I hit him? Han Yue immediately spoke sternly. All right, both of you stop messing around. Don't you see what situation we're in now? Mo Shiyu puffed her cheeks complaining, Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan helplessly waved his hand. All right, understood, so troublesome. In short, like I said just now, I can control her for 1 minute. During that time, as long as this SR lady and I use our strongest power to output on her together. Han Yue bit her finger again, thinking. The ability Xia Yuan just displayed was quite extraordinary. As an Alliance T1 level spirit tamer, Han Yue had broad experience and some understanding of SSR. SSR is famous for having overpowered skills. Some skills are completely unaffected by level, there might really be a chance. So, she decided to give it a try. Han Yue glanced at the distant boss. Because of Xia Yuan's appearance, the other party had become cautious, temporarily seeming to have no intention of actively attacking. They had time to discuss. Okay, you need to tell us the specifics of your control ability, so we can formulate tactics. Xia Yuan had no intention of hiding anything, immediately telling them the activation method and ability of his domain expansion. Unlimited Void. Simply put, I can pull the opponent into my domain, forcibly making her brain undergo countless repeated perceptions and transmissions. He pointed at his head, equivalent to pouring large amounts of invalid information into the brain, causing its brain to lose function, thus falling into daze and paralysis. After domain expansion, only people I touch won't be affected. Besides that, within my domain, my attack power greatly increases, plus the effect of guaranteed hit on attacks. Everyone fell into great shock after hearing his explanation, especially the Ice Soul Queen, her exquisite and beautiful face full of disbelief. How could there be such a perverted control skill in this world? Mo Shiyu was even more dumbfounded. She never expected Xia Yuan's ultimate move to be so bugged. Forced brain shutdown, plus guaranteed hits in the domain, plus Xia Yuan's powerful curse technique attacks. It's simply invincible. No wonder Xia Yuan kept saying he was the strongest. Turns out he wasn't boasting at all. Han Yue and the Alliance Spirit Tamers were also shocked. SSR skills are really outrageous. This is too overpowered. What did I just hear? I can't quite believe my ears. Han Yue bit her finger hard. Fine, then let's do it. I hope you're not boasting. The remaining few support-type contracted spirits were all summoned back, learning the final battle plan. Don't think they're just supports. The help they can provide is quite significant. 2 of them can increase the attack power of main DPS contracted spirits, up to 300% increase. Another one can provide speed buffs. This is also why the Ice Soul Queen alone could fight the humanoid raptor boss for so long. Xia Yuan stretched his body. Give all these buffs to SR Lady, I don't need them. The Ice Soul Queen snorted coldly. You just handle control, leave the rest to me. Xia Yuan glanced at her, smiling as he said, Remember, when I expand my domain, you better hold on to me tight. Otherwise, if you become an idiot, I won't take responsibility. The Ice Soul Queen ignored him, instead slowly closing her eyes, taking a deep breath. A powerful cold air erupting from all around her. Her night skirt layers crystallized with sparkling icicles, her whole person blooming like an ice lotus, enveloped by ice soul, breathtakingly beautiful. All attributes boost. Icicle Valkyrie form. Xia Yuan clapped from the side. Impressive, impressive, covered in ice all over. Never expected SR Lady to have a second phase like the boss too, ice cream form. A vein bulged on the Ice Soul Queen's forehead. She shouted angrily, It's Valkyrie form, are you deaf? Ah. Xia Yuan had somehow switched to a serious and earnest demeanor, speaking solemnly. All right, SR Lady, in this kind of situation now, you shouldn't be joking around, be serious. Ice Soul Queen. After dealing with the boss, she absolutely must beat this guy up. How could there be such an annoying contracted spirit in this world? The battle was about to erupt. The atmosphere was tense as a drawn bowstring. In the distance, the humanoid raptor, that resembled a cute young girl but was covered in ferocious bone blades and scale armor, had its crimson vertical pupils locked firmly on their position. Ice Cream Lady, get your ultimate ready. I hope you can burst down the boss in one combo. Xia Yuan flexed his wrists. his face still wearing that somewhat flippant smile. But deep within those azure blue eyes, a trace of silver radiance had begun to glow. It's Icicle Valkyrie, and my strongest attack doesn't need your doubts. The chilling aura around Ice Soul Queen surged violently once more. The ice crystals condensing in the air seemed to possess life as they swirled around her, refracting the surrounding light into dazzling ice blue halos. She snorted coldly. You should worry about whether your control can actually land on it. That thing is incredibly fast. Xia Yuan glanced down at Han Yue and the others below. He naturally couldn't unleash his full power here, as it would easily drag the others into the fray. Fast speed. That's useless against me. The corner of his mouth curled into a mad arc as he raised his palm, aiming it toward the humanoid raptor boss. Let's go. The moment his words fell, Xia Yuan's figure vanished from his original position. Gone. Ice Soul Queen's eyes narrowed as she looked around, discovering that Xia Yuan had somehow blinked in front of the boss and was striking at its abdomen with his palm. Boom. The previous red name boss had been completely caught off guard by Xia Yuan's teleportation the first time. But this humanoid raptor wasn't so simple. She directly tanked Xia Yuan's superpowered impact, enhanced by cursed technique Kang's gravitational pull, with her 120,000 health bar only dropping by about 5,000, not even experiencing basic stagger. Roar! The cute raptor girl let out a vicious dragon's roar. She was clearly shocked by Xia Yuan's distance-ignoring assault method, the massive sense of crisis making her roar as she attacked. The enormous bone blade extending from her arm tore through the air, carrying a malevolent wind that could shred everything, sweeping horizontally towards Xia Yuan's waist. Letter to 4D Cyrillica, Omicron S. Clang! But just like before, the bone blade was once again blocked by infinity, stopping right in front of Xia Yuan, unable to touch him at all. Xia Yuan flicked his fingers and instantly launched a void technique purple. Instantly, dazzling purple light erupted. At level 28, Xia Yuan's power was considerably stronger than before. The void technique purple he unleashed, whether in scale or destructive power, was more powerful than previous versions. The terrifying purple energy sphere, distorting and cutting through space, slammed into the raptor boss. A layer of mysterious light shield suddenly lit up around her body, actually blocking most of Void Technique Purple's power. Her health bar dropped another small segment, but the opponent still had over 100,000 health remaining. These were just trivial amounts. Xia Yuan had originally wanted to test how much damage he could deal to a level 100 Abyss boss with his current output, but clearly he had been too optimistic. Currently only at level 28, not even 1/3 of his peak strength, his damage output was still far from sufficient. Yet this scene appeared absolutely abnormal in Han Yue and the others' eyes. A level 28 Xia Yuan could actually exchange blows with a level 100 boss. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Han Yue curiously asked Mo Shiyu. He just blocked the boss's attack without taking any damage again. It seems he doesn't just have one overpowered skill. Mo Shiyu nodded, roughly explaining the abilities of the limitless technique. The group was once again stunned to the point of regarding him as heavenly. The mathematical concepts of infinity and formulas materialized into reality. No wonder he could block the boss's attacks completely unscathed. No matter how powerful contracted spirits and dungeon monsters were, most were just stat monsters, but this guy was definitely a mechanics monster. Meanwhile, Xia Yuan knew he couldn't solo it, so with one hand forming seals, he prepared for domain expansion. He called out, "Ice Cream Lady." An ice blue afterimage flashed like lightning, arriving behind the boss in the blink of an eye, slashing it down with a sword strike. The humanoid raptor briefly entered a staggered state, its body continuously falling. Under the buffs from 3 support contracted spirits, Ice Soul Queen's attack power and speed had climbed to their peak. Her single sword strike contained terrifying power, also causing the boss to lose nearly 5,000 health. Here we go. Ice Soul Queen reluctantly grabbed Xia Yuan's arm. I hope you're not just boasting. Xia Yuan's azure blue eyes flickered with strange light as his lips moved slightly, uttering calm, ruthless words. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. Instantly, Ice Soul Queen's hair stood on end. A nearly rule-like mandatory domain began spreading out from Xia Yuan as the center. The spiritual energy within Mo Shiyu's body was instantly drained completely, causing her to collapse limply to the ground. An absolutely silent spherical space suddenly descended, enveloping Xia Yuan, Ice Soul Queen, and the falling humanoid raptor. It distorted light, forming a blurred barrier that seemed filled with thick, viscous gray substance. Everything outside was completely swallowed by this gray space. The scenery inside became hazy and distorted. At the center of the domain, Xia Yuan maintained his raised hand posture. The smile had vanished from his face, replaced by an extremely indifferent calmness. Deep within his silver eyes were endlessly rotating curse seals, like reflections of cosmic stars. The humanoid raptor boss's eyes, originally filled with violent killing intent, suddenly became exceptionally clear and foolish. Its vertical pupils violently dilated and contracted, then dilated again, flickering like faulty light bulbs. Within her brain filled with destruction and battle desire, an endless torrent of information was being forcibly poured in. The perceptions, feelings, and sensations generated by life activities were being infinitely forcibly continued. In this moment, she seemed capable of sensing everything in the entire world, like a deity. But because her brain couldn't process these billions of useless transmissions and information bombardment, it became overloaded and crashed, only to fall into despair and stupor. Finally, the humanoid raptor boss froze in place, completely motionless. Thoroughly reduced to a living target, Xia Yuan grinned, letting out a long breath. Phew, seems it worked. As expected, even dungeon bosses have the most basic brain consciousness. Ice Soul Queen's nerves were tense, her face expressionless, but internally she was experiencing tidal waves of shock. She had originally thought Xia Yuan's description of his skill was just exaggeration. But witnessing with her own eyes the arrogant level 95 raptor boss becoming like a soulless doll, motionless, her understanding had been completely refreshed. SSR could actually possess such absolute rule-based power that ignored levels and targeted the very roots. If she weren't touching Xia Yuan, then she, a max-level SR, would also become dazed and paralyzed on the spot from having massive information poured into her brain. Becoming an unresisting living target, Ice Soul Queen silently retracted her decision to beat him up afterward. Outside, Han Yue and the others stared dumbfounded at the silent gray spherical domain in the air, utterly shocked. This level of commotion, could it really be caused by a level 28 contracted spirit? Mo Shiyu had already taken out all her spiritual energy recovery potions, continuously chugging them down. The spiritual energy consumption of domain expansion far exceeded expectations. If she hadn't prepared in advance and was frantically taking potions, she would have passed out long ago. Take action. 1 minute, Xia Yuan reminded. The boss's brain structure was extraordinary, recovering extremely quickly. The opportunity was fleeting. The Ice Soul Queen's previously stunned and dazed eyes instantly became cold and sharp. All shock and doubt were cast aside in this moment, leaving only the absolute focus and certain killing intent of a main DPS contracted spirit. She let out a loud shout, raising her longsword with both hands. Extreme cold energy surged wildly from within her, pouring into the longsword in her hands. The longsword emitted a pleasant hum, its length multiplying several times, transforming into a crystalline greatsword that seemed carved from ancient ice. Her aura intensified once more. The chilling energy swirling around her became so dense it materialized, freezing the space beneath her feet into deep blue ice rings that continuously spread outward. The Ice Soul Queen drained every last bit of spiritual energy from Han Yue, pouring it all without reservation into this single strike. Gripping the Ice Soul greatsword that had expanded to its limit with both hands, she leaned back and swung it down. Ice Extinction. Absolute Zero Judgment. A concentrated, ice-blue sword aura that could freeze all things shot straight toward the humanoid raptor's dazed heart position. And just as that extreme cold sword aura was unleashed, Xia Yuan also moved. The spiritual energy generated by Mo Shiyu's frantic pill consumption gave him enough strength to fight. He raised his 5 fingers, aiming at the humanoid raptor's head, and made a fierce grasping motion in the air. Void Technique, Purple. Purple energy waves burst from his fingertips, aimed directly at the humanoid raptor. Within the domain, attacks never miss. Moreover, this void technique purple, enhanced by the domain, was larger in scale and more powerful. The boss, still in a dazed state, had no way to dodge or defend, forced to take both attacks head-on. Squelch, the absolute zero ice sword aura, precisely pierced through her ample chest, wrapped in black scale armor. Void technique purple followed immediately after, tearing at her body from another direction. The boss's massive 100,000 health bar visibly began plummeting. Roar ah ah ah. The humanoid raptor's cute girl-like face twisted in pain as she continuously roared wildly. The bone-deep agony awakened part of her primitive beastly instincts. Her eyes rolled back, and she suddenly began struggling violently, trying to break free from the control. Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy was completely exhausted, and she collapsed to the ground unconscious. Han Yue caught her. Xia Yuan could no longer maintain the unlimited void domain either, the dark domain dispersing to reveal the situation inside. Seeing the boss continuously losing health and trying to struggle free, the other three support type contracted spirits, seeing this situation, rushed forward without regard for themselves, using their strongest skills to suppress the boss and prevent her escape. 30 seconds. Xia Yuan reminded from the side. He had already overfulfilled his mission and helped deal considerable damage. The rest just needed to be left to Miss SR. Watching the boss's health bar plummet wildly, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Succeed or die. If they failed, they no longer had any extra combat power to escape the boss's pursuit. They might be completely wiped out here. Hearing Xia Yuan's words, the Ice Soul Queen felt a surge of anger, her entire being seeming to transform into an icy core as she channeled power into her greatsword once more, roaring as she poured in her final strength. Just die obediently already. Boom, boom, boom. The absolute zero sword aura and void technique purple slammed the boss from the air down into the desert ground. The earth collapsed into a crater. 10 seconds. The icy sword aura dissipated. The Ice Soul Queen descended from the sky, her longsword piercing through the boss's head with meteor-falling force. Crack, crack, crack. The humanoid raptor's body began showing signs of disintegration. Both the hard black scale armor and the derived bone blades were like broken porcelain, covered in cracks. 1 second. As soon as Xia Yuan finished speaking, the humanoid raptor's rolled back vertical pupils returned to normal. Everyone's mood sank to the bottom. With unlimited void's control ended, could this thing still stand up? However, the humanoid raptor didn't have the strength to regroup. In her girl-like form, she showed an extremely human-like expression, struggling to spit out a few words. They are coming. You humans will all die. Boom, the next second, her entire body crumbled and exploded, scattering into a sky full of spiritual light. Under everyone's utterly astonished gazes, this Abyss boss's health bar finally bottomed out, completely dead. The Abyss instance had been successfully cleared. The situation was extremely critical. These level 50+ monsters had just broken through the second defense line formed by the Academy students. But just then, the boss was successfully defeated. The dragon-type monsters that had rushed out of the instance to wreak havoc all crumbled and dissipated. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Abyss instance cleared successfully. Contracted Spirit Xia Yuan, level up. LV.28 right arrow LV.38. Contracted Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up. LV.50 right arrow LV.50. Can only gain experience after breakthrough. Mo Shiyu, barely holding on, heard the level up notification and only then peacefully lost consciousness again. Han Yue and the Alliance Spirit Tamers finally cheered. Oh, we won. That was too dangerous. This Abyss boss was no ordinary powerful, 3 phases. Fortunately, an SSR showed up halfway with a control ultimate. Otherwise, we would have had to flee in disgrace. Xia Yuan landed slowly on the ground with his hands in his pockets, smiling. Not bad skills, Ice Cream Lady. The Ice Soul Queen was kneeling on one knee, using her longsword to support herself as she breathed heavily. The Icicle Valkyrie form had long been dispelled, returning to her white armor light form, revealing her streamlined, proud figure. Her beautiful golden eyes rolled at Xia Yuan. I don't need your praise. But I have to admit, you are indeed strong. The Ice Soul Queen always acknowledged the strong. If not for Xia Yuan today, she alone couldn't have defeated the boss. Xia Yuan clapped his hands and stretched lazily. Mission accomplished. Remember to give us our share of the spirit stones for clearing the instance, plus the boss drops. Han Yue looked at him with great gratitude. Of course, you were the big contributors this time. The spirit stones go without saying, and you can choose any 2 of the boss drop reward materials. He glanced at Mo Shiyu, who had collapsed asleep as usual and shook his head helplessly. I'm not very familiar with these matters. I'll wait until my master wakes up to choose. Han Yue nodded and handed her contact information to Xia Yuan. My name is Han Yue, Alliance T1 level spirit tamer. When she wakes up, have her contact me. After we finish cleaning up, we'll deliver the rewards to your academy. Xia Yuan subtly glanced at her fingers covered in bite marks as he took the business card. Thanks. This big sister in black stockings and office lady professional attire seemed quite mature. Wonder where she picked up the strange habit of biting her fingers. Han Yue smiled. We should be thanking you. If not for your timely intervention, we wouldn't have been able to clear this abyss instance for now. If those dragon-type monsters had continued wreaking havoc for longer, the consequences would have been truly unimaginable. She glanced at Mo Shiyu. Your spirit tamer is really brave, charging into a chaotic abyss instance with a level 28 SSR. Even I didn't have that kind of courage when I was young. After all, if we failed inside, the loss would have been huge. Xia Yuan. He had basically dragged Mo Shiyu in, his attitude somewhat forceful. But before taking action, he had at least asked for her opinion, so presumably she had accepted. Well, she was indeed quite brave, after the successful conquest of the Abyss instance. The Spirit Tamer Alliance began cleaning up the scene. Various official organizations and departments intervened, starting search and rescue for the injured and repairing the city ruins. Han Yue knew that Mo Shiyu had just contracted Xia Yuan, the SSR, and their soul contract was still unstable, making them easy targets for other spirit tamers with ulterior motives. So she thoughtfully dispatched the Ice Soul Queen, who still retained some spiritual energy, to drive Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu back to the academy. Xia Yuan never expected that this sword-wielding contracted spirit, who looked like a medieval female knight, would be so skilled and stylish behind the wheel. Launch control starts combined with various drifting maneuvers. She drove at extremely high speeds. The sleeping Mo Shiyu was tossed around, so Xia Yuan had to tuck her under his arm to stabilize her. Miss Ice Cream, did your original world have cars too? The Ice Soul Queen gave him a glare through the rearview mirror and calmly replied. No, but how long do you think I've been in this world? Over 10 years now, so of course I've adapted. My usual hobby is racing. Xia Yuan slumped in the back seat, feeling listless because Mo Shiyu had exhausted all her spiritual energy. Speaking of which, I saw that Han Yue probably didn't have much spiritual energy left either. How come you're still so energetic after fighting the boss? The Ice Soul Queen snorted proudly. I'm level 95 and can carry 5 inscriptions. Since I don't lack damage, I equipped an inscription set that replenishes my own spiritual energy. Even if my spirit tamer runs out of spiritual energy, I can still fight independently for a while using my energy inscriptions. She glanced at Xia Yuan again, as if she'd found something she could best him at, explaining with particular enthusiasm. You're only level 38, so don't even think about inscriptions yet. You can only carry inscriptions after breaking through level 50. And you need to break through level 90 to carry a complete set of 5 inscriptions. Xia Yuan wasn't surprised at all after hearing this. After all, those gacha games from his previous life had similar systems, like artifacts and relic equipment. He'd have to wait until after breaking through level 50 to carry them. What he needed most right now was spiritual energy. Squeezing Fatty Yu dry every time was getting a bit cruel. Xia Yuan took a moment to check his system. He could only say it was worthy of being a max-level Abyss boss. After this battle, the system's reward progress bar had reached 20%, a full 10% increase from before. Xia Yuan made up his mind. Whenever there was an opportunity, he would definitely get involved in these monster instance disasters that erupted outside. What did that dragon girl Abyss boss mean by her final words? And who were they referring to? This was what Xia Yuan was most curious about. Clearly, the monsters in this world's instances might actually have autonomous consciousness. They weren't just simple game data. The Ice Soul Queen chuckled twice. Who knows? Maybe she was just talking tough before dying. Her tone cooled considerably, but the they she mentioned most likely refers to the world-class bounty bosses. Though I hate to admit it, they're truly powerful. This was Xia Yuan's first time hearing about world-class bounty bosses. How powerful exactly? Could it be that the entire Great Xia Spirit Tamer Alliance can't conquer them? Letter 213, A tilde eng letter 1d630, umlauts. The Ice Soul Queen continued. Only bosses who have accumulated a debt of millions of human lives and have never been successfully conquered can be world bountied and targeted for conquest. They're ranked by their kill counts, with the highest being ancient remnants that have accumulated over 100 million human lives, the ultimate bosses. When Xia Yuan heard the number 100 million, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Ancient remnant bosses haven't been conquered until now. The Ice Soul Queen took a deep breath. Even someone as proud as her seemed to lose her edge when discussing world-class bounty bosses. Those guys aren't just unimaginably powerful, they're all like they've gained sentience. They can hide their boss markers and transform into ordinary humans, concealing themselves within human society to live. There was one case before where an elderly security guard in a residential complex got into an argument with residents, couldn't take the anger, transformed into a world-class bounty boss, and killed all the residents in the entire building. Xia Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. He glanced at the pedestrians outside the car window. If monster bosses were hiding among these ordinary people, it would be truly impossible to guard against. But such rare bosses, killing them should give lots of experience and items, right? Xia Yuan pondered while stroking his chin. The Ice Soul Queen scoffed. You really are stubborn, aren't you? They're not easy to deal with. Even top-tier SSR leading max-level SR rank raid teams might not be able to defeat them. Xia Yuan thought for a moment. I understand world-class bounty bosses now. What about raid bosses then? What's the difference? The Ice Soul Queen replied. There's no essential difference, just a gap in strength. You can think of raid bosses as the minions under world-class bounty bosses. Screech. The Ice Soul Queen slammed on the brakes, stopping right at the academy entrance. We've arrived at our destination. Xia Yuan picked up the bonelessly soft Moshiu and got out of the car to leave. As he was leaving, the Ice Soul Queen couldn't help but ask, Hey, Xia Yuan, are you interested in joining my contracted spirit team? Meaning becoming Han Yue's contracted spirit. Our alliance can give the girl in your arms absolutely satisfactory compensation. Xia Yuan waved his hand at her, speaking in a lazy tone. Even if you gave her all of Great Xia, she probably wouldn't trade. After hearing this, the Ice Soul Queen couldn't help but laugh, her icy demeanor melting away, smiling like a blooming flower. You really are arrogant. As a contracted spirit who protects humanity, I'm very happy to see an SSR as powerful as you appear. Xia Yuan, I hope that even if you encounter those world-class bounty bosses, you can still maintain this invincibly arrogant attitude of yours. Xia Yuan turned and walked toward the school gate, giving her a thumbs up. No problem, after all, I am the strongest. The Ice Soul Queen called out. And my real name is Ice Soul. Don't address me using my favorite food, that's too weird. Xia Yuan's teasing voice came from afar. Got it. Miss Ice Cream. The next day. News about the Abyss Instance disaster that descended upon Huanan district of Chuanbei City resounded throughout all of Great Xia. Affected population, 80,000 people. Death toll, 1029 people. Although the Spirit Tamer Alliance responded quickly, dispatching raid teams and defense teams almost simultaneously with the Abyss Instance eruption. And they successfully conquered it quickly too. But for instances that suddenly erupt in city centers like this, casualties are unavoidable. Especially since this Abyss instance was extremely high intensity. Keeping the death toll around 1,000 people for a 3-phase dragon-type boss could be considered a historical low. And the deeds of Mo Xiu and Xia Yuan, witnessed by so many people, were naturally broadcasted by major television stations. According to many spirit tamers from the Alliance who fought on the front lines, a young spirit tamer named Mo Shiyu from Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy, along with her level 25 contracted spirit, made tremendous contributions to conquering this abyss instance boss. It's reported that this level 25 contracted spirit is the SSR that recently emerged at Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. We hope the new generation of spirit tamers in Great Xia can learn from them, possessing the fighting spirit to fear no danger and bravely move forward. After the news broadcast, without a doubt, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan became famous once again. A level 25 contracted spirit daring to charge into a level 50 abyss instance crawling with monsters, and even making huge contributions to conquering a max level 3-phase boss. This was absolutely explosive within Great Xia's spirit tamer circles. Equivalent to an unbelievable fairy tale being officially confirmed, reporters swarmed in. Fortunately, the Academy's security was solid, otherwise Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan wouldn't have had any peace. Later, the Spirit Tamer Alliance even dispatched a special envoy who personally came to Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy and, in front of all the teachers and students, presented Mo Shiyu with an honor badge. They also brought the 10,000 Spirit Stones reward from this abyss instance, plus 2 premium materials dropped by the boss that she could choose. The honor badge was no ordinary thing. It was a bonus for future admission to top Spirit Tamer universities. With this thing, even if your scores were terrible in the Spirit Tamer college entrance exams, you could at least get into a first-rate Spirit Tamer university. The other students in the academy were beyond envious. This was the charm of an SSR. As long as you could contract an SSR, it meant explosive combat power, showing off in front of others, then smooth sailing to success with a bright future ahead. A spirit tamer's destiny would change because of this. Below the stage, Jiang Li watched the center of attention Mo Shiyu, grinding her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. She regretted it so much she wanted to die. All of this should have been hers. Xia Yuan should have been her SSR. It was Mo Shiyu who stole everything from her, making her the biggest joke in the academy. A dark, venomous glint flashed in Jiang Li's eyes as she muttered to herself. HMPH, Mo Shiyu just keep being proud. Anyway, you won't have many happy days left. If I can't have it, then you won't either. Abyss instance matter has come to an end, inside the villa. Mo Shiyu took out all the spirit stones stored in her contracted spirit space and happily counted them. Ever since she lucked into contracting Xia Yuan, the spirit stones she possessed had begun to grow explosively. So far, she had earned nearly 20,000 spirit stones. Adding the initial gacha resources of 20,000 spirit stones distributed by the Mo family to their members, she now had a total of 40,000 spirit stones. 40,000 spirit stones. If I use them all for gacha, with each 10 pull costing 1680, I can pull a total of 242 times. A guaranteed contracted spirit appears every 180 pulls, so I might even get 2 contracted spirits. Mo Shiyu calculated excitedly, giggling foolishly nonstop. There were also the special materials dropped by the Abyss boss. Mo Shiyu chose Dragon Heart and Black Dragon Horn. The breakthrough power for contracted spirits contained in these 2 materials was exceptionally high. She planned to save them for Xia Yuan's breakthrough. When Xia Yuan heard her words, he said in a melancholy tone, "Fatty you, I can barely make do with the spiritual energy you provide me now, and you're already thinking about pulling new characters. Using the spirit stones earned thanks to me to pull for new favorites, Tusk." He let out a fake sob, looking utterly heartbroken, and stood up as if to leave. As expected, women really do favor the new and neglect the old. I should just go. Seeing this, Mo Shiyu panicked immediately. She quickly stood up, pushed him back onto the sofa, and diligently began massaging his shoulders with her soft, boneless hands. Xia Yuan. Handsome Yuan. I was just talking, that's all. I definitely won't use these spirit stones for the gacha pool. I'm saving them all to cultivate you. Breaking through SSR and inscription sets both cost a lot of spirit stones. She raised one hand and swore. Mo Shiyu, even if I go bankrupt, even if I have to go out and perform arts and beg will give you the best. Xia Yuan crossed his legs, finally nodding with satisfaction. Put more strength into it, haven't you eaten? Mo Shiyu's eye twitched slightly, her small fists unconsciously clenching. This guy completely blossoms into a whole garden with just a little sunshine. Since childhood, she had always been the young lady of the Mo family. When had she ever served someone like this? A mere contracted spirit really thinks he's some big master. Xia Yuan, why did you stop? Keep going. Mo Shiyu, right away, is this pressure okay? Xia Yuan hummed comfortably, not bad. Remembering Xia Yuan's nearly invincible combat power, Mo Shiyu stopped being angry completely and submitted entirely. Little Black jumped from Mo Shiyu's shoulder into Xia Yuan's lap, affectionately rubbing against his hand while meowing. Xia Yuan smiled while petting the white-winged black cat. Little Black is already level 50. Is it time for a breakthrough? Mo Shiyu looked at the fawning Little Black, finding it hard to imagine it was once a proud spirit. Now it too had yielded to Xia Yuan's mighty influence. That's right. But its breakthrough requires at least 3,000 spirit stones and will consume some breakthrough materials. Letter 1D667 Alpha Letter 1033D, O symbol 34D, Ve open E Letter 1D4E2. Xia Yuan said generously, "Give them to it." Little Black seemed to understand, its jewel-like eyes sparkling brightly, and it obediently licked his palm with its tongue. Mo Shiyu nodded, muttering, "I know, I already planned to do that." Xia Yuan rubbed the cat's head and laughed. "Fatty you, Little Black is so useful. Don't be stingy with investing resources in it. If you're short on anything, just tell me, and I'll go fight for it." This black cat spirit's hidden trait was too useful. The spiritual energy boost was exactly what Xia Yuan needed most right now. Mo Shiyu rubbed her sore, soft hands. I understand. I'll go to the breakthrough platform to break through it now." Xia Yuan frowned slightly. "Why did you stop? Did I tell you to stop?" "Massage for a while longer before going." Mo Shiyu, furious, almost used all her strength to pinch his shoulder hard, making a gritted teeth grunting sound. "Yeah." Unfortunately, her demonstration only earned a comment from Xia Yuan. Now the pressure is good. The contracted spirit breakthrough platforms have always been set up not far from the location of the origin card pool. There are 3 such places within Chuanbei Academy. However, because leveling contracted spirits is difficult and breakthrough materials are quite expensive, usually not many spirit tamers bring their contracted spirits for breakthroughs. Most are senior students within the academy. First-year students, almost none. Thus, the appearance of Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan was quite conspicuous, attracting many other students hoping to change their fate through gacha to gather and watch. No way is God Yuan going to break through. How is that possible? SSR leveling can't be that fast. Are you blind? Can't you see God Yuan is only level 38? It must be for that level 50 C-rank little black cat. True, it's a support-type contracted spirit. It's been leeching experience from God Yuan, this SSR, so its level must have skyrocketed. They seem to have been soloing 3-star instances these past few days. With an SSR, their instance clearing efficiency is too high. 1 week for them equals several months for us. God Yuan is really strong, handsome, and stylish. I envy Junior Mo Shiyu, getting such eye candy every day. Every time Xia Yuan appeared, the young female spirit tamers in the academy couldn't help but become infatuated, screaming, staring, and secretly taking photos. By now, he had long become the top-ranked, most handsome contracted spirit at Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. Some secretly taken photos posted online had gained quite a reputation, with many fans. Even female students from other academies were attracted. After all, they're young girls. Even if Xia Yuan is taken, it doesn't stop them from secretly admiring him. Oh my god, he's really super stylish. God Yuan, look here. Can you take off your sunglasses? Xia Yuan didn't mind at all, he even enjoyed it. He took off his sunglasses, revealing his Kang blue eyes, causing a wave of screams from the females. When others took photos, he could even strike a few cool poses, not introverted at all. Mo Shiyu watched resentfully from the side, muttering quietly. Usually powerful contracted spirits are aloof, so how can there be one so fond of showing off? She placed Little Black on the breakthrough platform, and the conditions required for the breakthrough appeared. Contracted spirit, C-rank black cat spirit, level 50 condition met, first breakthrough. Please provide 3,000 spirit stones. Please provide breakthrough materials worth 10,000 breakthrough power. When they saw the 10,000 breakthrough power requirement, The surrounding senior students exclaimed in surprise. Damn, a C-rank support contracted spirit needs 10,000 breakthrough. That much. I remember my B-rank main DPS contracted spirit only needed 8,000. Contracted spirit breakthroughs require different breakthrough power based on their own rank and strength. This shows the white-winged little black cat isn't simple. Its abilities must be really strong. No need to question Mo the school bell's eye for contracting spirits. She contracted God Yuan when he was just an R card, and who knew he could become SSR? Mo Shiyu took out 3,000 spirit stones from her contracted spirit space and placed them on the platform. Then one by one took out the breakthrough materials dropped from previous red name boss fights and placed them there. After adding 2 red name crystals and dark cores, she finally met the standard and could proceed with the breakthrough. The peculiar inscriptions at the bottom of the breakthrough platform began to rotate. Immediately, Little Black started to glow, as if evolving. The image of the double-winged black cat actually began to change. It started to condense and shrink. Finally, it transformed into an even smaller cat-eared girl spirit. She slowly opened her large, watery eyes. On her head were 2 fluffy black cat ears, and the wings on her back transformed into the agile wings unique to spirits. Exceptionally cute. Woo-woo-woo. Finally reached true spirit form, it wasn't easy. The cat-eared girl spirit was moved to tears and immediately flew towards Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. She hugged Xia Yuan's leg tightly, crying gratefully. Xia Yuan-sama. Woo-woo-woo, thank you so much. If not for you, I probably would have taken much longer to assume human form. From now on, I'll be your exclusive support and will definitely repay you properly. Xia Yuan pulled her off his leg, lifted her up, and examined her carefully together with Mo Shiyu. Both looked quite surprised. Can contracted spirit breakthroughs change forms? Not gonna lie, this little cutie looks quite unique. Contracted spirit breakthroughs do have a chance to change forms, but I never expected our little black could turn into a cat-eared girl spirit. The onlookers were envious again. Whether cat girl contracted spirits or spirit-type contracted spirits, both are extremely rare. Forget strength, their appearance alone is truly appealing. The cat-eared girl spirit put her hands on her hips, looking proud. Master, originally, I planned to leave you after becoming human. But you're really lucky, you contracted Xia Yuan-sama, so I can still stick with you. Mo Shiyu felt insulted and immediately grabbed the little spirit's face with both hands, staring at her with a kind expression. Little Black, what? Did you say, dare to say it again? The cat-eared girl spirit immediately backed down, her big eyes filling with tears, apologizing in a muffled voice. Suma Mason. Master, I didn't mean it, I was just talking. Mo Shiyu snorted coldly, finally satisfied, and released her. As the master, her status in front of Xia Yuan was already too low. How could she let some small fry like you ride over her head? Xia Yuan remembered what the ice cream lady said about inscriptions and asked. Fatty you, after Little Black breaks through at level 50, can it equip inscriptions now? Mo Shiyu nodded. Right, but buying inscriptions on the official website is too expensive. Even a 1-star inscription costs thousands of spirit stones. So today's goal is to go to the monster dungeons and farm a usable inscription set for Little Black. Monster dungeons are different from monster instances. After successfully clearing them, besides rewarding some experience, they also grant inscriptions that enhance various abilities of contracted spirits. Their characteristics also differ. Monster dungeons are generally extremely stable and don't actively erupt in human society. Most exist in remote, uninhabited places and refresh at fixed intervals. Monster instances can be stable or berserk unstable. For example, the instance area behind Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy is a permanently stable safe instance, where monsters don't come out of the portal on their own. After clearing, they automatically refresh randomly after a certain time. Berserk unstable monster instances, like the Abyss instance that suddenly appeared last time in the South District of Northern Chuan, appear suddenly all at once. Monsters swarm out of the portal, actively attacking humans, posing the greatest danger. Currently, this is one of the disasters with the highest frequency of occurrence and the most fatalities worldwide. Countries around the world deeply detest this, finding it a major headache, and have specifically established the Spirit Tamer Alliance to deal with such sudden disasters. Hearing about inscriptions, Xia Yuan felt an inexplicable ache in his liver. In the gacha cultivation games he played in his previous life, he had grinded these things endlessly. But if inscriptions can enhance Little Black's ability to reduce blue consumption, then they must be farmed. Xia Yuan thought to himself that if he pulls templates of other top-tier characters in the future, he could switch between various top-tier combat powers to handle different situations, especially those outrageously exaggerated ultimate skills of certain characters. The spiritual energy consumed would be unimaginably huge. Even draining Mo Shiyu dry probably wouldn't be enough. So, spiritual energy is his primary need right now. Monster dungeons were already scarce within Yunchuan province, and none were distributed within Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. If spirit tamers within the province wanted to farm inscriptions, almost all needed to go to the central provincial city, Chengyang City. To facilitate students, all major spirit tamer academies had built high-speed trains directly to Chengyang City within their campuses. After a ride of just over 30 minutes, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan arrived at the monster dungeon area of Chengyang City. Just stepping out of the station platform, a wave of noisy heat assaulted them. As the largest monster dungeon hub in the province, this place had formed a complete ecosystem. The team formation hall was bustling with voices. The inscription exchange was crowded with people. The contracted spirit battle arenas echoed with explosive shouts. The commercial street providing food and lodging was even more lively and prosperous. Looking around, it was filled with teachers, students wearing academy badges, and wandering freelance spirit tamers. After all inscription demanders from the entire province gathered here. Xia Yuan looked around at the surroundings with curious eyes and couldn't help but joke. So diligent this early in the morning, you all are truly hardcore warriors. After leaving the academy, there were finally not so many staring eyes. Both of them felt much more relaxed and headed straight for the monster dungeon teleportation gates. The level of monster dungeons was similar to monster instances. Each star-rated dungeon corresponded to dropping inscriptions of the same star rating. And the Abyss inscription dungeons would drop the rarest, highest power bonus colorful inscriptions. One boss, plus a few guard monsters. 4-star dungeons have monsters from level 60 to 80. With your current power, soloing shouldn't be difficult. Mo Shiyu comprehensively considered the situation and habitually sought Xia Yuan's opinion. She really wasn't timid anymore, directly choosing the quite difficult 4-star instance. Mainly because Xia Yuan's strength was too powerful, she had complete confidence. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin pondering. Since we're here, we should get Little Black a good set of inscriptions. How about trying a 5-star dungeon? He was now level 38, his strength nearly half restored. Little Black, perched on Mo Shiyu's shoulder, hearing this, was overjoyed, excitedly rubbing its hands like a fly flattering. Mo Shiyu thought she was already quite brave, but Xia Yuan was even more outrageous than her. 5-star. The monsters inside are all above level 80, the boss is even level 100, too difficult. Letter 211 Alpha Letter 1033D O Acute, Vei Hachek Letter 23F. Xia Yuan asked, is the level 100 boss in the dungeon as strong as that Abyss instance boss from last time? Mo Shiyu, not that much, the dungeons are the most stable. The boss naturally can't be stronger than the rampaging Abyss instances outside, but it's still level 100. She took a deep breath, deciding to exert her authority as a master. How about this? Let's try the 4-star instance first. If you find it easy to clear, then we can consider the 5-star dungeon, okay. Xia Yuan thought this was acceptable and nodded. After all, he also needed to gauge the strength of the monsters in the dungeon. If he used up all his spiritual power to forcibly clear a 5-star instance, he still couldn't get Little Black a complete set of inscriptions. She took out her phone, scanned the QR code at the dungeon location. An official Chengyang City Monster Dungeon WeChat public account popped up. After Mo Shiyu registered an account, she clicked on the 4-star dungeon and checked. Found that queuing had already started. Their reservation order was already number 19 in line. Because the 4-star dungeon difficulty was high, the number of people queuing wasn't too many. For dungeons below 4-star, any one of them, The number of people queuing often exceeded 100. Mo Shiyu lowered her head and fiddled with her phone, slightly frowning. The 4-star dungeon queue has reached Team 19, estimated wait time about 1 hour. Mo Shiyu pursed her red lips tightly. Cutting in line definitely isn't allowed, unless you have a T3 level Spirit Tamer certificate. But we can team up with others. The team currently in second place still needs members. Mo Shiyu explained. For dungeon teams, aside from getting less experience, the inscription rewards each Spirit Tamer receives won't be less. Moreover, we can exchange the inscription types we want with each other, so generally teaming up is the way to go. Xia Yuan. That's not bad, barely acceptable. Seeing he agreed, Mo Shiyu started communicating with the team ranked second on her phone. The other party didn't mention team entry requirements for now, but sent a location pin, asking her to bring her contracted spirit to the destination to gather and talk face-to-face. They were very close. After walking just a few steps, they saw several people waiting in front of a pavilion. Only 2 spirit tamers, 1 male, 1 female. Both seemed to be students, wearing academy student uniforms, but clearly not from Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. Standing beside them was a level 75 B-rank contracted spirit, with an extremely peculiar appearance, an upright standing male lion. Seeing Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan approach, the male student's eyes lit up slightly, immediately landing on Mo Shiyu. He probably didn't expect to team up with such a beauty. The other clear-faced female student showed no particular expression when she saw Mo Shiyu. But when she saw Xia Yuan beside Mo Shiyu, her eyes clearly showed some strangeness. But the level 38 mark above Xia Yuan's head was quite glaring, instantly making them feel somewhat regretful. The male student helplessly held his forehead, smiling wryly, and said, "To tackle a 4-star instance, contracted spirits need to be at least level 60. The lion contracted spirit glanced at Xia Yuan, pressed down its cowboy hat, shook its head, spoke in a deep voice, speaking in human language. Xia Yuan had been staring at the lion contracted spirit, and when it spoke, he suddenly couldn't hold back. Bursting into laughter. "Haha, a lion western cowboy. This contracted spirit's appearance is too strange, ha ha ha. Bastard. This is called retro wild aesthetics, definitely better than your chuny eye patch. After all, a lion, standing upright like a human, dressed like a western cowboy, opening its fanged mouth to speak, was just too comical." Mo Shiyu urgently tugged Xia Yuan's clothes, whispering, "Xia Yuan, restrain yourself, we need to join their team to farm the dungeon sooner." Only then did Xia Yuan stop laughing, forcing a serious expression. The clear-faced female student glanced at her phone, her tone carrying a faint arrogance. "Anyway, we don't lack combat power anymore, the time has just arrived, can't be bothered to find others." Several people headed toward the secret realm location provided by the official account. Along the way, the male student began introducing himself. "Haha, beautiful, you're really lucky today to run into us. Otherwise, other teams lacking combat power would never let you join just to slack off." He cleared his throat lightly. "My name is Su Hang, and this beside me is Su Yun, sort of my cousin. We're both students at Qingyang Spirit Tamer Academy, currently in our 3rd year of high school." Out of politeness, Mo Shiyu also gave her name. Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy, Mo Shiyu, 1st year of high school. She truly hadn't expected these two wouldn't mind her bringing Xia Yuan, a level 38 contracted spirit, and had let them join the team without any explanation needed. Su Hang showed a moment of slight surprise. "Huh, for some reason, I feel like I've heard your name somewhere before, but I can't recall." Su Yun rolled her eyes nearby and muttered, "Such a cliché pickup line, just ignore him, classmate Mo." She secretly glanced at Xia Yuan a few times, envy showing in her eyes. Classmate Mo's contracted spirit is human. "That's great, I've always wanted a human contracted spirit too." Su Hang exclaimed beside her. Hey, Su Yun, your contracted spirit is A tier, and a really powerful one at that, with combat power almost approaching SR level, and you're still envious of others." Su Yun snorted coldly. "What do you know? She just wanted a companion she could be with day and night." But her contracted spirit, while strong, was simply too large in size. Apart from being able to summon it during battles, it wasn't suitable to appear at other times at all. Xia Yuan placed his hands behind his head and lazily asked, I'm level 38, and you just let us join the team? Aren't you really worried about insufficient combat power? The lion contracted spirit crossed its arms, replying with full confidence. Not worried because I'm strong. And Xu Yun's A-tier contracted spirit is even stronger. Xia Yuan. The lion contracted spirit pointed at him angrily. Hey, you're definitely laughing at me again, aren't you? Keep laughing, and I won't take you dungeon crawling anymore. Xia Yuan put on a pleading expression, pitching his voice exaggeratedly. Ah, great lion, don't abandon us, please take us with you. The lion snorted coldly, nodding with satisfaction. That's more like it. Since you're here to slack off, you should act like slackers. Su Hang looked speechless and couldn't help reminding. Blade God, he's clearly still mocking you, can't you tell? Xia Yuan, Blade God. So that's your name, haha. Lion, hey. Su Yun stopped walking, interrupting their conversation. We're here. The teleportation gate to the 4-star secret realm was already right before their eyes. In front of the gate stood an official staff member. Only after Su Yun showed him her phone did he signal that everyone could enter to clear the dungeon, also advising. Each spirit tamer opening a room for scheduled team play can clear dungeons up to 3 times consecutively per day. The 4-star secret realm contains elite monsters above level 60, with the boss at level 80. There's a chance of second phase monsters appearing, and an extremely small chance of level 90 red name bosses appearing. Letter 1E5F letter 1D4EA, letter 1A letter 1 upsilon letter 1SXWin. Please act according to your capabilities. If you encounter an unbeatable situation, don't push yourselves, immediately escape using teleport crystals. If any accidents occur to you in the secret realm, our Qingyang City Monster Dungeon service area assumes no legal responsibility. Su Yun took the lead, stepping into the secret realm teleportation gate first. The others followed. The surroundings transformed. They entered a deep, ancient forest where the plants around them emitted an eerie blue glow. In the distance stood a massive, darkly glowing giant tree. Mysterious glowing inscriptions floated and coiled around the various winding, twisting tree trunks, indescribably sacred. Beneath the tree was a wide, flat, ancient altar ruin, carved with many peculiar texts and murals. This is the inscription Divine Tree. Contracted spirit inscriptions are created by it. This was Mo Shiyu's first time entering a secret realm, and she couldn't help exclaiming in awe. Hearing this, Su Hang said with an embarrassed expression, "So you really are first-timers in monster dungeons? Coming to challenge a 4-star on your first try, you've got some guts." Su Yun took a deep breath. Get ready. Suddenly, a massive shadow materialized beside her. A titan beast clad in armor, carrying dual axes and a giant cannon on its shoulders, emerged from space. It was enormous, with a nearly 5-meter-tall body like a giant. Standing at its feet, Su Yun appeared particularly small. A-tier, level 78, armored titan beast. Seeing the giant titan before her, Mo Shiyu finally understood why Su Yun had said those things. This kind of titan beast was definitely powerful, but it really wasn't suitable for day and night companionship. Its size was too large, and its appearance was quite frightening. It could only stay in the contracted spirit space for convenience in daily life. Mo Shiyu glanced a few times at Xia Yuan beside her, suddenly finding him much more pleasing to the eye. Although he was always unserious, sloppy-mouthed, particularly fond of being annoying, reeked of scumbag energy, and rode roughshod over her. Compared to a titan beast, these personality flaws were completely insignificant. Xia Yuan keenly noticed her gaze. Fatty you, were you just insulting me? Mo Shiyu blinked her beautiful eyes. Huh, how did you know? Xia Yuan, let's go. Let's see what variety the boss of the secret realm is. Su Yun led the way toward the ancient altar ruins, and the titan beast beside her moved as well, each step causing the ground to tremble. Everyone followed along. The moment they stepped onto the ancient altar ruins, the secret realm boss finally appeared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air barrier around the ancient altar activated. In the center, 3 profound gates materialized. From the left gate emerged a skeletal monster holding a long spear, clad in blood-red black armor, slowly speaking. This body may decay, but this spear remains. Level 70, bone-corroding spear guardian, elite monster. From the right gate stepped out a skeletal monster holding a giant shield, dressed in sacred white armor. It slammed its giant shield into the ground, roaring, "Those who cross this shield shall only see the yellow springs." Level 70, 10,000 bones unbreakable iron shield, elite monster. From the middle gate emerged a corpse-dissolving monarch wearing a cloak and crown. Bathed entirely in eerie blue flames, with red light flickering in its skull's pupils, it raised the long sword in its hand and shouted, "The Yellow Springs remain, the death god is eternal." Level 80, Yellow Springs Monarch Boss. This entrance was quite impressive. Full of presence, it left Xia Yuan and the others utterly stunned. With just a glance from Xu Yun, the Titan beast beside her moved, striding forward as the ground continuously trembled. The three skeletal monsters seemed like raw recruits before its size. Xia Yuan couldn't help commenting, "This Titan beast looks more like a boss than the actual secret realm boss." Blade God stepped forward, shoulder-bumping Xia Yuan aside, grinning widely as he declared domineeringly, "Step aside, human contracted spirit. We'll take the front lines, don't steal our experience. You just stay behind and cheer us on." "Huh, there's such a good deal." Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow, retreated behind them, cupped his hands like a megaphone, and started cheering them on. "Cowboy Lion, so handsome, go get him, chop it up with your blade. Titan Beast, so huge, you go get him too, just crush it with Mount Tai pressure." He was perfectly happy to take it easy. If he could obtain inscriptions without lifting a finger, why not go for it? He could save his spiritual energy for clearing other dungeons too. In their eyes, a level 38 Xia Yuan really didn't count as combat power, just filling a slot. One more person meant one more inscription reward. That way, there was also one more chance to get the desired inscription type. Go, go. Xia Yuan had become a cheerleader, waving and shouting from the sidelines. Mo Shiyu looked utterly speechless. Without a doubt, Xia Yuan's shamelessness was as overpowered as his skills. She could barely keep her composure. Su Hang and Su Yun didn't mind at all, though. They never expected a level 38 contracted spirit to be useful from the start. "Titan, finish this quickly, don't waste time." Su Yun commanded like a queen. The armored Titan beast let out an earth-shaking roar toward the center dungeon monsters. Roar! Just the wind generated by its roar forced the two elite monsters back several steps. The Titan took heavy steps forward and charged toward them. Boom, boom, boom. It crashed forward, and the shield-wielding undead elite monster stepped up, raising its giant shield to block at the front. Immovable fortress. Boom, the two sides collided, and the immovable fortress was directly sent flying, crashing against the transparent air wall barrier and losing a quarter of its health bar. Oh, Brother Titan is so awesome, I really like him." Xia Yuan cheered loudly in a high-pitched voice from the side. Even Su Hang nearby shuddered with disgust and said to Mo Shiyu with sympathy, "Classmate Mo, your contracted spirit is really quite the character." Mo Shiyu showed an embarrassed smile while internally cringing hard. After getting close, the Titan lowered its body and aimed the dark cannon barrel on its back at the Netherworld Monarch and Spear Guardian. Boom, an annihilation cannon shot out, instantly filling the entire area with smoke. The Netherworld Monarch and Spear Guardian dodged, but not completely, losing some health. They charged out from the smoke, attacking the Titan from left and right. Mysterious inscriptions lit up around the Titan's body, and facing their attacks, it showed no fear at all, directly tanking them. Even against the level 80 boss and level 70 elite monsters' attacks, it remained completely unmoving, a true, immovable fortress. Seeing those inscriptions, Mo Shiyu was slightly surprised. 3-star defense set. Su Yun nodded. "That's right, I equipped Titan with a defense set, planning to build it as a frontline tank." Xia Yuan put his hands in his pockets and laughed. "Who said this big guy isn't good? I think he's super cool." Seeing the lion hadn't moved for a while, he loudly chirped, "Lion Cowboy, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack." Blade God frowned deeply, drew his blade and charged forward. "Shut up." His blade flashed, and he began fighting with the Spear Guardian. Long blade and spear clashed intensely, sparks flying everywhere. Blade God's martial skill level was clearly superior, not only deflecting the opponent's attacks, but also dealing damage from time to time. Opening. Lion Overlord slash. Blade God slashed out a spatial rift that instantly wiped out a quarter of the Spear Guardian's health bar. Xia Yuan yelled again. Oh. Brother Lion's slash was so cool, keep it up. The shield undead that had been sent flying rejoined the battle. A 5-way melee began, 3 versus 2, with intense back-and-forth combat. However, it was clear that the dungeon monster's health bars were continuously decreasing, while the contracted spirit side barely took any damage. The battle outcome was already decided. 20 minutes later, the level 80 boss unleashed its final burst, slashing out overwhelming ghostly flames that forced both the Titan Beast and Blade God back, finally taking some damage. A letter 2115, O bar letter 1D51F, Ya S symbol 329. But this was its final stand. After struggling for a bit, the Titan Beast and Blade God attacked again, completely emptying the boss's health bar. 4-star dungeon successfully cleared. It must be said, both the Titan Beast and Blade God were quite strong contracted spirits. Otherwise, they really couldn't have cleared it. Besides being a cheerleader, Xia Yuan was also evaluating the 4-star dungeon monster's combat power. Experience increased by about a quarter. The system reward bar also moved up just a tiny bit. As free loot, this was already pretty good. Dungeon rewards began to distribute. The dense inscription divine tree above began growing branches, splitting into 3 that pointed toward Mo Shiyu, Su Hang, and Su Yun respectively. All 3 obtained 3 different colored inscriptions of various types. After checking and discussing, they took what they needed and exchanged among themselves. Su Yun took defense inscriptions. Su Hang took attack and speed inscriptions. And Mo Shiyu naturally wanted inscriptions that could enhance support effects. But among these 9 inscriptions, only one was like that. She could only take a spiritual energy inscription and an attack inscription instead. Even among the same type of inscriptions, there were differences in set names. So, assembling a complete set that met requirements was still quite difficult. Let's continue. Let's use up my 3 instance party opportunities first. Su Yun spoke up. Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan naturally had no objections. Free loot was just too good. They temporarily exited the dungeon and re-entered. On the way, Blade God proudly smiled at Xia Yuan, boasting, "So, your Blade brother is still strong, right? Meeting us is your lucky break. We'll take you for 2 more free runs." Xia Yuan held back his laughter, putting on an extremely admiring underling act, flattering, as expected of Brother Blade. "So strong. Watching you, little brother here was completely dazzled. The combat power you displayed feels like it's from a completely different dimension than mine." The lion contracted spirit was instantly coaxed into hearty laughter, patting his shoulder encouragingly. "Don't worry, keep leveling up. Someday you'll become a powerful contracted spirit like me." They entered again. The scene changed once more. This time it wasn't the deep ancient forest ruins, but ruins at the center of a sea-surrounded area. The only thing unchanged was the miraculous inscription divine tree above the ruins. Everyone chatted and laughed as they entered the ruins again. Dungeon monsters appeared once more. Instantly, they all stopped laughing. Because this time's boss was a bit different. A deep blue humanoid monster boss, accompanied by 5 different types of sea monster subordinates, emerged from the void. Su Yun, Su Hang, and Blade God's expressions immediately froze. The mark above that humanoid monster boss's head was actually red. Level 90, Deep Sea King, red name boss. And the sea monster subordinates guarding his sides all reached level 80. Level 80, Squid King, elite monster. Level 80, Shark King, elite monster. Level 80, Lobster King, elite monster. Level 80, Turtle King, elite monster. Level 80, Jellyfish King, elite monster. These monsters' names didn't look impressive, even a bit silly. But the aura and pressure radiating from them were completely incomparable to the previous round's monsters. The Deep Sea King had a massive build, far surpassing humans, with bulging muscles all over filled with explosive power. His body was covered in smooth, wet skin resembling fish, all in the deep blue of the ocean. His head was both human-like and fish-like. His facial features were clearly visible but carried distinct fish characteristics. The Deep Sea King wore an extremely human-like comical smile, looking at Su Yun and the others while showing sharp teeth. Well. This time there are actually 2 beautiful human women. I'm really lucky." Their expressions instantly darkened, gradually becoming serious. Besides being 10 levels higher, red name bosses were generally much stronger than regular bosses. Mo Xiu and Xia Yuan remained calm, having seen more powerful abyss bosses and fought several red names already. But the other two were quite nervous. Su Hang swallowed hard. Holy crap, 5 level 80 elite monsters and 1 level 90 red name boss. This is completely unwinnable. Everyone get your teleport crystals ready. Let's give up this opportunity. Su Yun's face was sweating, but encountering a red name boss for the first time, she still wanted to try. Don't rush, let's fight and see. Keep teleport crystals in hand. If the situation turns bad, retreat immediately. Blade God gripped his long blade tightly, though under immense pressure, he still grinned. Running away directly really doesn't suit Brother Blade's style. What if this Deep Sea King boss is just another flashy show like last round? Titan, you go first. Blade God, protect us. I sense this Deep Sea King isn't simple. At least hold him off long enough for us to crush our teleport crystals. Su Yun still didn't let her guard down, calmly arranging tactics. She then looked toward Mo Xiu. Classmate Mo, you and your contracted spirit should use your teleport crystal to leave now. Facing a red name boss, we likely won't be able to ensure your safety. Before she even finished speaking, the Deep Sea King covered his face and burst into laughter, thinking of running. No way, today, you two young ladies must honor me with your company for dinner. He revealed a perverted grin, then his figure flashed as he unceremoniously launched the first attack. The Titan giant beast immediately positioned itself in front of everyone. Boom! The Deep Sea King moved like a professional boxer, delivering a flashy punch to the Titan giant beast's waist with a crisp, loud impact. The explosive force was immense. Despite the Titan giant beast's steel-like body and its set of 3-star defense inscriptions, it still couldn't fully defend. Its waist dented inward significantly, staggering back several steps. The Deep Sea King shook his fist, his expression somewhat nonchalant. So tough. Su Hang looked utterly shocked. A normal punch actually damaged Titan? Su Yun, we need to go. This red name boss is too powerful. Cold sweat beaded on Su Yun's small face. I know, we can only retreat. Crush the teleport crystals. Without any hesitation, both crushed the teleport crystals in their hands. However, nothing happened. They remained right where they were, not leaving the secret realm. Su Yun looked bewildered. What's going on? Su Hang's voice began to tremble. It seems we can't teleport. Su Yun gritted her teeth. Try using more teleport crystals. Both frantically pulled out all the teleport crystals from their contracted spirit space, crushing them one by one. No reaction. This one isn't working either. How can this be? Inside the secret realm, all the demonic creatures saw their panicked, anxious actions and couldn't help but laugh uproariously, their voices full of mockery. Are acute a circumflex, a symbol thrifida letterwin sextata, aeganek asikiet. Trying to teleport away. The space has already been sealed. How do you expect to leave? You can only stay here. Did you really think breaking into a secret realm would be so easy? You humans have escape routes, but did you think we demonic creatures wouldn't have countermeasures? At that moment, Su Hang and Su Yun finally realized the severity of the situation. Fear and despair instantly overwhelmed them. We're done for. Su Hang trembled like a leaf, his voice shaking. I'm still so young, I'm still a virgin, I haven't even gotten a girlfriend yet. I don't want to die like this. Su Yun clenched her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at the Deep Sea King and the other demonic creatures. So pathetic. It's just that we have no way out now, so we fight with everything we've got. Titan, Blade God, we're counting on you. The Titan giant beast roared, the sound deafening. Blade God also became more serious than ever before, drawing his long blade with a furious shout. Oh, they truly had no other choice. After learning the teleport crystals were unusable, Mo Xiu didn't panic because she trusted in Xia Yuan's strength. Xia Yuan's expression remained as lazy as usual, analyzing calmly. Even red name bosses have evolved, actually using space-locking methods to counter human spirit tamers using teleport crystals. Indeed, the dungeon monsters and demonic creatures in this world are no simple matter. But the probability of me encountering red name bosses is just too high. There must be some reason for this. Could it really just be because I'm the protagonist? The Deep Sea King spread his arms wide, opening his embrace. his perverted gaze sweeping over Mo Shiyu and Xu Yuan. You two beautiful young ladies. Stop struggling and just submit to me, the Deep Sea King, won't you? Sooner or later, I will conquer all you humans and become the supreme king who enslaves all of humanity. Blade God moved to protect Xu Yuan, and Su Hang behind him. Though under immense pressure, he forcefully boosted morale and shouted, "We haven't lost yet. Big Blue Lizard, don't get too cocky. Your Blade brother absolutely won't let you lay a hand on." Before he could finish, whoosh, the Deep Sea King's fist was already closing in on his big lion face, moving so fast the others couldn't even track it with their eyes. Blade God's entire body tensed up instantly. His passive skill, killing intent perception, allowed him to react in advance, raising his blade to block. Boom! However, he simply couldn't withstand it. He was sent flying by the punch, crashing against the air wall, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The Deep Sea King clenched his fist tightly, his face full of disdain. "Stinking lion, you talk too much." Su Hang, Blade God. Only then did the Titan giant beast react, turning and grabbing the Deep Sea King with its massive arm. It exerted all its strength, its palm making a creaking sound as it squeezed the Deep Sea King tightly, restraining him. The other sea monster underlings saw this and wanted to charge forward, but the Deep Sea King stopped them. "Don't move. They are my prey. You are not to disturb my enjoyment, or I'll kill you." Blade God, who had been sent flying earlier, endured his injuries, and suddenly flashed next to the restrained Deep Sea King, assuming a blade-drawing stance. Opportunity. Finishing move. Lion Overlord beheading slash. He roared passionately, slashing his blade toward the Deep Sea King's head. The next instant, the Titan's palm suddenly exploded, emitting thick smoke. The Deep Sea King broke free from the restraint, his sharp claws flashing. Snap! A crisp sound of a long blade breaking rang out. Blade God and the Deep Sea King passed by each other. The long blade in his hand broke into two pieces, and two huge gashes were sliced across his chest, blood gushing out. Blade God roared in pain as he knelt on the ground, staring in disbelief at the broken blade in his hand. How is this possible? This is a 4-star weapon my master drew for me. It actually broke. He could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground. Damn it. In Su Hang's contracted spirit panel, Blade God was nearly at critical health. Despair filled his face as he held his head. It's over, it's over. Blade God only has a sliver of health left. We can't win. This boss is too strong. Meanwhile, the Titan giant beast had one hand blown apart, its combat power greatly reduced. Xu Yuan also hadn't expected their contracted spirits to be defeated so quickly, her small face pale as a sheet. But her strong-willed nature wouldn't allow her to show weakness ahead of time. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Titan, kill him." The Titan giant beast charged forward, launching a desperate collision toward the Deep Sea King. Yet the Deep Sea King merely raised one hand, effortlessly blocking its assault, only stirring up a gust of wind. He sneered, suddenly exerting force. His muscles bulged as he actually lifted the entire Titan giant beast, then hurled it away. Xu Yuan stared blankly at this scene, no longer able to maintain her strength. The sense of superiority and pride she had felt from drawing an A-rank powerful character vanished completely at this moment. Her beautiful eyes now held only utter despair. As if drained of all energy, she slumped weakly to the ground. It's over. The Deep Sea King slowly walked up to Xu Yuan, his tall, burly figure looming over her with overwhelming pressure, his face showing excitement. "What I love most is seeing that look of despair in you human females. It's absolutely wonderful." Xu Yuan tremblingly lifted her head, watching the terrifying Deep Sea King slowly approach. Immense fear enveloped her heart. Her eyes were already welling up with tears from fear. The instinct to survive made her subconsciously call for help. "Save. Save me. Someone." The Deep Sea King completely ignored a certain level 38 human spirit tamer, focusing only on Xu Yuan, savoring her fear, licking his lips as he slowly reached out his hand toward her. "Hehe, I'll take good care of you." A black figure suddenly appeared within Xu Yun's tear-blurred vision. Xia Yuan had, at some point, positioned himself between the two, hands in his pockets, completely at ease, his tone still as casual as ever. "So then, is it time to switch players now?" The Deep Sea King's smile vanished and he said coldly, Hey, you level 38 guy, don't you know how to read the atmosphere? Do you know you just ruined my mood? In the distance, Blade God lay prone on the ground, forcing his head up to look this way. He really wanted to help, but his body no longer obeyed him. That guy stepped forward, but what use was a level 38 contracted spirit? The other side was a level 90 red name boss that could even send a level 78 armored titan beast flying. Thinking of that, Blade God let out a painful roar, trying to stand again. Xia Yuan tilted his head and looked over, smiling warmly. Brother Blade, you're already so badly injured, don't push yourself. I'll deal with them. You just rest. Blade God was stunned beyond belief. Even while coughing blood, he couldn't help but protest. Hey, is that something a level 38 should be saying? You gotta pick your moments when showing off. Are you going to use your head to solve this? Mo Shiyu calmly walked over too, lifting the collapsed Su Yun and soothing her. Don't be afraid, Su Yun. Actually, my contracted spirit is very strong. Su Yun had no idea why those two could remain so calm. They were about to die, there was no chance left. But she's only level 38, how could she beat the boss? We already lost. Mo Shiyu smiled confidently. No, we haven't because my contracted spirit is the strongest. She immediately summoned Little Black. Normally, to save spiritual energy, Little Black stayed in the contracted spirit space. Only when Xia Yuan fought could she come out and use her energy-saving ability. Little Black was excited. Phew, finally I can get some fresh air. Is it time to fight? Su Yun froze. Her first thought was that Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan had both lost their minds and were talking nonsense. The Deep Sea King looked at the guy with his hands in his pockets. He saw contempt and arrogance on that face, and his expression turned cold. You brat! You dare belittle me. Xia Yuan slowly pulled off his blindfold, revealing pale blue eyes, and grinned. Sorry, I'm not specifically targeting you. I mean all of you monsters, you're trash. Su Hang listened in disbelief and said in despair, Hey, it's the end already. Why provoke him more? Isn't it better if we die quickly? Su Yun also didn't expect Xia Yuan to taunt them at a time like this. The 5 sea monsters were enraged. Human, you're too arrogant. A mere level 38 and you still brag. You must be insane, desperation's got to you. Your mind is broken and you're spouting nonsense. Boss, make him suffer. A Chuan-shaped furrow formed on the Deep Sea King's brow. It was the first time he had been insulted. His tone grew icy as he said, Fine, then go die. Small Kapar A-ring, letter 2115, letter 22B, letter 16D2, Iagonek, letter 23F. At such close range there was no time to react. Boom. The Deep Sea King's fist whipped up a terrifying shockwave and made a thunderous crack. Xia Yuan still stood there, motionless. The Deep Sea King's sandbag-sized fist seemed to hit an air wall. There was no contact with Xia Yuan at all. He made a small A sound, turned his head, and met Xia Yuan's pale blue eyes, utterly baffled. The feeling of that punch was too strange. It was like hitting an indestructible wall. How can this be? Blade God's eyes suddenly went wide. From his angle, he could see clearly. The boss's fist had struck some kind of transparent barrier and had not injured Xia Yuan. Su Yun and Su Hang were stunned too. The expected catastrophe hadn't happened. He'd taken it. That was a punch that even the fully defensive Titan giant beast couldn't walk away from unscathed. How could a level 38 contracted spirit be completely unharmed? Su Yun blankly asked, What happened? A skill. Only now did she remember that Xia Yuan's rank was hidden above his head. What rank is your contracted spirit? Mo Shiyu's mouth curled in prideful amusement. SSR. Su Yun's mouth opened a little, but even SSR at level 38. Su Hang suddenly shouted feverishly. I remember now. SSR. Mo Shiyu. Aren't you the high school spirit tamer reported in the news who made a major contribution in a previous Abyss instance? Su Yun didn't usually read the news, but she had heard that Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy had produced a new SSR. Abyss instance. Major contribution. Those phrases combined left Su Yun completely bewildered. Her mind went blank. It was beyond her knowledge. But one thing was certain, they now had a chance to live. Everything hinged on Xia Yuan. You like using fists so much, then I'll give it a try. Xia Yuan kept that nonchalant smile, formed a fist with one hand, concentrated his spell power, and slammed a punch into the Deep Sea King's belly. Black flash. Boom, the Deep Sea King was blasted backward. His feet screeched and carved a long trench across the ground before he finally slowed to a stop. His health bar dropped by 1/6. Mo Shiyu blinked her large eyes. Xia Yuan, you've been hiding moves. Black flash, she had never seen it before. It looked like a physical skill, and its single punch carried real force, sending that incredibly tough boss flying. Su Yun, Su Hang, and the prostrate blade god were speechless. They hadn't expected the team's lagging contracted spirit to conceal such strength. Was this still the laid-back, shameless cheerleader they knew? Her power far exceeded anything they had imagined. At that moment, the armored Titan beast, which had been flung away, flipped over and slowly rose to its feet, preparing to rush over to help. Xia Yuan glanced at it and said, Su Yun, put the big guy back in the contracted spirit space. Also put Brother Blade away, he's too much trouble. They are all my prey. Blade God wanted to argue, but coughed up blood and gave up. He truly was in the way now. Still, he really wanted to stay and see whether Xia Yuan could win. Snapping out of their shock, Su Yun and Su Hang immediately withdrew their two contracted spirits into the contracted spirit space. They had now fully pinned their hope for survival on Xia Yuan. Their gazes at him were like worship directed at a deity. Naturally, they obeyed him implicitly. The Deep Sea King stared at the fist imprint on his belly in disbelief. His arrogant aura evaporated, and his expression turned serious. Who exactly are you? Such power at level 38. That punch hitting a wall. He still didn't understand Xia Yuan's ability, and felt a twinge of panic. Xia Yuan walked forward with his hands in his pockets, his stride 100 times more brazen than the Deep Sea King's. If you're a monster, don't pretend to be human. It's disgusting to look at. How should I respond to you? Oh, I'm the father of you monsters. Before the Deep Sea King could figure out Xia Yuan's power, he no longer dared act rashly. He ordered his subordinates, you. All of you go, kill him. The 5 sea monsters roared and charged together, launching an assault on Xia Yuan. But no matter what attacks or skills they used, none of them could harm Xia Yuan. All attacks were blocked by the limitless technique. Xia Yuan brushed dust off his clothes and glanced indifferently at the monsters with his pale blue eyes. Seafood should be on the dinner table, not evolved into humanoid form. How am I supposed to eat you if you look like this? He began to attack proactively. Xia Yuan grinned, lifted his hands slightly, and the Squid King and Shark King were instantly ripped from control and hurled into each other with a brutal crash. Lobster King opened his massive pincers and ambushed from behind, clamping down on him. Jellyfish King rose into the air and floated, dozens of tentacles frantically lashing at Xia Yuan. Turtle King spun and transformed into a razor-sharp spinning top, constantly slicing at Xia Yuan. But all these attacks could not get close to the Xia Yuan who had the limitless technique activated. They were infinitely isolated and couldn't touch him at all. Su Yun's mouth stayed open in astonishment. What kind of ability is this? Why are their attacks ineffective? Mo Shiyu imitated Xia Yuan's earlier gesture, lifting her pale arm to make a sign. Because they're separated by infinity. Simply put, anything that approaches Xia Yuan attacks or objects becomes slower and slower, so slow it seems frozen in place and never actually reaches him. That distance is infinity. Little Black proudly added. In short, invincible? Infinity? Su Yun and Su Hang were utterly shocked beyond words. This SSR skill once again shattered their expectations, completely trampling all their conventional knowledge about contracted spirits. Technique forward rotation. Maximum output. Kang. Xia Yuan's cold, merciless voice rang out as he waved his hand, trapping all 5 sea monster kings within blue gravitational spheres, their agonized screams echoing continuously. The health bars above the 5 elite monsters' heads visibly emptied at an alarming rate. Ah, boss, save me. I don't want to die. The tables had turned. The ones begging for mercy were now the monsters. Xia Yuan seemed to have transformed into a demon king, effortlessly crushing them. Su Yun murmured in a daze, this level of power. She felt ashamed of her previous arrogance, having believed her A-rank Titan was nearly invincible within the academy, ranking among the top few. But facing a truly overwhelmingly powerful contracted spirit, Its combat power was practically like a chick compared to a hawk. The Deep Sea King watched his subordinates die and spat in disgust. Useless. Trash will always be trash. He took a deep breath, stared at Xia Yuan, and revealed a maniacal grin. I have to admit you're strong, but... The Deep Sea King assumed a combat stance, gill-like organs growing all over his body that opened like vents, spewing gas. A powerful aura covered everything around them. Whipping up hurricane-like gusts, he roared, I'm stronger than you. Deep Sea King, second stage. Rage aura state. Xia Yuan stood in place as countless fist shadows came raining down, so dense they nearly covered his entire body. Su Yun, Mo Shiyu, and Su Heng watched the battle, barely able to keep their eyes open, only feeling countless invisible fist winds madly striking at Xia Yuan. Letter 161 Alpha, New Beta Uz. The Deep Sea King's near-perverted laughter echoed around them. Can you catch me? Can you even see me? I'm different from those trash. I'm a monster who's aspired since childhood to become a world-class bounty boss. Ultimate technique, saturation combo. Xia Yuan simply stood there calmly, letting him attack. No matter how intense the saturation combo was, it couldn't breach the infinite distance before him. After attacking for a while, the Deep Sea King realized his strikes still weren't landing. He immediately abandoned attacking Xia Yuan and shifted targets, charging toward Mo Shiyu. If I'm not mistaken, the human spirit tamer is your weakness. The Deep Sea King flashed to appear before Mo Shiyu, throwing a sudden punch. Boom, a transparent barrier manifested. The Deep Sea King's punch smashed against the spirit tamer's barrier. Mo Shiyu's large, fluttering eyes suddenly focused on him, showing no surprise as she sneered coldly. Don't underestimate human spirit tamers, you bastard. Because this red name boss was intelligent and could think like a human. So Mo Shiyu had already anticipated he might try this. She wasn't just Xia Yuan's battery pack. She was a smart, beautiful battery pack with considerable self-defense capabilities. Su Yun and Su Heng were nearly scared to death. Seeing the barrier, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. But creating a spirit tamer barrier was a technique only spirit tamers with over 10,000 spiritual power could learn. Generally, only university-level spirit tamers contain geniuses with over 10,000 spiritual power. Mo Shiyu was just a high school student, yet she had over 10,000 spiritual power. They finally understood. Not only was the contracted spirit an unreasonable, super-invincible pervert, even the spirit tamer was completely inhuman. He was about to erupt and shatter this barrier, but then he felt a chill down his back. Xia Yuan's palm had already suctioned onto his back. Cursed technique reversal, A tremendous repulsive force erupted, suddenly blasting the Deep Sea King away, crushing him against the barrier at the ruin's edge, flattening him into a pancake shape. Xia Yuan stood before Mo Shiyu, glancing back at her. Master, well done. Barrier experiment complete. Time to end this battle. Mo Shiyu nodded slightly. Yes, it's time. We still need to continue farming inscriptions. Both coincidentally placed their hands on their hips, showing maniacal grins toward the Deep Sea King. Haha. Su Yun and Su Heng watched dumbfounded from the side. These nuclear kindness smiles would make anyone think they were the villains. I can't take it. I'll definitely kill you all. He clasped his hands together and bellowed. Ultimate technique. Boundless ocean. Instantly, massive amounts of seawater sprayed from the vents all over his body. The entire ruins became submerged in seawater, as if sinking into the deep blue sea. Fortunately, Mo Shiyu's barrier kept all the seawater out, but without air, they couldn't hold out for long. In the seawater, the Deep Sea King's various attributes and stats skyrocketed, with speed and power greatly enhanced. His figure continuously flickered through the water, his voice coming from all directions. Feel honored. Humans, you're the most troublesome opponents I've encountered so far, worthy of me using my third stage power. Deep Sea King, third stage. Ocean Dominator. In the water, I'm invincible. I know I can't break through your defense, but you humans need oxygen, right? To become a world-class bounty boss, I didn't even neglect studying. Tremble. Humans. Su Yun and Su Heng were starting to break down mentally. This red name boss they encountered was ridiculously strong. It actually had a third stage ability. This power level was probably approaching that of raid bosses. And what's with the studying? It actually used its brain too, Was it planning to avoid combat and let them exhaust their oxygen and die? Su Heng, what do we do? Su Yun also grew anxious. If he keeps running and doesn't fight Xia Yuan, waiting until the oxygen in our barrier runs out. That's right. No matter how powerful Xia Yuan was, ultimately he was still human. Without oxygen, he would die too. Mo Shiyu's expression also turned serious. Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan formed a hand seal with one hand and sighed helplessly. Understood, no choice then. Looks like I can't conserve spiritual power anymore. Su Yun's eyes lit up slightly. Is there still a way? The Deep Sea King's voice came again. Hadohata. With my speed, how will you kill me? As long as I avoid combat, no one can kill me. Mo Shiyu stood on her tiptoes, hooking both hands around Xia Yuan's arm, telling the other two. Quick, come over and hold onto Xia Yuan. No time to explain now, just do it. As long as you have contact with Xia Yuan, no matter what happens, absolutely don't let go. Although Su Yun and Su Heng didn't understand why, they complied. They both hugged Xia Yuan's legs. The Deep Sea King watched this ridiculous scene and mocked again. Ha ha ha. Have you gone crazy? Seeking comfort before death. Xia Yuan ignored his taunts, merely curling the corner of his mouth slightly as he slowly uttered a few words. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. Instantly, the entire space was occupied by his unlimited void domain. No matter how fast the Deep Sea King was, he couldn't escape. He only felt near-infinite information flooding his brain, leaving him no time to think before he instantly crashed, frozen in place. They only knew that the boss who had been darting around everywhere had suddenly stopped, as if trapped in some strange state, paralyzed in place domain expansion, consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Mo Shiyu's face instantly turned much paler. Her spiritual energy had been depleted by 50%. Because Little Black had broken through, her ability to reduce spiritual energy consumption had become significantly stronger. Additionally, because Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy reserves continuously increased every time she was drained dry after a battle. It was much better compared to before. Time was tight. Xia Yuan made a finger-flicking gesture. Purple light containing terrifying energy condensed at his fingertip, like a purple star lighting up. Originally, I had many questions I wanted to ask you, but it seems there's no time to ask now. Void technique, purple. Within the domain, skills were guaranteed to hit. Xia Yuan didn't hold back. This single void technique, purple, utilized all his current power. It had to be said, the Deep Sea King was one of the smartest and most powerful instance bosses he had encountered so far. Therefore, Xia Yuan also gave him a small measure of respect. The entire space was covered in purple light, overwhelmingly dazzling. Void technique, purple, directly struck the completely defenseless Deep Sea King. The powerful purple energy sphere blasted a large hole through its muscular body. Its health bar instantly emptied. The Deep Sea King never regained clarity before its death. It didn't even know how it died. The sea water filling the sky receded like a tide. Instance clearance successful. Rewards begin calculation. Contracted spirit Xia Yuan, level increased. LV.38 right arrow, LV.43. Contracted spirit Black Cat Spirit, level increased. LV.50 right arrow, LV.60. Mo Shiyu was somewhat surprised. Generally, instance dungeons should give very little experience, yet it actually leveled Xia Yuan up by 5 levels. This was truly an unexpected delight. It seems this red name boss Deep Sea King was no ordinary foe. Xia Yuan also glanced at his system reward bar, which had now reached 25%. Simultaneously, the system actually popped up a prompt. Congratulations, host, for successfully accumulating the system reward bar to 25%. Obtained 1 universal skill, usable by any character template, lottery draw opportunity. This skill encompasses characters from the comprehensive anime multiverse gacha pool, but its strength is below the power ceiling. R letter 1 D Fourier, Nya letter 1 de Favit 7 Upsilons. Initiate lottery draw. Note: each time the reward bar increases by 1/4, this reward will be triggered. Please continue to accumulate your reward bar, host. What do you call a pleasant surprise? This is what you call a F** seeking pleasant surprise. Thank you for your contribution, Deep Sea King. Xia Yuan praised it sincerely. A universal skill, even if it's below the power ceiling, was still pretty good. After all, it could increase his combat options. Moreover, among the various secondary worlds from his previous life, there were many super strong and useful skills belonging to characters below the power ceiling. He couldn't wait to start the draw, begin the lottery. The system displayed a magnificent spinning wheel that began to rotate. Xia Yuan felt excited, hoping for a relatively powerful and cool skill. For example, something like Saber's Excalibur, Aizen's Kyoka Suijutsu, the unrestricted 8 gates released formation Night Guy. If those weren't possible, he could even accept something like Doraemon's Magic Pocket. The system was somewhat speechless. Are you making a wish list to me? Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining all abilities of the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura, including Shikai, Bankai, originally belonging to the character Byakuya Kuchiki from the Bleach world. Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, his heart already laughing with joy. Good luck, he certainly knew about this skill, the Bankai Senbonzakura Keijioshi. Although it wasn't considered the strongest Bankai in the Bleach world, its main appeal was being explosively cool, and its killing power wasn't low either. Instantly, Xia Yuan felt a strange new power appear within his body. From now on, no matter which ceiling-level character template he was under, he could use the abilities of the Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. This harvest was quite plentiful, all thanks to the Deep Sea King. This fight wasn't in vain. The death crisis was resolved. Su Yun and Su Hang collapsed sitting on the ground, gasping for breath heavily, their hearts still pounding with fear. If the team hadn't hidden top-tier experts like Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan, they would have died in the instance. Both looked at Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan with gratitude, their tone sincere, their eyes full of worship and respect. Thank you so much, classmate Mo, God Xia Yuan. Earlier, we were blind and failed to recognize your greatness. We hope you won't hold it against us. Mo Shiyu helped Su Yun up from the ground. No need to be so polite. Since we formed a team, it was only natural. Because Blade God was extremely worried about the situation outside, Su Hang had also released him. Where's the boss? How's the situation? Is everyone uninjured? Did that guy Xia Yuan win? Blade God looked around anxiously. After recovering within the contracted spirit space this time, his injuries had improved significantly. Su Hang explained, God Xia Yuan has already successfully cleared it. Xia Yuan said with a mischievous grin, Oh my, is my brother Blade all right? You almost died earlier, it was truly a close call. Blade God froze in place upon hearing this. He truly never expected that a seemingly unserious, completely unreliable human contracted spirit like Xia Yuan would be the legendary SSR. Hearing the address, Brother Blade, Blade God's lion face clearly showed a trace of embarrassment. He chuckled while rubbing his head, speaking humbly, Hee. God Yuan is truly someone who hides their depths. What, Brother Blade? How can a small fry like me deserve such an address from you? You flatter me too much. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin. Then I'll call you Lion King. All your moves are Lion Overlord this and that, pretty cool. Blade God waved his hands awkwardly. What Lion King? In your presence, I'm just a little kitten, hee. Just kidding. Someone who could clear a level 90 red name boss, like the Deep Sea King at level 38. If they were the same level, crushing him would be no different from squashing a kitten. The inscription Divine Tree began to grow wildly, its branches extending before the 3 spirit tamers once again. The inscription rewards are coming. I heard rewards from red name bosses are 1 grade higher, meaning they drop 5-star inscriptions. Su Hang said excitedly. Su Yun's hands trembled slightly as she received the inscriptions. 5-star inscriptions were incredibly rare. Don't be fooled by it being just 1 star higher than a 4-star inscription. Generally, you needed to clear a 5-star instance to get one, which was extremely difficult. Take them, for example. They would probably need to gather the most powerful contracted spirits from Qingyang Spirit Tamer High School to barely manage it. And on the official Spirit Tamer website, the price for 5-star inscriptions was absurdly high, and they were practically unavailable on the market. The 3 began checking the types of inscriptions. After thinking it over, Su Yun and Su Hang decided to give all the obtained 5-star inscriptions to Mo Shiyu. You saved our lives. We don't want these 5-star inscriptions. Besides, we were completely useless during this instance clearance. Mo Xiu pushed the 5-star inscriptions back, not accepting them. In the first round, we didn't contribute much either, yet you still let us slack off. Let's just exchange according to our needs. The two hesitated. Xia Yuan joked with a laugh, you earned these. After all, you almost lost your lives. Take them. These are the team rules. We aren't that stingy. Although Su Yun and Su Hang were a bit arrogant at first, they didn't mock or look down on him because he was level 38. Moreover, even when Xia Yuan slacked off in the first round, they didn't talk about withholding Mo Xiu's inscription rewards. In other teams, a low-level slacker like Xia Yuan would probably only get to smell the experience. Forget about thinking of getting inscriptions. Therefore, Mo Xiu and Xia Yuan naturally wouldn't be petty either. What do you plan to do next? Need to rest? Mo Xiu asked. I still have some spiritual energy left. I plan to continue farming inscription instances with Xia Yuan. What about you? Su Yun and Su Hang exchanged glances. They had just narrowly escaped death, and although they were still shaken, with a powerful SSR like Xia Yuan leading the team, who wouldn't want to farm more inscriptions? As long as you don't mind us, we can help make up the numbers. Yes, that way, you'll also have a better chance of getting the inscriptions you want. Then, Su Yun and Su Hang stared blankly at the level 100 instance boss and the elite monsters above level 80 within the 5-star instance before them. Wait a minute, you didn't say you were going to farm a 5-star instance. 5-star dungeons had almost no queues. After all, the difficulty was there, you had to fight a level 100 boss. So Mo Xiu's group could enter the dungeon directly. This was naturally Xia Yuan's decision. Fortunately though, this time they finally didn't encounter another red name boss. Su Yun and Su Hang looked at the level 100 boss trembling with fear. Although it didn't have the same overwhelming pressure as the Deep Sea King, it still made them too scared to move. Blade God even gripped his sword hilt, lacking the courage to draw his blade. Of course, Xia Yuan didn't need them to do anything. For efficiency and to complete the dungeon run without risks, he planned to use domain expansion right from the start, giving the dungeon monsters no time to react. Hold on to me tight. Otherwise you might suffer brain death. Xia Yuan raised his hand, already forming the hand seals for domain expansion. Blade God looked confused. What do you mean? Xia Yuan said casually. Nothing much. I just want to test if I can solo this 5-star dungeon instantly. Blade God went from confused to completely baffled. Instant solo? How is that possible? First time unfamiliar, second time familiar. Su Yun and Su Hang skillfully hugged Xia Yuan's legs, originally planning to put Blade God back into the contracted spirit space. But he insisted on seeing what Xia Yuan's ultimate move really was, whether he could actually solo the dungeon instantly, so he stayed outside, placing his claws on Xia Yuan's shoulder. Arcute a Omicron letterwinde favit 7 us. The elite monsters and boss in the dungeon had already charged forward. Blade God was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. The entire world turned dark again, as if they had traveled through the starry cosmos. Both the level 100 boss and the elite monsters stopped moving, frozen in place, unable to budge. Blade God's eyes nearly popped out of his head in shock. Even though Su Yun and Su Hang were experiencing it for the second time, they were still utterly amazed. Xia Yuan at level 43 had grown significantly stronger again. Soloing a 5-star dungeon still presented some difficulty. The monster's health pools were quite thick. So, he didn't hold back at all, first using cursed technique Kang's gravitational pull to gather the boss and elite monsters together, then directly unleashing a full-power imaginary technique, Purple. Before entering the dungeon, Mo Xiu had used pills to restore her spiritual energy to its peak state, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Half of her spiritual energy was expended. Boom. After the purple light flashed, the elite monsters were almost completely wiped out, their health bars emptied. However, the level 100 boss still stood on the field, with 1/4 of its health bar remaining. Even though it was a sitting duck, it had stubbornly endured one of Xia Yuan's current strongest attacks. Finally, Xia Yuan added one more technique reversal, red, to successfully clear the dungeon. He sighed regretfully. Speedrun failed. Su Yun, Su Hang, and Blade God were so shocked their jaws dropped. They checked the time, at most 1 minute. Even though he didn't instantly clear the dungeon, weren't you satisfied with this clearing speed? They could already imagine that if Xia Yuan reached max level, he could probably solo speedrun 5-star dungeons with just one skill. This was the overpowering strength of SSR. But come to think of it, could other SSRs be as invincible as Xia Yuan? Su Yun and Su Heng were genuinely envious to the extreme. If they could have an SSR like Xia Yuan, they'd be willing to sacrifice 10, even 20 years of their lifespan. Su Yun couldn't help but ask, "Classmate Mo, which origin card pool did you summon Xia Yuan from?" "Mo Shiyu, Myriad Realm Living Beings card pool." Su Yun and Su Heng secretly noted this down. From now on, when summoning gacha characters, they would only summon from this large card pool. Contracted Spirit Xia Yuan, level increased. LV.43 right arrow, LV.45. Contracted Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level increased. LV.60 right arrow, LV.75, can break through for the second time. Mo Shiyu listened to the level up notifications, feeling extremely pleased. Little Black rested on her shoulder, feeling even more ecstatic. "I'm also a level 75 contracted spirit now." Following Xia Yuan around meant eating 9 meals in 3 days. After these 2 dungeon runs, even Blade God and Titan Giant Beast had gained 7 or 8 levels. 5-star dungeons successfully cleared. Each of the 3 gained 5 more 5-star inscriptions. Mo Shiyu didn't have much spiritual energy left, so they didn't continue running dungeons. They organized the inscriptions they had collected today. They finally gathered 3 inscriptions that Little Black needed to enhance his support abilities. 1 4-star, 2 5-star. Although they weren't from the same set and didn't have set effects, for Little Black's current level, they were completely sufficient. Before everyone parted ways, Su Yun couldn't help but ask, "Classmate Mo, will you be participating in this year's National College Spirit Tamer competition?" Mo Shiyu nodded. "I've already signed up." Su Yun and Su Heng glanced at Xia Yuan, immediately breaking out in cold sweat. With Xia Yuan's strength, participating in this competition would be like dimensional suppression against other spirit tamers. Su Heng scratched his head. "Looks like Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy is going to become famous this time. The national championship is probably yours for the taking." Su Yun sighed, regretting that she had previously wanted to make a name for herself in the competition. Now, she had completely abandoned that idea. If she really encountered Xia Yuan, she would directly surrender. Mo Shiyu said modestly, "The national championship might still be somewhat difficult, right? After all, among all the college spirit tamers in Great Xia, I probably shouldn't be the only one with an SSR, right?" She had also seen in the news that nationwide, there were many students from prestigious colleges who had summoned. At least 5 had been reported. Xia Yuan said sarcastically from the side, "Huh, Fatty Yu has so little confidence in me, I'm hurt." Su Yun looked at Xia Yuan with starry eyes, having already become her brain-dead fangirl. "Classmate Mo is overthinking it. I'm sure other SSRs aren't as amazing as great god Xia Yuan. He's definitely the strongest." Xia Yuan laughed heartily. "Sister Su Yun has good judgment. That's right, I am the strongest. To be honest, as long as the opponent's contracted spirit didn't have means to prevent domain expansion, then he would almost certainly win. But he still needed to be somewhat modest and cautious. To prevent a situation like being cut in half in the cursed technique world, Xia Yuan didn't want to become 2.5 Satoru Gojo. But as long as he accumulated enough system reward points and drew the next ceiling level template, his combat power would skyrocket again. He really didn't know how he could lose. When Su Yun heard the address sister, her small face turned bright red, delicately flushed. Then can I call you brother Xia Yuan?" "Xia Yuan, of course." Blade God's lion face showed a tender expression of a tough guy. "Then can I too?" Xia Yuan mercilessly refused. "You scram." Mo Shiyu looked left, then right. Her cheeks puffed up. She turned and pulled Xia Yuan away. "We'll see you again sometime." Xia Yuan was being dragged. Hey, I still wanted to talk more with Sister Su Yun." Mo Shiyu grumbled discontentedly. "I'm out of spiritual energy, very tired, need to go back and rest." Xia Yuan put his hands in his pockets, looking down at her head. "What? Are you jealous? Can't stand me getting along with other female spirit tamers?" Mo Shiyu said expressionlessly, No, you're just too narcissistic. Xia Yuan put his hands behind his head, leaning back to look at the sky, sighing, ah, Fatty Yu is actually cuter than Su Yun. If only she could sweetly call me brother Xia Yuan too. Mo Shiyu's crystal-clear small ears instantly turned much redder. Her small mouth puckered up high, softly muttering, sorry for not being the sweet girl you like. The two arrived at the station, waiting for the high-speed train. With nothing else to do, Mo Shiyu observed Xia Yuan's contracted spirit panel. Level 45 already, getting close to level 50, she needed to prepare breakthrough materials in advance. She figured the breakthrough materials needed for an SSR would definitely be substantial. As she looked, she noticed some additional skills in the skill bar. Mo Shiyu rubbed her eyes with her sleeve, thinking she was seeing things. Xia Yuan, your skills seem to have increased. However, Xia Yuan didn't answer her, his face lacking its usual playful smile. His voice filled with killing intent as he spoke. Fatty Yu, take some pills first. Mo Shiyu was momentarily stunned, lifting her head to scan their surroundings. Xia Yuan pulled both hands from his pockets, placing one over his eye patch as he explained, we're surrounded. Someone's watching us. They must have been lying in wait for a long time, waiting for exactly this moment when we've finished clearing the secret realm and you're low on spiritual energy. He grinned, revealing a cruel smile. It seems our last encounter didn't scare them enough. Let's use this opportunity to see if we can dig out the mastermind behind this. Mo Shiyu's entire body tensed up, and she immediately began swallowing spiritual energy potions. She forcibly boosted her spiritual energy reserves to 70%. Spirit tamers could only consume a limited number of spiritual energy potions per day. Taking too many would cause severe side effects that could potentially damage the body. But Mo Shiyu couldn't afford to worry about that right now. Since the enemy had dispatched so many contracted spirits, they had probably prepared numerous methods and had to remain vigilant. Little Black, come out. The catgirl spirit emerged once again, 3 inscriptions glowing faintly behind her back. I'm here, master. She perched on Mo Shiyu's shoulder, her alert little face scanning their surroundings. Within the crowd, 4 figures draped in black cloaks, moving with suspicious stealth, were slowly approaching from 4 directions, surrounding Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan. They all wore black cloaks that concealed most of their appearances. The lead contracted spirit pushed back her hood, revealing the face of a mature woman with full purple hair and wearing a long, pointed witch's hat. A rank, level 81, Night Witch. She glanced at Xia Yuan's level, then took a quick look at Little Black before covering her mouth with a light laugh, her seductive red lips parting. 1 C rank level 70, and 1 level 45 contracted spirit. Our employer is truly generous. To kill such a weak human spirit tamer, they actually dispatched 3 A-rank contracted spirit assassins above level 70. Xia Yuan asked curiously, assassin contracted spirits? Mo Shiyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, sweat beading on her exquisite face. Contracted spirits illegally cultivated by rogue spirit tamers, dispatched to work as assassins who accept killing missions online for high rewards. This lineup is really going all out. 3 high-level A-rank contracted spirit assassins. The spirit stones spent could probably guarantee a top-tier contracted spirit summon. She revealed a bitter smile, saying helplessly, they really won't give up, though thinking about it, the stronger you appear, Xia Yuan, the more they want to obtain you. Xia Yuan tore off his eye patch, his pale blue eyes flashing with ferocious light. You don't even know our identities. How can you be sure you can defeat me? Another black-clad figure removed his hood, revealing himself to be a robot with 4 arms. His emotionless mechanical voice sounded. Assassin Principal, we only need time, location, and target. A-rank, level 76, multi-armed war machine. The Dragon Man threw off his black cloak, his crimson gold body gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight as he said coldly, boring. The opponent only has a level 45 contracted spirit, yet they're making such a big production. The employer specified we can't kill the contracted spirit, only that woman. Let's finish this mission quickly, I want to clock out. A-rank, level 78, Crimson Gold Dragon Man. As the 3 contracted spirit assassins removed their cloaks, they no longer concealed their ranks and levels, revealing them openly. The surrounding people, seeing the dangerous situation and tense atmosphere, immediately fled the station area. Xia Yuan hadn't attacked immediately precisely because he feared harming innocent bystanders. With the area cleared, he could now fight more freely. The witch suddenly laughed. Though we don't know who you are, our strategy was determined from the very beginning. Dragon Man move. The crimson gold Dragon Man's golden pupils suddenly fixed on Xia Yuan. An immense force instantly enveloped him, pressing down so he couldn't move, the floor beneath his feet cracking apart. Seeing this, Mo Xiu tried to move closer to Xia Yuan so he could directly use domain expansion. But that powerful suppression actually completely isolated her, making it impossible for her to reach Xia Yuan. The witch chanted incomprehensible incantations at incredible speed. The next moment, a magic circle lit up beneath Xia Yuan's feet. Their coordination was extremely fast. Even Xia Yuan couldn't react in time. These assassins hadn't targeted Mo Xiu first, but had instead launched their attack against him. From the very beginning, we've already won. The witch's triumphant words had barely fallen. Xia Yuan's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. After a flash of intense light, he had been transported elsewhere. Mo Xiu stared blankly, watching the tall figure disappear from the station, her sense of security instantly vanishing completely. Xia Yuan. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Xia Yuan opened his eyes to find himself in an enclosed space, pitch black everywhere, with no idea where he was. An excited female voice rang out, "He's here. SSR. Ha ha ha, we succeeded. As long as the assassins eliminate Mo Xiu, he'll be mine." Xia Yuan instantly understood these people's plan. The witch among the assassin-contracted spirits had used a skill to teleport him away. Then they would kill Mo Xiu, making him a masterless contracted spirit. Then the employer would directly contract with him in this sealed space. Not a bad plan. Unfortunately, it won't work on me. I'll be back for you. Xia Yuan's icy words rang out. His pale blue eyes filled with overwhelming pressure as they scanned the dark surroundings. Instantly, the voice in the darkness didn't dare to continue speaking. Xia Yuan didn't linger. Even as he spoke, he had already begun snapping his fingers, releasing void technique, purple, toward the ceiling. In that moment, the entire dark space was illuminated brightly by purple light. Xia Yuan casually glanced around. This space resembled an underground research lab, with walls made of extremely sturdy steel alloy. However, no matter how strong the walls, they couldn't withstand his void technique, purple, that could cut through space itself. Boom, 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 the entire space was torn open with a massive hole. Light poured down through the opening. Xia Yuan's figure instantly vanished from the spot. The employer hiding in the shadows watched this scene with shock. He disappeared. No, even if he escaped from here, he shouldn't be able to save Mo Xiu anymore. This place is thousands of kilometers away from Qingyang City. Meanwhile, Qingyang City Station. After Xia Yuan disappeared, the several A-rank contracted spirit assassins slowly advanced toward Mo Xiu. The witch said with a chuckle, "Sorry about this, little girl. It seems our employer has taken a liking to your contracted spirit and wants to claim him for themselves." The Dragon Man crossed his arms and snorted coldly. "If it's this simple, witch, you could have come alone, couldn't you? Are you telling me you can't suppress a mere level 45 contracted spirit? The employer behind this definitely has something wrong with their brain too cautious." The multi-armed war machine emitted a mechanical voice. "Thanks to their caution, we get to earn a hefty reward." The three contracted spirits continued approaching Mo Xiu. Little Black stepped forward, gritting her teeth as she blocked their path. "What are you trying to do? If you dare lay a single finger on my master, Great God Xia Yuan won't let you get away with this." This was the first time Mo Xiu had felt the crisis of Xia Yuan not being by her side. Saying she wasn't scared would be a lie. Under the surprised gazes of the three contracted spirits, she activated her spirit tamer barrier. Simultaneously, she took out numerous protective spirit artifacts of various types, enough to sustain her for a while. "You can't kill me. The moment I sensed something wrong earlier, I already sent a distress signal to my Mo family. They'll be here soon. Moreover, no matter where you transported Xia Yuan, he'll return quickly." Mo Xiu took several deep breaths, her well-proportioned figure rising and falling as she gradually suppressed the unease of losing Xia Yuan's protection and calmed herself. She had already experienced many major situations alongside Xia Yuan. She wasn't some spirit tamer who would only cry. Spirit tamer barrier. Am I seeing this right? Isn't this an ability that spirit tamers only learn after reaching over 10,000 spiritual power? Whatever, we still can't let our guard down. Let's attack together, break the barrier, and finish her off quickly. The three assassin contracted spirits were all surprised that Mo Shiyu, a mere high school student, actually possessed over 10,000 spiritual power and had learned the spirit tamer barrier. They didn't waste any more time talking and immediately began attacking Mo Shiyu's barrier. The witch rapidly chanted spells, magic circles lighting up one after another as various shockwaves smashed against the barrier. The crimson gold dragon man opened his huge mouth, spewing terrifying dragon breath. The multi-armed war machine transformed its 4 limbs into artillery turrets, continuously bombarding. Mo Shiyu's barrier visibly began cracking, with more and more fractures appearing until it was on the verge of shattering. Little Black watched the gradually cracking barrier, anxiously spinning in circles. What do we do? What do we do? My attacks are too weak. I'm just a little support, woo-woo-woo. Mo Shiyu only felt her mind becoming exceptionally calm, already preparing spirit artifacts in her hands for continued defense. She couldn't die yet. If she died, she couldn't continue growing stronger with Xia Yuan. If she died, she couldn't avenge her parents either. Being attacked repeatedly. A surge of rage rose in Mo Shiyu's heart. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. She immediately raised her clear, cold, and captivating voice, angrily shouting, "You bastards! Xia Yuan is my SSR, nobody can take him away. If I find out who hired people to kill me, I'll slaughter their entire family." Little Black was even frightened, hugging its head with a desperate expression. It's over, Master has gone crazy." A familiar, mischievous laugh sounded. "Haha, I never knew Fatty you had such a fierce side. This really opened my eyes." Xia Yuan's figure descended from the sky, landing in front of her. The attacks from the 3 assassin contracted spirits all struck his body. But under the limitless technique, they were like hitting a transparent light screen, dispersing to both sides. Mo Shiyu saw that familiar slender figure, her nose slightly souring as tears uncontrollably welled up. With a heavy nasal tone, she said, "Xia Yuan, you finally came back." She had just been shouting to boost her courage earlier. Actually, she was really afraid of dying. Little Black breathed a sigh of relief like a heavy burden had been lifted, then put its hands on its hips and said boldly, "You're finished now." For a moment, the witch, dragon man, and war machine were all shocked, not understanding why Xia Yuan would appear here. "How is this possible? How did you come back? I teleported you away." "Witch, could your teleportation have failed?" The 3 stood dumbfounded, seeing their attacks all blocked. They simply stopped attacking for now. The witch loudly refuted. "Impossible. My teleportation magic can't fail. He must have used some method." But the teleportation destination was a full 1,000 kilometers away from here, separated by several cities. How exactly did he come back? Xia Yuan panted heavily, breathing out white air, then turned his head to look at Mo Shiyu with her tear-filled, pitiful eyes and smiled at her. "Well done. As expected of my master, holding out for so long." Only then did Mo Shiyu clearly see that Xia Yuan was already completely exhausted from panting. This was the first time she had seen him show signs of fatigue. It must have been quite difficult rushing back all this way. "Xia Yuan, are you okay?" Xia Yuan waved his hand. "What could be wrong with me? I just accidentally crashed through a few buildings and stepped into a few pits while finding my way to your location. With his limitless technique protecting him, he wouldn't get injured." The long-distance teleportation derived from cursed technique, blue required precise positioning. But his positioning for the Qingyang City Station area wasn't very accurate, so he had to adjust several times mid-journey, operating blue to its limit, which made him somewhat tired. Hearing Xia Yuan and Mo Shiyu's conversation, the 3 assassin contracted spirits were all bewildered. The witch's tone was somewhat incredulous. "Crashed through a few buildings. Did you guy fly back or something? Even if he flew, it would be too fast." It hadn't even been 2 minutes. Xia Yuan's azure blue eyes filled with killing intent looked toward them as he slowly said, "I won't explain to dead people." The crimson gold dragon man coldly snorted. "Although we don't know how you came back, Do you really think with your level 45, you can stop us 3 A-rank high-level contracted spirits? Mo Shiyu subconsciously reached out her small hand to grab Xia Yuan's arm. Do you need to use domain expansion? Xia Yuan glanced around, although because of the intense fighting here, most people didn't dare get too close. But there were still some life-risking spectators getting quite close, even using their phones to film the situation here. No, the range is hard to control. Xia Yuan cracked his knuckles, giving a wicked smile. I happen to have a belly full of anger to vent on them. The multi-armed war machine retracted its 4 turrets, transforming them back into iron fists. Ranged attacks don't seem to hit him. Try close combat. Let's finish this quickly. Otherwise, when the city defense contracted spirits arrive, we'll be in trouble. The witch, remember not to kill him, that's the employer's requirement. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Yuan teleported to her side, grinning as he leaned close to her ear. You want to guess why that employer asked you to transfer me away first? The witch's pupils dilated. Trap magic activate, flame devour. Xia Yuan's azure blue eyes looked downward, seeing the red magic circle lighting up beneath his feet. Boom, a massive pillar of flame shot skyward, completely engulfing him. The witch looked at Xia Yuan being consumed by the flames, laughing triumphantly. Kid, I know the contracted spirit the employer wants must be quite high rank, but you're looking down on us A-rank contracted spirits too much. But then a hand with distinct knuckles reached out from the flames, instantly grabbing her neck and lifting her up. Then the witch and the other 2 assassins saw an astonishing scene. Xia Yuan emerged unscathed from the blazing fire, stepping out completely unharmed. Woman, you're underestimating me too much. The witch struggled violently, magic power swirling around her body, condensing into a circle of magic arrays. No chant magic. Light cascade. Beams of white light blasted against Xia Yuan's body, but they were like raindrops falling into the ocean, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Xia Yuan remained completely unaffected, directly showing no mercy to Beauty as he flung her away with a backhand throw, then followed up with a technique reversal, red. The powerful repulsive force pressed the witch against the station's pillar wall, crushing her into a shrimp-like shape and creating a deep crater. She violently vomited a large mouthful of blood, her stomach torn open with a huge hole. As a fragile type, taking such a hit was completely unbearable. Her form immediately began dissipating. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man and multi-armed war machine watched this terrifying scene, standing frozen in place. Xia Yuan's attack happened in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have time to rescue her. How could a level 45 possess such terrifying power? An A-rank level 81 witch couldn't resist him at all in his hands, like crushing a little chick, directly dead. The witch's attacks completely couldn't touch him. Damn it, what defensive skill does he have exactly? The 2 assassin contracted spirits completely lost their previous arrogance, feeling chills running through their bodies as they looked at the witch's miserable death. They could lose, they could die, but they couldn't die so inexplicably. The A-rank witch's strength was indeed considerable. She still had many highly lethal spells she hadn't used. Unfortunately, facing Xia Yuan, she had no chance to output any damage at all. Even if she did manage to attack, it would only look very flashy, but still couldn't break through the limitless technique's defense. Xia Yuan turned around, his azure blue eyes casting icy gazes toward the remaining 2. Next, Mo Shiyu and Little Black both stared in astonishment. Xia Yuan usually appeared lazy and casual, playful and irreverent, but once he seriously entered combat, he was handsome, cool, and invincible. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man and the multi-armed war machine naturally had no intention of sitting around waiting for death. The 2 of them almost simultaneously launched attacks towards Xia Yuan. The Crimson Gold Dragon Man glared once again, golden pupils flashing with light, using the oppressive force descending from the heavens to restrict Xia Yuan's movements. As expected, you can't resist this kind of power. The multi-armed war machine's back thrusters spewed flames, instantly rushing in front of Xia Yuan, its 4 mechanical arms slamming down towards him with the assistance of the thrusters. Unfortunately, the iron arms halted suspended in front of Xia Yuan, unable to advance even half a step. What? Even close combat can't hit him, it's like something is blocking it. Xia Yuan glanced at the robot with his blue eyes, then strode forward with his long legs, continuously approaching it. Infinity pressed down on the multi-armed war machine, pushing it backward until it was pinned against the wall. Crack, crack, crack. Even its entire body made of super-hard mechanical alloy was now being compressed with creaking sounds, sparks of electricity flying everywhere, just as the multi-armed war machine was about to be completely crushed against the wall. The crimson gold dragon man rushed over, wanting to help, roaring as he swung his sharp claws, even directly transforming his upper body into a dragon form, biting towards Xia Yuan. But all of his attacks seemed to hit an impassable dimensional barrier. Xia Yuan didn't even glance at him, his aura soaring as he continued to compress the multi-armed war machine. The multi-armed war machine was almost completely flattened, and before dying, its mechanical pupils still filled with confusion. How? Is this possible? Crack, the wall shattered and broke apart. The entire robot looked as if it had been crushed by a hydraulic press, scattered into a pile of thin iron sheets, beginning to dissipate into spiritual energy fragments. Did you like my wall crush? Xia Yuan's mouth curved into a crazy arc as he turned to look at the crimson gold dragon man. You're the last one. The crimson gold dragon man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, unconsciously stepping backward, fear assaulting his heart. For contracted spirits, death means disappearance, never again able to feel anything in this world, unable to return to their original world. So naturally, they also feel fear. Since the spirit tamer sent him to work as an assassin, he had never encountered a contracted spirit as powerful and transcending common sense as Xia Yuan. Letter 1D597 Alpha, all letter FF42, Eogonek letter 219. They were A-rank contracted spirits, not some random weaklings. Even if the opponent was a legendary SSR, the power gap shouldn't be this huge. The opponent had become so monstrous that he could use various extremely violent methods to brutally kill them. What exactly are you? Why are all our attacks ineffective? The crimson gold dragon man roared with some despair. Why are you roaring so loudly? Since you want to die with understanding, I can tell you. Xia Yuan casually picked at his ear, walking up to him, raising one hand. You can try touching me. The crimson gold dragon man was extremely cautious, but still couldn't suppress his inner curiosity, reaching out to try to touch Xia Yuan's palm. However, what shocked him beyond belief was that his hand simply couldn't make contact with the other party. After eliminating the two assassin contracted spirits, Xia Yuan was clearly in a somewhat better mood, explaining, Infinity, this is what stands between us. Can your attacks traverse infinite distance to reach me? The crimson gold dragon man widened his eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. What kind of joke is this? What kind of skill is this? This is too unbalanced. It's too unfair to us other contracted spirits. He suddenly pulled back, his upper body transforming into a dragon head, letting out an ear-shattering roar towards Xia Yuan. Roar. Evil dragon's roar. The intense sound waves generated by this roar pushed Xia Yuan back, forcing him to cover his ears. And the crimson gold dragon man had already lost all courage to continue fighting, turning around to try to escape. I told you not to roar so loudly. Xia Yuan raised his hand to activate the gravitational pull of cursed technique Kang, his figure flashing as he crashed into him. Then with one punch, he smashed him to the ground, bouncing on the ground like a basketball a few times. Freeze! City defense officers enforcing the law. At this moment, nearby city defense contracted spirits arrived, calling out to Xia Yuan. The surrounding area had already been cordoned off with caution tape by various city defense contracted spirits, separating the remaining crowd watching and recording videos, slowly surrounding the area. Because the scene was somewhat gruesome, with a half-dead contracted spirit lying at Xia Yuan's feet, and his smile being quite unsettling, the city defense contracted spirits mistakenly thought he was the bad one. Xia Yuan felt a bit of a headache. Things are getting troublesome. Do I really have to explain? Suddenly, a snow-white winged horse radiating pure white light descended from the sky, stirring up a gust of wind as it landed in front of Mo Shiyu. On it sat a knight enveloped in holy light, dazzling and brilliant, making it difficult to see clearly. Mo Cheng jumped down, first checking Xia Yuan's situation, seeing him standing there completely unharmed, then looking at Mo Shiyu, asking with concern, Shiyu, are you okay? Mo Shiyu nodded, I'm fine. This knight riding the white horse was precisely the max-level SR contracted spirit cultivated by the Mo family, the Holy Light Knight. Mo Cheng surveyed the complex situation around them, asking, what exactly happened? Mo Shiyu explained, 3 A-rank level 70+ assassin contracted spirits attacked us. Xia Yuan has already eliminated 2 of them, only the last one remains, lying at his feet. She said helplessly, now the city defense officers probably think we're the bad guys. Upon hearing this, the Holy Light Knight's muffled voice came from within the helmet, tones slightly surprised. Did I hear correctly? Level 45 eliminated 2 A-rank level 70+ contracted spirits in a row, and in such a short time. His voice was rather neutral, difficult to distinguish as male or female, just staring at Xia Yuan, eyes burning with passion as he said, indeed SSR is different after all, he looks very strong. If possible, I'd really like to fight him. Xia Yuan glanced at the particularly dazzling Holy Light Knight, slightly raising his hand, about to launch an imaginary technique, purple. But when he saw Mo Cheng nearby, he relaxed, smiling. So it's old man Mo. I thought it was more assassins coming, almost took action. Mo Cheng glanced at the crimson gold dragon man lying on the ground, already having lost combat ability, saying respectfully, Senior Xia Yuan, could you hand over this last assassin contracted spirit to us? I'll investigate who hired him. Level 45, eliminating several high-level A-rank contracted spirits in a row, and seemingly doing it with ease. This was also the first time Mo Cheng had personally witnessed Xia Yuan's true combat power, and his heart was also unsettled. At this moment, the city defense contracted spirits had already begun tightening their encirclement, closing in. Seeing this, Mo Cheng immediately produced a document, shouting loudly, I'm a T1 level spirit tamer of the Alliance, leave this place to me to handle. Seeing this document, the city defense contracted spirits stopped their actions. Soon, the city defense commander issued a retreat order, and they didn't continue investigating, withdrawing like a receding tide. Probably no need for all that trouble. Xia Yuan waved his hand, already using Kang to locate that previous location. I've already confirmed the employer's position. I'll go look for her, she probably hasn't gone far. I'll just catch her and bring her back. Old man Mo, during this time, Mo Shiyu is in your care for protection. She must not lose a single hair. As the words fell, Xia Yuan's figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. The Holy Light Knight and Mo Cheng both stood frozen in place, looking around in all directions. Seeing this, Mo Shiyu spoke up. No need to look, Xia Yuan has already left. He probably has clues, we just need to wait. Mo Cheng's face was full of astonishment. Xia Yuan has teleportation ability. Mo Shiyu nodded, more or less you can think of it that way. The Holy Light Knight exclaimed repeatedly in wonder. Unfathomable, SSR skill mechanics are truly game-breaking. The Divine Creator is really biased. It's only 1S difference, but they designed them way too well. Xia Yuan returned once again to the location where he had previously been teleported. First time unfamiliar, second time familiar. This time, he was much faster. As expected, this was an extremely well-hidden private laboratory built deep in the mountains where people rarely ventured. Seeing Xia Yuan's figure reappear, the person hiding in the shadows was completely baffled, not understanding what was happening. However, when she saw that Xia Yuan wasn't in an unclaimed state, and combined with the fact that the assassin contracted spirit hadn't called to report mission completion, she realized Mo Shiyu wasn't dead yet. Xia Yuan shoved his hands in his pockets, his azure eyes scanning the surroundings as he made a domineering declaration. The employer should be hiding here, right? If you don't want to die, come out on your own. Otherwise, my methods can be quite rough. Don't blame me if I accidentally kill you. The entire underground area was vast and empty, without any sound. Xia Yuan didn't expect the hiding person to surrender willingly either. With a raise of his hand, he activated the cursed technique, Blue, violently leveling the entire underground research facility to the ground. Boom! The blue energy mass of blue was like a miniature black hole, leveling everything in its path. Naturally, the person hiding within could no longer remain concealed and was forced out. Several level 80-plus contracted spirits protected a woman with big wavy blonde hair as they barely managed to escape. Found you. Xia Yuan smiled, his gaze already locked onto the woman. The blonde woman laughed like a madwoman. Heh, just a small skill, and it has such wide-range damage. SSR truly has extraordinary combat power. Her eyes, like those of an obsessed fan, stared intently at Xia Yuan, while her large breasts bounced up and down, practically bursting out. She licked her red lips, her hands sliding from bottom to top over her body, showcasing her extremely mature and seductive figure as she temptingly said, "Little brother Xia Yuan, how about becoming my contracted spirit? Not only do I have abundant spiritual power, but I'm also very moist. As long as you become my contracted spirit, I guarantee you'll experience ecstasy every day." Xia Yuan hadn't expected the employer behind all this to be such a fiery, big-waved woman. He laughed. "Sorry, sister, but I prefer them tender." As the words fell, Xia Yuan's palm had already slammed hard into her waist and abdomen. He had flashed to her position so quickly that the protective contracted spirits nearby hadn't reacted at all. Letter 1D667, airing new beta, open L letter 1E65. The blonde woman was bent over like a shrimp from the impact, the pain causing her to faint on the spot, her milky white breasts swaying unsteadily. They immediately attacked Xia Yuan, wanting to reclaim their master, but all their attacks were blocked by the limitless technique, completely ineffective. Xia Yuan flipped the blonde woman over his arm. "You wanted to kill Fatty You, right? Well, I'll repay you in your own coin. Can't be bothered killing you all. Later, everyone." Xia Yuan's figure disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was already back inside the train station. Mo Shiyu, Mo Cheng, and the others looked at the blonde woman he was carrying with surprise. Mo Cheng asked, "Who's this?" Xia Yuan threw the unconscious woman on the ground and explained, "This is the employer. She planned from the start to teleport me to her side, kill Fatty You, and then contract with me. Unfortunately, she didn't know about my abilities and ended up exposing herself instead." The muffled voice from within the Holy Light Knight's helmet sounded again. "Wait, you're saying in just that short time, you captured her and brought her back?" Xia Yuan nodded calmly and casually. Mo Cheng took out his phone, took a photo, and identified the woman's identity. As expected, she's an outlaw. Blonde lady, a fugitive criminal with numerous murder cases under her belt. She particularly enjoys targeting newcomers who summon high-tier contracted spirits to kill. He looked at Xia Yuan, but she should have many contracted spirits under her command. "Did you kill them all?" Xia Yuan spread his hands helplessly. "Old man, you think I'm too brutal. It's just that those guys couldn't stop me and couldn't catch up to me either." The Holy Light Knight sighed with admiration. Being able to teleport is really great. Such a convenient skill. Xia Yuan raised his hand to shade his eyes. "Speaking of which, this fully pixelated brother is your SR, old man." The corner of the Holy Light Knight's mouth twitched beneath his helmet as he retorted, "Fully pixelated. This is called Holy Light. Don't make it sound like some indecent scene from Japanese adult films." Xia Yuan gasped sharply. "I never expected you to have such interests. It seems this world does have similarities with my previous one. Give me a few website addresses. I need to research what differences exist." The Holy Light Knight became excited at this. "So you're a fellow enthusiast. Easy, easy. Do you have WeChat? I'll add you." The two happily exchanged WeChat contacts. The conversation was somewhat indecent. Seeing Mo Shiyu's curious expression, Mo Cheng immediately coughed to interrupt the exchange between the two perverts. "All right, I'll handle this matter. Blonde lady might have been acting under someone else's orders. I need to investigate thoroughly to find out who dares to target members of my Mo family." Mo Shiyu nodded slightly. "Then I'll trouble you, uncle." The Holy Light Knight generated chains from his hands, binding both the assassin contracted spirit Crimson Gold Dragon Man and Blonde Lady. Mo Cheng mounted the two-winged heavenly horse again, but before leaving, he couldn't help but advise Mo Shiyu. "The attention across all of Great Xia is very high for this National College Spirit Tamer competition. If you can make it into the top 3, you might get directly specially admitted into the 3 top Spirit Tamer universities. Prepare well and do your best." Mo Shiyu confidently replied, "Top 3. We only want first place." Mo Cheng laughed. "That would be best. The Holy Light Knight gripped the reins and laughed heartily. Brother Xia Yuan, those website addresses I sent you are especially good. Some even feature contracted spirits with spirit tamers. Take your time appreciating them. Come find me again when you get tired of them. Xia Yuan said with complete seriousness. I'm just researching the differences between this world and my previous one. I'm not like you. The Holy Light Knight waved the reins, and the heavenly horse soared into the air. I understand completely. Mo Shiyu was completely confused. What websites? Xia Yuan played dumb. Nothing, just research materials. Mo Shiyu still didn't understand. She patted her ample chest confidently. Research materials? What do you want to research? If there's anything about this world you don't understand, you can always ask me. Xia Yuan's auto-aim was left on, and he unconsciously glanced a few more times. He had to admit, this girl Mo Shiyu was quite well endowed, only slightly less so than the big-waved blonde. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nicknamed her Fatty Yu. That's not appropriate. You're still too young, you wouldn't understand those things. Mo Shiyu was very indignant after hearing this, puffing her cheeks angrily. Where am I young? I just turned 18 this year. Xia Yuan was slightly surprised. You started high school this late. Mo Shiyu's pretty face was filled with exasperation. Xia Yuan, use some common sense. Spirit Tamer high schools generally only accept students after they turn 18. Most spirit tamers only have enough spiritual power to support contracting spirits around this time. As they bickered back and forth, they waited for the high-speed train and returned to the academy. Unbeknownst to them, the video of Xia Yuan as a level 45 contracted spirit fiercely battling 3 A-rank level 70+ contracted spirits was already spreading wildly online, completely out of control. Those fearless bystanders at the station had recorded the entire event today with their phones. Shocking! 3 A-rank high-level assassin contracted spirits appear at Qingyang City Station, brutally defeated by level 45 human contracted spirit. Combat power of Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academies, newly born SSR contracted spirit exposed. Hear how experts analyze frame by frame how ridiculously powerful his abilities are. Spirit Tamer Mo Shiyu, who summoned the latest SSR, boldly declares she will crush other competitors and take first place in this National College Spirit Tamer competition. The National College Spirit Tamer competition was about to begin, with these news reports emerging. People from various Spirit Tamer academies had already started researching how to counter Xia Yuan, this SSR contracted spirit. This was equivalent to leaking intelligence to other opponents in advance. However, just based on these combat footage, it was still very difficult for them to figure him out completely. Even if they did figure him out, it would be hard to come up with countermeasures. Inside the villa. Freshly awake and wearing her bare pajamas, Mo Shiyu watched the viral video on the Spirit Tamer official website, clutching her head in frustration. It's over, it's over. Those bystanders really have no fear of death. They even recorded the entire process. Now your skills have been exposed, and it seems like the whole world is analyzing it frame by frame. During our competition, we'll definitely be targeted by those with ill intentions. Xia Yuan, who had been studying training materials all night, walked out of his room yawning. Then he saw 2 three-dimensional bears standing there. Plump, perky, full. He sighed inwardly about the blessings of youth, then said casually, "Don't worry about it. Let them study all they want. If I lose, then I lose." Mo Shiyu sat curled up on the sofa in a seiza position, glaring at him resentfully. Listening to your words is like listening to words. Xia Yuan chuckled. I was joking. I'm the strongest, I won't lose. Mo Shiyu looked worried. I'm not afraid of ordinary contracted spirits, but I worry about other SSRs. Information asymmetry is terrifying. We don't know their abilities, while they know ours in advance. That puts us at a disadvantage before we even start fighting. Xia Yuan sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, smiling confidently. In the face of absolute power, all tactics and strategies are just clown behavior. Besides, if they can develop a completely countering strategy just from one battle video, then they deserve credit. He teased, and anyway, who was it that openly declared they would take first place, drawing all that attention and making us targets? Mo Shiyu looked blank, stuck out her tongue, and tried to act cute to get away with it. Hess, did that happen? I don't remember anything. Xia Yuan, "Fatty you have to bear the consequences of your own declarations." Mo Shiyu puffed her cheeks, thinking hard but coming up empty. At this point, the fact that Xia Yuan's abilities were exposed, and he became public enemy #1 was irreversible. All she could do now was try to get Xia Yuan to level 50 before the competition arrived, then break through, and get him a full set of spiritual energy inscriptions. Mo Shiyu patted her cheeks, psyching herself up. 1 month left until the competition starts. Reaching level 50 should be enough. Go, let's go. Time to grind dungeons and level up. Xia Yuan lay sprawled on the sofa, motionless like a corpse. Stayed up late watching videos yesterday, feeling some back pain and my head is buzzing. Calling technician Fatty U, need temple massage. Letter 1D597, letter 1D622, letter FF4E Armenian, Hu Aenus, letter FF42 Srilikya section. Mo Shiyu's newly ignited enthusiasm was doused with cold water. She gritted her teeth, words squeezing through them. Xia Yuan, I'm your master, not your technician. Xia Yuan threw a tantrum. No massage, no going. Mo Shiyu. If possible, she really wished the contract she formed with Xia Yuan was a slave contract. She wanted to fiercely ride this arrogant SSR and discipline him properly, making him understand who's really in charge. Xia Yuan, 10, 9, 8, 7. If you're not here by the time I count to 1, I'm going gaming today. Recently found some girls online who talk really sweet. Mo Shiyu put away her fist and crawled over with a sweet smile. Coming, your exclusive technician Xiao Yu at your service. Xia Yuan breathed in the refreshing fragrance, enjoying the service of her snow-white little hands, feeling extremely comfortable. He was already determined to train Fatty Yu into this world's top massage technician, the world's strongest, without equal. Over this 1 month, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan went all out, grinding 5-star dungeons every day. They only stopped when Mo Shiyu, who had taken energy supplements several times, was completely drained. During this period, probably because they had witnessed how abnormal Xia Yuan's combat power was, no more assassins dared to come after Mo Shiyu. But Xia Yuan's levels were becoming increasingly difficult to raise. Even when red name bosses occasionally appeared, they didn't provide much experience. Until 2 days before the National High School Spirit Tamer competition began. Xia Yuan's level finally reached 50, ready for breakthrough. The system reward progress bar had improved quite well, reaching 40%. Even Little Black, who had been riding along, had completed 3 breakthroughs and reached level 90. With breakthrough imminent, Mo Shiyu looked completely exhausted, trembling as she arrived at the Academy's breakthrough platform supported by Xia Yuan. Not looking was fine, but one look gave them a shock. The breakthrough energy required for Xia Yuan's breakthrough was as high as 500,000. When Mo Shiyu saw this number, she almost fainted from shock. The resources she had accumulated so far through dungeon grinding and various rewards, even if she went bankrupt, could only purchase breakthrough materials worth nearly 200,000 breakthrough energy. 500,000 was outrageous. What's more, contracted spirits needed 3 breakthroughs to reach max level. First breakthrough at level 50, second breakthrough at level 75, third breakthrough at level 90. Each breakthrough required more breakthrough materials. Xia Yuan's first breakthrough already required 500,000 breakthrough energy. The subsequent ones would probably require millions or even tens of millions. Mo Shiyu finally understood why SSRs were difficult to cultivate. Their combat power was indeed strong, but cultivating them truly required much more investment. I don't have that many resources on hand temporarily. I can only ask my family for help. Mo Shiyu was quite strong-willed. Since she left home, she had intended to be self-reliant and not ask her family for a single penny. But for Xia Yuan's breakthrough, she yielded. Xia Yuan looked at the exhausted Mo Shiyu as if seeing his former self. Back when he was cultivating a game character, he had also grinded hard and spent heavily, exhausting himself. Mo Shiyu made one phone call. The Mo family's private car came to the academy to pick them up. After returning to the Mo family mansion, before Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan could even speak, Mo Cheng waved his hand and prepared the remaining 300,000 breakthrough materials by the next day. Additionally, he spent a huge amount of spirit stones to purchase a 4-star spiritual energy inscription set from the Spirit Tamer official website. Regarding the cultivation of Xia Yuan, this SSR, the Mo family was not stingy at all. Even if it meant spending their entire fortune, they would help Xia Yuan reach max level. They weren't foolish, of course. Once Xia Yuan reached max level, what he would repay the Mo family would far exceed this amount. A family with a level 100 SSR guarding, it could join Great Xia's top-tier aristocratic families, becoming part of that small elite group at the nation's peak. Gaining power close to being second only to one person, above 10,000 others. The Mo family, being such a large clan, naturally had their own breakthrough platform. Xia Yuan's breakthrough was watched by the entire audience. All Mo family members came to witness the ceremony, making it an extremely grand occasion. If Mo Xiu hadn't firmly objected, Mo Cheng even planned to send out invitations widely, inviting other aristocratic families to witness the ceremony, mainly to show off. The entire Mo family, from top to bottom, eagerly awaited, waiting for Xia Yuan's first breakthrough platform. The breakthrough materials worth 500,000 breakthrough points were instantly consumed completely. The breakthrough platform erupted with brilliant light. Xia Yuan's entire body shuddered as a massive wave of energy surged skyward, unleashing an intimidatingly powerful aura that made hearts tremble. He felt as if most of his previously sealed power had been liberated. Xia Yuan noticed something unusual. At level 50, he could already unleash most of his peak combat capabilities. This meant that if he reached level 100, he could become even stronger than the original Gojo Satoru. In practical combat terms, this translated to more powerful skills and greater cursed energy reserves. Excellent, truly excellent. Xia Yuan never expected he could surpass Gojo Satoru's power and become an even higher ceiling. The watching Mo family members were utterly astonished. They had never witnessed any other contracted spirit's breakthrough create such an imposing presence, carrying an overwhelming pressure akin to a raid boss descending. Mo Xiu walked up to him and embedded 3 spiritual energy inscriptions onto his body. Xia Yuan felt the spiritual energy sustaining him undergo an evolution, becoming more concentrated and pure. 3 bright inscriptions lit up behind him, swirling continuously until they formed the miraculous image of a golden clock. Mo Xiu also felt excited about Xia Yuan's strengthening, and said with animated enthusiasm, "This inscription set is called Time's End. Its effect purifies the spiritual energy I provide you, generating greater power output while reducing skill consumption. Additionally, it has a special active effect. When my spiritual energy is completely depleted, I can turn the clock to return half of our combined spiritual energy." Mo Xiu coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed to speak favorably about her family. "Well, the Time's End spiritual energy set is quite rare. Our Mo family had to dig deep into our reserves to purchase it." Xia Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl really had complicated feelings about her family. "Old man Mo, thanks for this. From now on, I've got the Mo family's back. If you ever need me to step in, just call me." Mo Cheng laughed. "Senior Xia Yuan, you flatter us. This is what we should be doing." Xia Yuan looked around but couldn't spot that guy constantly radiating holy light, so he asked curiously, "Where's the censored knight? That fellow probably doesn't like staying in the contracted spirit space, right?" Mo Cheng pointed toward a certain room within the manor and said helplessly, "The Holy Light Knight is staying in her own room. Aside from combat, she just stays home playing games. Letter 1D411 and you, all letter 10331, ya letter 10314. Xia Yuan made a ho-ho sound, never expecting the Holy Light Knight to be an otaku. Truly a fellow enthusiast, he immediately teleported over, kicked the door open directly, and charged inside. "Censored Knight, I came to hang out with you." Inside the room, a lowly radiating pure holy white light sat cross-legged dejectedly in front of the computer, playing games. She was completely buried within a small mountain of snacks like potato chips and spicy strips. Happiness-inducing soda drinks covered the entire desk. The game displayed on the computer screen was quite stimulating, filled with images that needed censoring, completely unbroadcastable. The lowly scratched her fair, tenderfoot and calmly said, "Oh," in a neutral voice. "Xia Yuan, huh? I'm busy fighting a boss right now. Find yourself a spot and sit." Xia Yuan stared at the scene, remaining silent for a long moment before saying, "You're female, and a lowly." The Holy Light Knight rolled her eyes at him. "Of course I'm female, it's just that my voice is somewhat neutral." Xia Yuan was profoundly shocked. This was the first time since coming to this world that he felt like he'd been struck by a sudden revelation. "Wait, little sister, you're a girl, yet you watch Japanese adult films and play these kinds of games." Xia Yuan felt utterly deceived. He had come here with the mindset of meeting a bro, only to discover his bro had turned into a lowly. Who could accept this? Seeing him frozen in place, the Holy Light lowly pushed aside the snack piles around her to clear a spot, patting it with her small hand. "What are you standing there for? Sit down already." This aloof SSR female contracted spirit in Thousand Love's myriad spirits is really hard to conquer. "I've tried everything, but she still won't let me OOOXXX. Xia Yuan suddenly felt he had been too judgmental based on appearances. Even if she looked like a lowly, she had the heart of a fellow enthusiast. Xia Yuan sat down without any hesitation, snatching the controller from her hand. "Let me see what character is giving you so much trouble." In his previous life, Xia Yuan was quite skilled at these kinds of games, possessing abundant experience. He quickly conquered the character that had stumped the Holy Light Knight, immediately earning her astonishment and admiration. "Is this what SSR-level skill looks like? So powerful?" Xia Yuan smiled proudly, waving his hand to indicate this wasn't an apology, but rather that little bro still needed more practice. The two quickly started playing together, with their "heh-heh" perverted laughter occasionally echoing through the room. In high spirits and absolutely delighted, Mo Shiyu came bouncing over to find them. "Xia Yuan, what are you two playing?" Mo Shiyu pushed the door open with a blossoming smile, only to witness an absolutely explosive scene on the computer screen, along with sounds that made hearts race and faces blush. Rub. Rubbing against the table leg, the light gradually faded from her beautiful eyes as she silently closed the door. During the few days before the competition began, Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan entered rest mode, temporarily stopping dungeon runs. They needed to ensure they participated in the competition in their best possible condition. During this period, they stayed at the Mo family's grand manor. Xia Yuan spent his days hanging out with the Holy Light Knight, hiding in the small room playing various games, enjoying constant amusement. Mo Shiyu could only stay on the other side all day, feeling wronged and pitiful. She felt like she was being cheated on, as if her husband was having an affair. Praying for the competition to start soon. Otherwise, her SSR would be completely corrupted by that Holy Light Knight. The brief few days passed in the blink of an eye. The highly anticipated National High School Spirit Tamer competition officially commenced today. The competition format was extremely clear. Each Spirit Tamer high school would first conduct internal selections to determine their top 10. These top 10 would then compete in provincial tournaments, ultimately selecting 5 high school Spirit Tamers to proceed to Great Xia's capital and compete for the national championship. At this moment, the entire nation's attention focused on this competition. The event would be broadcast live, with unprecedented viewership. Various factions throughout Great Xia eagerly awaited and closely monitored this competition. Every high school Spirit Tamer and their contracted spirits were warming up, gathering momentum, waiting to make their mark on this grandest stage and establish their fame. The opportunities and rewards involved went without saying. Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. The Spirit Battle Square was completely packed. The entire school's teachers, students, and even the contracted spirits had gathered here. Today, they would select the 10 Spirit Tamers from their school with the strongest contracted spirit teams. The moment Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan appeared, they naturally became the center of attention. As the only first-year student participating in the competition, she stood alone in this regard. All other participants were upperclassmen Spirit Tamers who had more time to cultivate their contracted spirits, giving them significant advantages in both contracted spirit levels and numbers. Meanwhile, Mo Shiyu's battle lineup was the simplest, consisting only of Xia Yuan alone. The academy selection rules are quite simple. 10 contracted spirit battle arenas have been set up. Throughout the day, you can take the stage to defend your position at any time, defeat as many challengers as possible, and accumulate your defense time. At 6 p.m., we will rank participants based on their total defense time. The 10 spirit tamers with the longest defense times will represent our academy in the provincial competition. The principal of Chuanbei personally announced the competition rules, his voice booming through the arena. This method was sufficiently fair. As long as a spirit tamer had enough spiritual energy reserves and strong enough contracted spirits, their defense time would naturally be longer. It also avoided the unfairness caused by successive battles. After hearing the rules, the entire venue erupted with excited discussions. As expected, it's the same as before ranking based on defense time duration. After all, it's extremely difficult for one person to defend until the very end. In successive battles, even if the contracted spirit is strong enough, the spirit tamer's spiritual energy won't be sufficient. Without doubt, the seeded contestants this round include School Bell Mo and God Yuan's combination, and they're also the only first-year participants. You've all probably seen that video, right? God Yuan is indeed handsome and powerful, but when it comes to the current overall top spirit tamer in Chuanbei, it should be Senior Han Guang. Senior Han Guang's contracted spirit team composition is too strong, a level 70 SR, plus 2 level 80 A-tier contracted spirits. The contracted spirit battle arena square was completely packed with over 10,000 seats. In addition to the entire school's teachers, students, and contracted spirits, there were also outsiders who came to watch, such as elders and younger members of spirit tamer families. They wouldn't miss seeing their family's young spirit tamers perform in the competition. The Mo family members, the Jiang family members, all had arrived, and cameras from major television stations had filled every corner of the venue, ensuring absolutely clear real-time broadcast footage. Previously, Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy didn't receive this much attention. Such selection competitions would only attract one news media outlet at most. But now that they had someone like Xia Yuan, an extremely active SSR, everything instantly changed. Not long after being summoned, below level 50, he participated in conquering Abyss Instance's bosses, and also defeated 3 A-tier contracted spirit assassins at the train station. These achievements were quite exaggerated, making people pay attention. After hearing the rules, Xia Yuan yawned boredly, pointing at the contracted spirit arena and asking, "As long as we stay up there longer, our chances of becoming first are greater, right?" Mo Shiyu nodded. "That's correct." Xia Yuan asked again, "My power is quite hard to control. What if I accidentally kill them?" Mo Shiyu held a hair tie between her rosy lips, gathering the waterfall-like smooth black hair behind her into a neat high ponytail, revealing her smooth jade-white swan-like neck. "They won't die. The contracted spirit arenas are specially made contracted spirits that die in battle. They will return to the spirit tamer's contracted spirit space, though it consumes a large amount of spiritual energy." Xia Yuan showed a smile. "That means I can attack freely." Mo Shiyu thought about the destructive power of his skills. Even the arena barrier probably couldn't withstand them, and couldn't help saying, "Know your limits. Don't use full strength, and you probably won't need to use full strength anyway." Xia Yuan waved his hand. "Understood." Cheering sounds rose from the spectator stands. "Woo! God Yuan is so handsome. God Yuan, look over here, we're here." My God Yuan fighting in a school competition, isn't that like fishing in a barrel? First place is within easy reach. I bet no one can break through God Yuan's defense. Xia Yuan turned to look, and saw the Mo family members waving at him. Mo Cheng and Holy Light Knight had both come. Holy Light Knight wasn't wearing her Holy Light armor this time. However, the Holy Light little Loli seemed to be preventing her own radiance from being too dazzling, wrapped entirely in a large coat with only 2 small eyes visible. She was still playing with her game console, and when she saw Xia Yuan looking over, she waved at him and shouted loudly, "Xia Yuan, you guy, you better take first place. Otherwise, I wasted my time coming out under this blazing sun to watch you." Xia Yuan cheerfully gave her an okay gesture. When Mo Shiyu saw Holy Light Knight, her expression turned resentful. She always felt the other party had corrupted her SSR, actually playing those kinds of games. Remembering that day's scene made her blush with shame, and she immediately said angrily, Xia Yuan, interact less with Holy Light Knight from now on. That guy may look holy, but she's not holy at all. Xia Yuan went huh, and pretended not to hear. The competition was about to begin. All participants gathered around the 10 arenas, silently waiting. However, the surrounding participants immediately moved away when they saw Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan switching to other arenas. They didn't want to encounter the great demon king right from the start. Similarly, on the other side, Han Guang, considered to have the strongest overall strength, also had no one daring to stand near him. Mo Shiyu and Han Guang looked at each other across the sea of people, tacitly understanding not to stand under the same arena. Both sides had their considerations. As fellow schoolmates, they didn't want to have a major battle right at the start, then exhaust their spiritual energy and be surpassed by others. Besides, it would expose their trump cards for people from other academies to exploit. But Xia Yuan didn't think that much, saying boredly, that guy called Han Guang has many contracted spirits, seems he even has an SR, just like Little Light. Later I'll fight him, see what his contracted spirits are really like. Mo Shiyu immediately stopped him. No need. Picking strong opponents from the start would just waste your spiritual energy for nothing, wouldn't it? Xia Yuan thought about it, that made sense. But when time is about to end, if I have extra spiritual energy, I can test him out then. Mo Shiyu knew she couldn't dissuade him, so she could only sigh, we'll talk about it then. Xia Yuan stood behind Mo Shiyu, playing with her ponytail, thoroughly enjoying himself. So, when do we go up? Mo Shiyu felt like the ponytail at the back of her head was about to become spiral-shaped and take off. Angrily, she turned around and swatted his paw away. We go up right from the start, and we have to persist until the end. Xia Yuan rubbed his chin. I naturally have no problem, but can you handle it, fatty you? Mo Shiyu took a deep breath. I'll do my best. The square loudspeaker sounded. Time's up. I declare the selection competition officially begins. As the Chuanbei principal finished speaking, the 10 arenas gradually filled with defenders. Xia Yuan stepped leisurely, making a single jump to mount the arena, waiting for brave challengers. Everyone was watching him. Seeing Xia Yuan take the stage right from the start, several people actually pulled themselves back midair, not daring to join him on the same stage. Just kidding. Going up now would be suicide, wouldn't it? Even though you can't die on the arena, it consumes a huge amount of spiritual energy to resurrect. Mo Shiyu summoned Little Black, and her defense time started counting. The other arenas were fighting intensely, fiercely heated, but only Xia Yuan's arena remained calm and peaceful. Only he stood there alone, bored with his hands in his pockets. The spectator stands buzzed with discussion. No way. No one dares to challenge him. Then what are we watching? Who would dare? Haven't you seen the video? 3 high-level A-tier contracted spirit assassins were all brutally defeated. SSR is just too overpowered. But if they use successive battles to exhaust the spirit tamer's spiritual energy, they should be able to knock him down, right? That depends on whether they have the courage to try. I want to see the SSR's combat power with my own eyes. Could a few brave souls please challenge the evil dragon? Xia Yuan was defending the arena, and for a moment, no one dared to step up and challenge him. The Mo family disciples kept cheering, each one filled with immense pride. This was their Mo family's strongest contracted spirit. Who dared to disagree? Who dared to challenge? The disciples from other prominent families could only watch the Mo family members enjoying their moment of glory with jealousy and envy. Does having an SSR mean you can do whatever you want? Sorry, having an SSR does mean you can do whatever you want. In the spectator stands, the Jiang family disciples watched the black-clad, silver-haired man on the arena platform who faced no challengers, all wearing expressions of regret and distress. They instinctively turned their gazes toward Jiang Li, the big unlucky one. Xia Yuan, this SSR, could have carried their Jiang family to greatness, but now he was letting the Mo family be so smug. Jiang Li couldn't even lift her head, her eyes bloodshot, looking completely defeated. She stared at Xia Yuan with crimson eyes, her hands gripping her pant legs tightly, a metallic taste rising in her throat. Damn it! Even that woman is useless. She couldn't even kill Mo Shiyu. The more powerful Xia Yuan's displayed combat prowess became, the more pain and regret she felt. These past few days had almost tortured her to the point of wishing for death. On the arena platform, Xia Yuan hadn't expected these guys to be so cowardly either. Standing alone on the platform was honestly quite boring. He simply walked to the edge of the arena, his voice carrying a lazy mockery. Hey, hey. Everyone down there, is there really no one who can fight? Xia Yuan smiled amiably, showing his bright white teeth, provocatively challenging all the contracted spirits in the venue. Defending this arena is too boring. How about this? I'll draw a circle and stand still without moving. If any of you can make my feet shift even an inch, I'll count it as my loss and step down from the platform myself. A light bulb went off in Xia Yuan's head. He clapped his hands and said with sudden realization, "Oh, let me give you another idea. The rules don't say you can't gang up on one person, so you could all team up to knock me down first. Isn't that brilliant? If even then you're still too scared to come up like turtles, then there's nothing I can do. Whether to be shrinking turtles or brave warriors, the choice is yours." Both his expression and tone were incredibly punchable, making all the proud, contracted spirits grit their teeth in frustration. Mo Shiyu below the platform couldn't help but facepalm, though she also knew that if Xia Yuan could stay idle, that would be truly strange. The contracted spirits ultimately couldn't endure such provocation. They all had their pride, and one after another, they requested permission from their spirit tamers to go up and test just how strong this SSR really was. Letter 211, A letter 1033D, A letter 1D587, Ya letter 1D412. Even if they would lose, they could at least stand on the platform a bit longer to improve their rankings. It was better than being this pathetic. For a moment, the contracted spirits became intensely agitated, united against a common enemy. Daring to look down on us, he's too despicable. Brothers, can we tolerate this? I can't take it anymore. So what if he's SSR? Let's all go up together and use attrition tactics to exhaust his spirit tamer's spiritual energy. Count me in. Too arrogant. Today I shall slay a god. Awu, 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 awu. Bak, 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 bak. None of the audience members had expected Xia Yuan to actively provoke them, and even set rules for himself about not moving. This utterly arrogant attitude instantly ignited the atmosphere throughout the venue. The live streams of various media outlets exploded with activity. Ha ha ha, I was just worried it wouldn't be exciting enough, and he directly starts the show. This face-rubbing mockery has instantly provoked collective anger. Is he perhaps a contracted spirit that practices being despicable? According to various expert studies of his combat footage, he likely has an extremely powerful defensive barrier set up on his body. Besides that, his offensive power is also strong. An SSR that's both tanky and deals high damage. That intensity is indeed high. Start the battle, start the battle. 5 contracted spirits instantly swarmed onto Xia Yuan's arena platform, taking the vanguard. Almost all were level 60 to 70 contracted spirits, ranging from D rank to B rank. Their races and appearances varied greatly. Xia Yuan jumped to the center of the arena, rubbed his chin, glanced at these 5 contracted spirits, and said in a strange tone, "Only 5 contracted spirits, are you looking down on me?" The contracted spirit arena was built with considerable area, nearly the size of a football field, to allow the contracted spirits room to maneuver. Even having 10 to 20 contracted spirits fighting in a melee was possible. We are enough. Today is when I make my name. The 5 contracted spirits had their anger meters maxed out. They arranged their formation tanks in front, supports in back, damage dealers in the middle, and charged fiercely at Xia Yuan. Their stance was already like they were raiding an instance boss. Iron Fist Sanction. Rampage Beam. Their stance was already like they were raiding an instance boss. Group Strength Amplification. Xia Yuan planned to have some proper fun with them. He made an extremely exaggerated move, directly spreading his arms wide open to welcome their attacks. Various skills exploded on his body, a riot of colors. The 5 contracted spirits fought with great enthusiasm, running around Xia Yuan, using both close combat and long-range attacks. It looked extremely lethal. Xia Yuan's screams came from the center. "Ah, I'm almost dead. So painful, you're so strong." The 5 contracted spirits immediately grinned, thinking they could actually win. They instantly increased their output, extremely excited. If they could really take down this guy in front of them, they would become famous. But after attacking for a while, when the skill aftermath dissipated, Xia Yuan was still standing there perfectly intact, hands in his pockets. He grinned, just kidding. Xia Yuan used his fingers as guns, aiming at them one by one, making biu sounds with his mouth. The minimum level of technique reversal, red, was activated, sending out waves of repulsive force. When this force acted on the 5 contracted spirits, it became an irresistible, massive power that directly sent them flying, scattering them in disarray. Except for the tank who wasn't dead, but only half crippled. The other contracted spirits were all killed, returning to their spirit tamer's contracted spirit spaces. The tank contracted spirit was clever. Seeing Xia Yuan's handgun aiming at him again, he quickly raised his hands in surrender and scurried off the platform in a flash. Dying would consume a large amount of spiritual energy to resurrect in the contracted spirit space. Xia Yuan had defeated the 5 vanguard contracted spirits as if playing a game. He blew on his fingers, slightly tilted his sunglasses to reveal sapphire-like eyes, his expression somewhat cold. "I told you. Are you looking down on me, only sending 5? He looked at all the waiting contracted spirits below and said calmly, "Is there anyone who can actually fight? If not, just all come up together." The entire venue fell silent. Not a sound could be heard. The contracted spirits below the platform looked at Xia Yuan as if seeing an unbelievable monster. At this moment, they had finally witnessed firsthand what the oppressive feeling of the ultimate SSR truly meant. Arrogance, boasting, belittling, talking big, none of that existed. What he said had always been the truth, the next second. The entire venue erupted with heated exclamations. "Oh ho 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 ho, too strong." Even standing there letting them hit him, they couldn't damage God Yuan at all. What kind of defensive skill is this? It's completely unstoppable. That guy is a raid boss, right? Doesn't seem like a contracted spirit at all. This is the true value of an SSR. Xia Yuan had already transformed into the ultimate demon king boss of the selection competition. The contestants below the stage knew that without defeating this boss, they couldn't step onto this arena. So they truly united this time, beginning various team formations and tactical arrangements. They refused to believe that Xia Yuan, a single contracted spirit, could withstand their successive wheel battle tactics with so many people, even if they couldn't defeat him. At the very least, they needed to make Xia Yuan move his feet. Otherwise, where would they put the face of their other spirit tamers and contracted spirits? The second raid team formed to defeat Xia Yuan stepped onto the stage. This time, the number of contracted spirits on stage reached 10. On the arena, Xia Yuan gave a contemptuous smile, beckoning them with his hand, "Come on." Instantly, the 10 contracted spirits each performed their duties, roaring and charging toward him. Explosive flame, water gun, fire and water skills smashed toward Xia Yuan, who stood in place, though not to attack him. When flame and water met, their temperatures canceled each other out, transforming into billowing steam that obscured Xia Yuan's vision, preventing him from using that previous technique to repel and kill them again. The next second, 5 close combat contracted spirits almost simultaneously leaped into the steam, attacking Xia Yuan from all directions. Wave fist, blade flash, absolute fleet foot, pressure chaos palm, superhuman martial arts. They currently couldn't analyze what Xia Yuan's defensive skill was. However, all defenses have limits. As long as the attacks were sufficiently numerous, fast, and dense, they could definitely break through the defense. If it were ordinary defensive capabilities, this would indeed be true. Bang, 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 bang. Dense close combat attacks rained down on Xia Yuan like a storm. Yet, before this absolute wall of infinity, their attacks completely became background fireworks, futile and ridiculous. Whether the molecules forming fists, the metal crystals of blades, or the fluctuating particles of elemental energy, all fell into complete stagnation within the infinitely small, distant space from Xia Yuan's skin, utterly unable to advance. Letter 1E5B, Nove Open Letter 10314. Interesting. This has me sweating bullets, caught between a rock and a hard place, quite troublesome indeed. Xia Yuan lazily raised his right hand that had been kept in his pocket all along. With him as the center, an invisible, extremely condensed repulsive force was precisely compressed into a fan-shaped shockwave force, suddenly expanding like a bursting flood. Any contracted spirits nearby were instantly sent flying. Almighty push. Should be quite similar. The more Xia Yuan fought, the more familiar he became with Gojo Satoru's abilities. He gradually mastered them thoroughly, already able to produce the effects he wanted. Moreover, since breaking through level 50 and obtaining the spiritual energy inscription set, this feeling had grown increasingly strong. The Gojo Satoru template in his contracted spirit state, under the enhancement of continuous leveling and system-drawn abilities, could keep growing stronger, even surpassing the original Gojo Satoru. The close combat contracted spirits were tossed into the air, transforming into colorful shooting stars, tracing their respective different parabolic trajectories, scattering like heavenly maidens before heavily crashing onto the ground around the arena, against protective walls. Some died, some injured. Xia Yuan still hadn't moved a step, slowly spreading his hands, smiling at the remaining contracted spirits. Again. Keep it up. Don't give up, my defense is just about to break. Unable to withstand his taunts, the remaining contracted spirits charged at him again. This time, Xia Yuan didn't entirely rely on the limitless technique, instead starting to use martial arts to defeat incoming enemies. Because he couldn't move his feet, he could only use the strength of his hands and waist. Like a stationary combat god, he pummeled those who rushed close to him with just a few punches. Straight punch, horizontal chop, knife hand, neatly and efficiently dealing with the contracted spirits before him. The second raid team was easily wiped out again, when they saw Xia Yuan standing still, using only his fists to pummel the other contracted spirits to death. The contracted spirits below the stage showed deep fear in their eyes, each one utterly astonished. The spectator stands erupted with another mountain-toppling, tsunami-like wave of exclamations. Holy shit! He took care of those level 70 to 80 contracted spirits barehanded. Hey, this guy isn't just overpowered with skills, his martial arts are that strong too. What can't he do? Is SSR strength supposed to be this broken? This isn't just seal clubbing, it's completely dimensional reduction strike. God Yuan hasn't even gotten serious yet. He hasn't used any of those lethally powerful skills from his videos. Did Mo Shiyu save the galaxy in her past life? To be able to contract such a strong gacha character? To be honest, Xia Yuan really wanted to try the abilities of his Zanpakuto Senbenzakura, but unfortunately, dealing with these contracted spirits didn't require it. He glanced at his system panel and suddenly discovered with surprise that his system reward bar had actually moved. It went from the original 40% to 41%. Wait, fighting on the arena and killing contracted spirits could increase the reward bar. This delighted him immensely. Xia Yuan looked at the contracted spirits below the stage as if seeing treasure, his eyes shining, he laughed heartily. Continue, don't stop. This time bring more. If 10 isn't enough, then 20. If 20 doesn't work, then 30. I already told you, all of you come up. Begging for abuse. Begging for a beating. The contracted spirits felt a chill, inexplicably feeling that the boss Xia Yuan on stage had somewhat heated gaze. The third raid team came on stage. This time, as Xia Yuan wished, the number of contracted spirits increased to 20 people. Among the 10 arenas, Xia Yuan's arena had the highest attention, almost attracting everyone's gaze. Even the audience subconsciously regarded Xia Yuan as the villainous big boss, sympathizing with the other contracted spirits, wanting to cheer them on. The battle began again, boss Xia Yuan being raided for the third time. This time, Xia Yuan didn't wait for them to make the first move. Pursuing efficiency, he took the initiative. Technique forward rotation. Minimum output. Kang. Boom. Xia Yuan guided the blue gravitational sphere, beginning to clear the field. Wherever Kang passed, contracted spirits scattered and died one after another, returning to the contracted spirit space. 20 contracted spirits, just after appearing, were instantly killed. Xia Yuan cleared the field with a single skill. For a moment, the entire venue erupted in uproar. If minimum output had such power, how formidable would maximum output be? Mo Shiyu watched from below as her SSR killed everyone in all directions. Saying she wasn't happy would be false, she felt ecstatic inside. But on the surface, she maintained the calm and elegant school belle image. After this round of battles, Xia Yuan had barely used much power. Her spiritual energy still remained at 95%. As long as no strong enemies appeared later, even continuing to defend the arena through wheel battles, standing from beginning to end, was completely not a problem. The fourth wave raid team increased to 30 people. But the result was unsurprising. Xia Yuan still didn't move a step before killing them all. Fifth wave, sixth wave, Xia Yuan was like a harvester, reaping them wave after wave. The system reward reached 43%. After finishing the sixth wave, Xia Yuan crooked his finger. Mo Shiyu below the stage saw this and threw the water in her hand up to him. He twisted open the bottle cap, tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, water wetting his rolling Adam's apple, making numerous girls scream endlessly. After drinking the water, Xia Yuan exhaled deeply, his sapphire-like pupils gazing mysteriously at the crowd of contracted spirits below the stage, saying lightly, "Next wave." The contracted spirits who originally had some pride, thinking they could defeat Xia Yuan through wheel battles, all looked at him with fear, thoughts of retreat emerging in their hearts. What a joke! What kind of monster is this? A world-class bounty boss? It's already the third wave, completely showing no signs of fatigue from that guy on stage. Wheel battle. Even if they used up all their people, they probably couldn't exhaust Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy because they were simply too weak. Before Xia Yuan couldn't hold on, they would collapse first. Seeing no movement below the stage, Xia Yuan's pleased expression turned cold, hands on hips, sighing. "You don't dare challenge anymore. Forget it." He gave a wicked smile, looking toward the other 9 arenas with intense free-for-all battles. "Since that's the case, then I'll go find others to play with." The system reward bar was far too tempting for Xia Yuan. Since defeating contracted spirits on the arena could accumulate it, he naturally couldn't let these opportunities slip by. As long as it reached 50%, he could draw another universal skill, continuing to enhance his combat power. Mo Shiyu saw Xia Yuan's gaze shift to the neighboring arena, paused for a moment, and immediately understood what he intended to do. "Xia Yuan, don't tell me you want to." The contracted spirits below the stage were already thoroughly intimidated. Clearly, just staying on his own arena to rest would guarantee him first place. But that guy acted like he had hyperactivity disorder, unable to stay still for even a second. Mo Shiyu bit her lip, feeling a headache coming on. She could only accompany him in his reckless antics, under the watchful eyes of the entire crowd. Amidst the confused and astonished gazes of everyone, Xia Yuan actively jumped down from his arena, bounded once, and leaped onto the neighboring arena currently embroiled in a massive free-for-all. For a moment, the contracted spirits on that arena stared blankly at the great demon king who had suddenly appeared. "Not cool, bro. You were dominating next door, sitting pretty and comfortable, why come over here?" Xia Yuan chuckled. "I'm bored, so I came over to help you all break up the fight. I'm a pretty good guy, right?" The Holy Light Knight had just put down her game console when she saw this scene, a slight smile curling her lips. "Xia Yuan, this guy really is a battle maniac." The contracted spirits in this academy, who share the same institution with him, are truly suffering. Mo Cheng also shook his head helplessly, feeling sympathy for his niece Mo Shiyu. Having such a willful SSR was quite taxing. The audience now also understood what Xia Yuan was planning. He could just stay on his original arena and win, but he wants to beat all the contracted spirits in the entire academy into submission. Whoa, God, Yuan is too fierce. This fight is exhilarating. Other contracted spirits don't dare challenge him, so he goes to other arenas to break up fights. And after fighting so many rounds, he shows no signs of fatigue. He's truly the final boss. Ra Nuerve Iagonek es Sedilla. Hahaha, this trip was definitely worth it, so satisfying to watch. He's too arrogant, I love it. Xia Yuan wasted no time and began his mediation. This time, he didn't just create a defensive zone and stay put. Instead, he moved through the ocean of skills unleashed by others, relying on his limitless technique, twisting and turning, his figure ghost-like as he eliminated other contracted spirits one by one. The contracted spirits never expected someone to interfere mid-fight. Knowing there was no retreat, they immediately joined forces against Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's eyes shone brightly, completely fearless, transforming into a harvesting machine. His exaggerated martial arts combined with various curse techniques and skills successively defeated the contracted spirits on the arena. Unstoppable, invincible, he had gone berserk. After clearing one arena, he leaped and entered the next, starting his sweep. The scene was too brutal. No matter which arena it was, once the black-clothed, silver-haired man arrived, it would completely fall with countless casualties, and contracted spirits would have to return to the contracted spirit space. So terrifying. Can someone please control him? I don't even dare to go on stage anymore. We admit defeat, we really do, please stop killing. Even though we can revive, the fear of death is still real. The audience was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, but the participating contracted spirits looked on the verge of breakdown. Some of the less resilient female contracted spirits could burst into tears on the spot. From now on, they would probably have nightmares every day, dreaming of Xia Yuan's ridiculously scornful smiling face. The senior student spirit tamers participating also couldn't help but look towards Mo Shiyu, their expressions pleading, hoping she could reign in this god of slaughter, Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu wanted to control him too, but could she actually manage it? She was also at her wit's end. After sweeping back and forth several times, Xia Yuan finally felt a bit tired from all the running. He sat cross-legged on the arena, resting for a moment while checking his system. The system reward bar had reached 45%. He whistled, sincerely thanking those contracted spirits for their contributions. Xia Yuan was already fantasizing about what skill he would draw once it reached 50%. After being tossed about by Xia Yuan like this, the massive free-for-all across the original 10 arenas had few daring participants left, becoming desolate. Except for a few bolder ones who secretly climbed onto an arena, only to jump back down immediately upon seeing Xia Yuan approaching. This was the only method they had left to gain any stage-holding time. Xia Yuan stood up, preparing to continue his arena sweep. A little boy dressed like a doll stood before him, and a childish voice rang out, "This ends here." The entire venue fell silent. Although the newcomer was a young boy, no one dared to underestimate him. Because above his head shone the unmistakable identifier, SR level 70. Below the stage, Han Guang sighed, glancing sideways at Mo Shiyu. "Mo Shiyu, your contracted spirit has gone too far." He hadn't originally intended to face Xia Yuan during the selection matches. But with Xia Yuan sweeping through the arenas like this, even he found it difficult to acquire stage-holding time, forcing him to take action. Behind the little boy, Han Guang's other two A-tier contracted spirits also stepped onto the stage. A tier, level 80, shadow manipulator. A short-haired woman wearing tight leather clothes, her figure alluring. A tier, level 82, blocking mage. An elderly man, aged and frail, holding a staff, coughing incessantly. Xia Yuan looked down, smiling as he gazed at the little boy before him, reaching out to pat his head. "Where did this little guy come from? Where's your mama?" He raised his voice and shouted, "Hey, whose kid is lost, please come claim him." The little boy's face was cold as he slapped his hand away, snorting disdainfully. "So you're the SSR, I don't see where you're strong. Do you just enjoy bullying the weak? Anything below SR is an ant. Do you really enjoy stepping on ants that much?" Xia Yuan wasn't annoyed at all, wagging his finger. "Little cross-dressing bro, you still don't understand me. I don't just enjoy stepping on ants, I also enjoy stepping on cockroaches." Their seemingly ordinary conversation carried an undertone of confrontation, filled with a strong sense of gunpowder. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but feel tense, slowing their breathing as they stared intently at the arena. They never expected the two strongest forces within the academy to clash so early. I knew it. With Xia Yuan's chaotic nature, he was bound to run into Han Guang's senior's contracted spirits eventually. Between these two sides, who is actually stronger? It's really hard to say. In a one-on-one fight, it would definitely be God Yuan, the SSR. But senior Han Guang's contracted spirit team is no joke. They have damage, support, and control, practically all-rounders. He definitely has a fighting chance. Senior Han Guang ranked in the top 5 among high school spirit tamers in our entire Yunchuan province in last year's major competition, right? He even made it to the national tournament. This is going to be interesting to watch. But internal fights easily expose your trump cards, which could put us at a disadvantage in our provincial matches. On the arena, the two sides stood facing each other, battle imminent. The superpowered boy said coldly, "Shadow sister, old man, don't intervene yet. I want to solo kill him." Hearing this, Xia Yuan put on a face of exaggerated fear and shouted, "So scary. I never thought the little cross-dressing bro was so brave, but I advise you to forget it. I don't want to bully the small. Only with the 3 of you together would it be fair." The superpowered boy said disdainfully, "Against you, I alone am enough." Xia Yuan tutted twice. "You really are an arrogant fellow. Your words are so punchable." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. "You are the most arrogant and punchable one. What right do you have to say that about others?" This was Xia Yuan's first time fighting an SR, and he felt a little excited. He had long wanted to test the waters with an SR, to see if the saying, "anything below SR is an ant," held true. Xia Yuan put his hands in his pockets, raising one to signal for the other to make the first move. The superpowered boy stared at him intently, raising his hands. "I'll make you understand that there's always someone better." Mo Shiyu suddenly remembered his ability and immediately shouted out, "Xia Yuan, his ability is..." But before she could finish her sentence, bang, Xia Yuan was already slammed against the arena barrier. "Mo Shiyu, it's a supernatural ability." An invisible, tremendous force seemed to act directly on his body, violently dragging him and smashing him against the barrier. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, allowing him to stabilize his posture. Otherwise, it would have looked bad. The superpowered boy smiled triumphantly. "No matter what defense you have, you cannot block my power." Xia Yuan, feeling the immense pressure crushing him, also understood the other's ability. Superpower? Supernatural? It was probably a force that completely defied scientific and physical laws. His limitless technique was based on mathematics. It seemed it truly couldn't defend against this. Admittedly, this little guy could actually attack him. However, that was all it was. Mo Shiyu was slightly surprised. This was the first time someone had managed to hit Xia Yuan through his limitless technique. She frowned delicately as she analyzed the situation. If the little boy's superpower was just an invisible force, logically it shouldn't be able to cross the infinite distance either. It probably wasn't that simple. This seemingly invisible superpower was likely a miraculous force that acted directly on the target. That's why it bypassed Xia Yuan's limitless. Seeing that the god of slaughter Xia Yuan had finally been hit, the audience erupted with exclamations. "Holy shit, he finally got hit. The big demon king actually took a blow, that's too rare." As expected of an SR, breaking through God Yuan's strange defense. The contracted spirits below the stage felt even more vindicated, eagerly anticipating Xia Yuan continuing to suffer setbacks, or even being defeated by Han Guang's contracted spirit team. Xia Yuan grinned, "My turn now." His figure abruptly vanished from his original position. The little boy's pupils contracted. In the blink of an eye, Xia Yuan had already appeared before him, striking with a palm that seemed to suck toward his stomach. He seemed to have anticipated Xia Yuan's move, raising both hands as his superpower activated again, applying an invisible repelling force to himself. Buzz! Xia Yuan's hand stopped midair, their powers clashing invisibly in the space between them, creating turbulent air currents. The little boy sneered coldly. "I've watched your videos, I know you use moves like this to get close." After repelling Xia Yuan, he shouted again, manipulating Xia Yuan and slamming him toward the ground. However, due to the limitless technique, the ground couldn't harm Xia Yuan at all. His falling motion came to an abrupt halt, as if all kinetic energy had instantly vanished without a trace. Letter 10342, on letter 1 ECD, Veopene letter 1 D42C. Technique forward rotation. Kang. Maintaining his suspended posture, Xia Yuan activated his cursed technique. A blue gravitational sphere shot toward the little boy. The little boy pushed with both hands, his superpower activating again as he attempted to block the blue gravitational sphere, but the powerful force made his arms tremble. Knowing he couldn't withstand it head-on, he gritted his teeth and flipped both hands upward, using minimal force to redirect Kang's trajectory toward the sky. Not effective. The little boy cursed under his breath. After dealing with Kang, he looked back toward Xia Yuan, only to find he was no longer in his original position. His eyes darted around rapidly, but Xia Yuan's figure was completely absent from his field of vision. The little boy spun around abruptly, activating his power preemptively, behind. His superpower crashed against the empty air behind him, still with no sign of Xia Yuan. Just as he stood bewildered and confused, Xia Yuan hovered above his head, already having assumed a handgun posture, firing off a shot of he. The female contracted spirit he called Shadow Sister urgently shouted to warn him. "Boy, above." But it was already too late for him to react. Xia Yuan's calm voice sounded, "Technique reverse rotation." Hey. The little boy's hair stood on end, as he assumed a defensive stance with his superpower at the fastest possible speed. But the red he was already almost touching the top of his head. Boom! A powerful repulsive force erupted, red light blooming above the little boy's head like Mount Tai crushing down. The high-quality alloy floor beneath his feet was pressed down into a large depression, with him curled up inside it. Xia Yuan landed leisurely, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Oh ho, not bad, you withstood it." Although he had only used less than 30% of his power, being able to withstand it at such close range was still impressive. Inside the depression, the little boy struggled to stand up. The doll-like dress he wore was already torn in many places. Covered in blood stains, he looked utterly disheveled. The intense battle between the two had the audience boiling with excitement, thrilled beyond measure. Ooh, so satisfying, this ticket price is totally worth it. This is what real powerful contracted spirit battles look like. It's insane. I remember the arena material is supposed to be the hardest, and it got dented just like that. God Yuan looks like he's still playing around, not even using his full power, while superpowered boy seems to be struggling already. As expected, he's just not up to it. But being able to withstand that ridiculous attack is already quite impressive. Han Guang frowned deeply. He could already tell that Xia Yuan wasn't serious at all, while his own side's damage dealer was barely holding on. If the damage dealer died, winning would be impossible. So he shouted toward the arena, "Boy, no more being willful. Give up on fighting alone, you're strongest when you work together." The little boy glared at Xia Yuan with gritted teeth. In his heart, he also knew that if he continued fighting alone, he would lose. Though unwilling, for the sake of the bigger picture, he finally gave in. Xia Yuan seized this opportunity to start taunting. "What's wrong? Can't handle it already. Who was it that said they would solo kill me just now? Your daddy says one word, and you just obey. Too bad I was just warming up. But as a warm-up opponent, you barely pass." The little boy froze in place, veins bulging on his forehead, immediately turning around intending to continue fighting. But he was stopped by Shadow Sister behind him, so he could only retort angrily. "What do you know? If it weren't for this arena limiting my performance, I guarantee I'd beat you until you're crying for your parents. You only hit me because you used underhanded tricks. Have the guts to face me in a proper duel." Xia Yuan looked at the hysterical little boy and shook his head. All right. I get it, you win. Whatever you do, don't cry, you little guy whose mouth is the hardest thing about you. If you had used your mouth to block my skill just now, you might have actually blocked it." The little boy was driven to madness, his face turning red with rage. The entire audience didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xia Yuan's mouth seemed dipped in poison. If you licked it, you'd probably die from poisoning. It was hard to believe someone with such a rotten personality could be a super powerful SSR. Holy Light Knight propped her chin, looking exasperated. Is Xia Yuan a little kid too? Still trash-talking with the opponent, so boring. Mo Cheng glanced at her, thinking, aren't you a little lowly yourself? Holy Light Knight suddenly said seriously, "Old man, who do you think would win if I fought Xia Yuan?" Mo Cheng thought for a moment. If you had a way to break through his peculiar defense, it would be 50-50. Holy Light Knight laughed, "I would win." The scorching sun hung high in the sky. It was exactly 12 noon. The selection competition was already halfway through. After Han Guang's contracted spirit team challenged Xia Yuan, the other contracted spirits finally dared to seize the opportunity to ascend the stages, and the 10 arenas became lively again. But almost everyone's attention remained focused on the battle of the strongest. Who would be the #1 seed of Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy? The answer was about to be revealed. Xia Yuan. The little boy continued arrogantly. If my combat power is 1, then when the 3 of us fight together, our combat power becomes 6. This time, you will definitely lose. The woman in black tight-fitting clothes smiled sweetly at Xia Yuan, giving a charming smile. We're even wearing matching outfits, both in black. I hope you'll go easy on me, handsome. Xia Yuan picked at his ear with a finger, glancing at the contracted spirits who had started battling wildly again on the surrounding arenas. All right, enough playing with you all. My time is precious. I still need to continue sweeping through the arenas. He took off his sunglasses and casually tossed them into Mo Shiyu's hands. His blue eyes looked somewhat excitedly at the 3 people opposite him, the corners of his mouth lifting. If my combat power is 1, then when I was fighting you just now, it was only 0.3. Instantly, his handsome, striking full appearance caused a wave of screams from the female audience. The oppressive feeling Xia Yuan gave off with sunglasses on versus without them was completely different. Boy, no more willfulness. Give up on fighting alone, you're strongest when you work together. Mo Shiyu checked her spiritual energy half remained, which was more than enough. Moreover, the time's end inscription set on Xia Yuan could still activate once more, providing him with nearly half his spiritual energy. The corners of her mouth unconsciously lifted as well. The #1 seed of Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. She was determined to claim it. Xia Yuan was about to face off against the superpowered boy team, and the tense atmosphere was reaching its peak. In the live broadcast rooms of various major media outlets from Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy, viewer numbers were continuously skyrocketing. Every live stream had over 100,000 viewers. Bullet comments were flying everywhere across the screens. At this moment, in Great Xia's capital, Gardenia Spirit High School had already selected their #1 seed. Luo Xian held her phone, humming a little tune while watching the live broadcast. I never expected little Shiyu would also get an SSR, and such a powerful and handsome gacha character at that. Sigh, I'm so envious of her. I want a husband contracted spirit like that too. She turned to look at the female contracted spirit holding a massive demon blade nearby. If only you, demon blade princess, were a handsome man instead. The female contracted spirit's blood-red pupils carried an aura of loneliness and gloom, quietly responding, "My apologies." She had a tall, slender figure, skin fairer than snow, and exquisitely beautiful features. Her intense, deep purple hair was tied up high, reaching all the way to her ankles. A red floral-patterned kimono dress accentuated her enchanting and delicate slender figure, yet she carried an enormous long blade almost as tall as herself. Despite being a great beauty, she radiated a murderous aura throughout her entire being. Luo Xian laughed heartily. I was just joking. But little Shiyu's SSR is really strong, you know. Since you're both SSRs, who do you think would be stronger? I hope they do well so we can meet up in the capital and have a proper duel. Though I'm sure you'd win, Demon Blade Princess. Demon Blade Princess remained silent, quietly watching Xia Yuan on the phone screen. She was also quite curious, being SSRs, who would be stronger between her and him. Gardenia Spirit High School's selection method was simple and brutal. They directly chose the top 50 students from the school's power rankings for a massive free-for-all battle. The last 10 standing would represent the academy in the competition. However, due to Demon Blade Princess's one-sided slaughter, this massive battle had lost its judgment criteria. She single-handedly defeated all the contracted spirits, and in an extremely short amount of time at that. Luo Xian watched the live broadcast and suddenly got excited. Ooh, it's about to start. Fight, fight, fight. Let me see what other skills this Xia Yuan SSR has. On the arena, Xia Yuan looked at the opponent's team composed of a child, a woman, and an old man, rubbed his neck, and decided to let them make the first move. They didn't hold back either. Shadow Sister stomped her high heels, and the shadow beneath her feet suddenly branched out, rapidly spreading across the ground towards Xia Yuan's feet. Seeing this, Xia Yuan took a step back. The old mage's eyes gleamed with sharp light as he murmured, "Weaken the void." The next moment, a yellow cage materialized around Xia Yuan, trapping him within. A wave of weakness washed over him, greatly reducing both his speed and strength. A technique, yet another power that directly affected the target. The limitless technique couldn't block it. The moment Xia Yuan's speed slowed, the branching shadows from the ground caught up to him. Instantly, he became completely immobilized. Ha, are you Shikamaru from Naruto? Admittedly, their skills happened to all be mysterious type abilities that the limitless technique couldn't defend against. Shadow Sister formed hand seals with a charming smile. Success. His defensive ability does have limitations after all. It's probably not a barrier that blocks everything. It can't defend against abilities like ours. Han Guang felt greatly reassured. It seemed his 3 contracted spirits happened to counter the opponent's abilities. Lady Luck was on his side. Seeing this, the little boy burst into loud laughter. Xia Yuan, you're too careless. We've won. He made a squeezing gesture with both hands toward Xia Yuan. I'm going to crush you to death. The old man nearby spoke again. Amplify and enhance. Red light surged around the little boy, greatly boosting his superpowers. However, before being controlled, Xia Yuan had already formed the hand signs for domain expansion. The entire audience was shocked. The great demon king was controlled. Was he about to be defeated? Everyone widened their eyes, holding their breath as they stared intently at the arena, afraid of missing any moment. Mo Shiyu couldn't help but feel nervous too, but when she saw Xia Yuan's familiar hand signs, she instantly relaxed. She knew Xia Yuan had already won this battle. Just as the little boy was about to exert his power, Xia Yuan grinned and spoke first. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. A black, void-like barrier rapidly expanded from him, enveloping the entire arena and trapping the little boy, Shadow Sister, and the old mage within. The entire venue erupted in chaos. No one knew what had actually happened. They couldn't see what was happening inside the black barrier either. However, the next moment, the black barrier quickly dissipated. The audience could see the arena situation again. They saw that the 3 contracted spirits, superpowered boy, Shadow Sister, and the old mage, who had been about to attack Xia Yuan, were now standing foolishly in place, completely motionless. Xia Yuan easily broke free from the shadow control and began forming hand seals at a leisurely pace. Trying to play control games with me. A few minutes is more than enough for me to kill you all. That's right. Xia Yuan had executed a 0.2-second domain expansion. It required rapidly activating and deactivating the domain over a large area within an extremely short time. Previously, he didn't dare to do this because he wasn't very familiar with Gojo Satoru's template and found it difficult to perform such precise domain expansion. But after his breakthrough, he became completely different. The 0.2-second unlimited void could flood the brains of living beings within the domain with 6 months' worth of useless information. In the Jujutsu world, it could paralyze special-grade cursed spirits for over 5 minutes and ordinary people for 2 months. And 5 minutes was more than enough for Xia Yuan to kill these 3 countless times. Moreover, there were many benefits to expanding it this way, such as conserving some spiritual energy. The entire audience watched the 3 contracted spirits standing foolishly motionless on the arena, completely bewildered about what had happened. In the widely circulated footage of Xia Yuan's battles online, there were no scenes of domain expansion. Instantly, the entire venue erupted. What just happened? Why aren't those 3 contracted spirits moving? Xia Yuan. It must be that domain expansion ability God Yuan just chanted. What did he do? That black barrier covered such a huge area just now. Could that be Xia Yuan's ultimate move? A control-type ultimate move. Holy crap, God Yuan's damage output is so high. And you're telling me he's actually a team control-type contracted spirit. Han Guang was even more confused, completely unaware of what had occurred. The situation had reversed far too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was ready to pop the champagne. Han Guang anxiously shouted, "Boy! Shadow Sister! Mage Elder!" However, the 3 contracted spirits showed no response whatsoever, still frozen in place without moving. Xia Yuan aimed his fingers, gesturing as he selected a position. There in a straight line. Since the opponent was SR tier, he'd show them some respect and fire off a void technique, purple. Generally, after domain expansion, one becomes unable to use cursed techniques, entering a state of technique burnout. However, Xia Yuan had previously discovered that he didn't experience this condition after domain expansion. This was probably thanks to the contracted spirit's special spiritual body state. Technique burnout is actually a body protection mechanism, but spiritual bodies are special. They only consume spiritual energy and don't seem to need protection. This characteristic removed the limitation of technique burnout. Allowing Xia Yuan to use his skills even more freely, Xia Yuan took a deep breath, his azure blue pupils flickering with faint light as he formed hand seals with both hands. Technique forward rotation, Kang. Technique reverse rotation, He. On his left and right sides hovered spheres of dark blue Kang force and crimson red He force. The violent energy emitted high-frequency vibrations. Xia Yuan's silver hair danced wildly as he made a finger flick gesture. His movements as elegant as a dancer drawing a bowstring for the finale, slowly uttering a few words. Void technique. The moment the two spheres collided, a buzzing sound that made everyone shudder erupted. Purple. Time seemed to skip a frame as a beam of absolute nothingness. Mixed with space-distorting blackness, gravitational azure blue, and repulsive crimson red, spirally entangled and roared forth. The dark purple energy sphere swept toward the three figures frozen in place. The alloy ground emitted sharp, ear-piercing screeches as it was carved into a trench. SR truly lived up to being SR. Just as this purple was about to strike him, the little boy took a sharp breath and suddenly regained consciousness. He couldn't escape anymore, so he could only roar and push forward with all his supernatural power. Get back! Boom, the two forces collided. Superpowered boy gritted his teeth and held on, his hands constantly tearing apart, blood splattering everywhere. But the purple energy sphere before him only slowed down slightly. Superpowered boy could only watch helplessly as that purple spiral light sphere, carrying the imaginary mass that annihilated everything, engulfed all three of them. Even with his desperate strike, he couldn't budge it. All he accomplished was delaying it by a few seconds. The destructive purple light swept past. The three were annihilated into ashes, resurrecting again in Han Guang's contracted spirit space. After this battle, superpowered boy had developed a shadow over the color purple. From then on, whenever he saw purple, he would tremble uncontrollably with a terrified expression. However, after their deaths, that void technique, purple, didn't dissipate, but continued with undiminished force to crash against the arena's barrier. ZZZZ. Even the arena barrier, designed to prevent contracted spirits from accidentally injuring others, was destroyed by it, shattered into pieces. The dark purple energy sphere continued charging toward other arenas along the same line, defensive barriers breaking layer by layer, crashing into other contracted spirits engaged in melee battles. Letter 16B1 8 tilde small capen Armenian, Huainus, letter 1D587, Cyrillica letter 1D61A. For a moment, waves of miserable screams erupted. Bang, bang. The spherical energy of void technique, purple, successively pierced through the barriers of the remaining 5 arenas, sweeping away all the contracted spirits on the arena field before finally slowly dissipating. Xia Yuan looked up and felt like he might have gone a bit overboard. Did this count as intentionally damaging academy facilities? Forget it, he could just say he didn't control his strength properly, definitely not intentional. And his system reward bar had successfully reached 48% as the residual energy dispersed. The entire venue fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. They stood there dumbfounded, eyes wide open, faces filled with shock. After a long while, the audience finally snapped out of it, gradually erupting with mountain-shaking, sea-roaring exclamations. Purple. Such terrifying destructive power. Senior Han Guang's contracted spirits are all dead. God Yuan intentionally aimed it. All the contracted spirits on the other 5 arenas were killed by that purple just now. Truly a god of slaughter, going on a killing spree. Is this the combat power of an SSR? How incredibly powerful. Is that guy invincible? Domain expansion, unlimited void and void technique. Such cool skills. Invincible control, plus exaggerated output. This is just too perfect. Mo Xiu also stared dumbly at the broken arenas, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Xia Yuan, you went too far. She was so angry she wanted to bite Xia Yuan to death. Her wallet was going to take another huge hit. He could have been gentler. Han Guang looked even more incredulous, his whole body seeming to have lost all strength. His proud, contracted spirit team composition was instantly wiped out by just one of the opponent's contracted spirits. In the audience stands, Holy Light Knight's small mouth hung slightly open, almost unable to close. Mo Cheng and the Mo family disciples excitedly stood up directly. The stronger Xia Yuan was, the happier they were. Do you still think you can win? The Holy Light lowly slumped in her chair, waving her hand. I take back what I said earlier. How do you fight this? Can't fight at all. Meanwhile, the Jiang family members all had faces as ugly as corpses. They almost glared at Jiang Li with resentful eyes, practically pasting the words, "What stupid thing have you done?" on their foreheads. Jiang Li had already brain crashed and checked out a while ago. She knew Xia Yuan was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. She really wanted to die now. Gardenia Spirit High School. Luo Zian blinked her big eyes, astonished at the exaggerated output. This guy is pretty strong. Demon Blade Princess's blood-colored pupils flickered slightly, no longer so lifeless, briefly uttering two words. Very strong, wanna fight. With this one strike, Xia Yuan had destroyed 6 arenas. He turned around, smiling broadly as he looked toward the remaining 3 arenas behind. The contracted spirits melee on those arenas had long stopped fighting due to the terrifying commotion here. When they saw his gaze turn toward them, they scaredly tumbled and scrambled off the arenas. Don't leave, I still want to play. His system reward bar was only 2% away from reaching 50%. Just as Xia Yuan was about to move, the academy principal and teachers immediately rushed out and announced, I declare, student Mo Shiyu has successfully advanced, becoming our Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy's #1 seed contestant. They were both happy and distressed about their facilities. Happy that their academy had produced such a god of slaughter contracted spirit, who would surely shine brightly in the national competition and boost the academy's reputation. But they were also truly afraid that Xia Yuan would overturn the remaining 3 contracted spirit arenas too. Mo Shiyu also noticed their concerns and immediately shouted, Xia Yuan, we've won, we're already first place, no need to fight anymore, stop. Xia Yuan tusked Ed, somewhat disappointed. He was so close, but looking at those contracted spirits who were almost scared out of their wits, as long as he was present, they probably wouldn't dare to step onto the arena. Xia Yuan could only give up, putting his hands back in his pockets and jumping off the arena. Fatty you still have spiritual energy left, right? Let's go grind some dungeons. Hi. But we just finished competing. Xia Yuan backhandedly skillfully picked up Mo Shiyu as if carrying a doll and headed toward the dungeon area. Mo Shiyu, being carried off in public like this, did she have no dignity left? But then she thought, forget it, with such a powerful contracted spirit, who needs dignity? All the contracted spirits watched Xia Yuan leave with looks as if they were seeing a ghost or deity. Just listen. Is this human speech? You just killed so many contracted spirits, not satisfied enough, and now you want to go grind dungeons. Only after Xia Yuan, this god of slaughter, left did the selection competition resume to choose the remaining 9 contestants. And because of this live broadcast, the video of Xia Yuan's single strike piercing through 6 contracted spirit arena defensive barriers once again caused a sensation throughout the entire spirit tamer community. In one competition, he killed nearly hundreds of contracted spirits. Even though they could resurrect on the arena, it was still actual killing. Northern Chuan God of Slaughter conspicuously became his title, resounding throughout Great Xia's Spirit Tamer high schools. Everyone watched to see if this God of Slaughter could maintain this nearly invincible strength and all disdainful arrogance at the provincial competitions. The Northern Chuan selection competition was still in full swing. Xia Yuan then carried Mo Shiyu to the dungeon area. Since almost everyone was watching the matches, the dungeon area was exceptionally quiet with almost no one around. Fatty you, how much spiritual energy do you have left? Only 30% remains. That's more than enough. At this moment, they were already standing before the academy's only 5-star dungeon portal. This place was almost never visited, with weeds growing waist-high. 5-star dungeons were still too difficult for the Academy's high-level spirit tamers. Aside from Xia Yuan, if you combined all contracted spirits from Chuanbei's Spirit Tamer Academy, you still couldn't assemble a team capable of clearing a 5-star dungeon. But Xia Yuan intended to try speedrunning it to reduce time costs. Although Mo Shiyu had limited spiritual energy and couldn't run it many times, he could play more games with the Holy Light Knight. Xia Yuan grabbed Mo Shiyu's waist, ready to get started, but the person being carried complained pitifully. "Xia Yuan, can we change positions? Being carried like this hurts my waist." Mo Shiyu felt her waist was getting worse, occasionally aching faintly. Aside from the aftereffects of having her spiritual energy drained, the rest was probably from being carried by Xia Yuan. Her slender waist was bearing too much. It really couldn't withstand Xia Yuan's continued rough handling. "Fine. Since it's master's command, I'll naturally comply." Xia Yuan tossed her up and switched to holding her with his hands, but the feeling was somewhat strange. Round, soft yet firm. Mo Shiyu immediately blushed crimson, her brain somewhat frozen, making wah-wah-wah sounds. Xia Yuan. Only then did Xia Yuan realize he'd grabbed her chest, immediately moving his hands downward. "Sorry, accidental, it's all because you're too fat." Mo Shiyu retorted angrily, "Even if I'm fat, I didn't eat your family's rice. Besides, what's the difference with this position?" She took deep breaths, calming her wildly beating heart. Xia Yuan thought for a moment, then simply slung her over his shoulder like carrying a rocket launcher. "This should be better." Mo Shiyu looked wooden, feeling even more humiliated, still treated like cargo, just changed from carrying to shouldering. It seemed to emphasize she was even heavier. She tilted her head to look at Xia Yuan's handsome profile, when suddenly a light bulb went off in her head, excitedly saying, "Xia Yuan, how about I ride on your head? That way you can use both hands." Letter 1E5F Alpha Letter 1033D, Ogrov Letter 162, Open S Hatchek. Xia Yuan slapped her butt, catching Mo Shiyu off guard, making her let out an embarrassed and angry "yah" sound. "You've got quite the imagination, making wishes here. Let's go." The two entered the 5-star dungeon. This time, the environment they teleported to was quite harsh, seemingly inside a volcano, with volcanic magma flowing beside the tunnels, extremely scorching. Mo Shiyu fanned her face with her hand, summoning little black accessory and hanging it beside Xia Yuan too, like a guiding spirit. She wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. Truly worthy of a 5-star dungeon, the feeling is completely different. "Xia Yuan, we can't be careless." Xia Yuan had already assumed a sprinting posture, wearing a slightly crazed expression. "Careless? Not happening, I just want to speedrun." Little Black excitedly raised one hand. "Let's go." She had a premonition that her level was about to skyrocket. Without further ado, Xia Yuan carried Mo Shiyu over his shoulder and quickly sprinted forward. While running, he also utilized Kang's ability, his figure constantly blinking around. Both Mo Shiyu and Little Black felt like they were riding a roller coaster, with wild winds howling past their ears, thrilling and exciting. Rustle, rustle. Level 80 monsters emerged in groups, attacking the sprinting Xia Yuan. Level 80, Scorching Flame Elemental. Level 82, Volcano Dragon Lizard. Level 84, Lava Worm. These monsters were quite strong, each comparable to C-rank contracted spirits of the same level. Unfortunately, before the current Xia Yuan, whether they were C-rank, B-rank, or even A-rank, the difference wasn't significant. Technique forward rotation Kang, technique reverse rotation He. These two cursed techniques, Xia Yuan could execute them with his eyes closed, their power astonishing. The efficiency was so high it was like basic attacks. His speed never decreased as he bulldozed through everything in his path, leaving nothing alive in his wake. Contracted Spirit Xia Yuan, level increased. LV.50 right arrow, LV.51. Contracted Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level increased. LV.90 right arrow, LV.100, level has reached cap. Xia Yuan fought all the way to the boss entrance, when the system reward bar finally reached 49%. He took a deep breath, put down the bewildered Mo Shiyu, and shook his hand. "Still not fast enough, it's already been 3 minutes. These monsters are really tough, let's aim to finish in 5 minutes." Mo Shiyu swayed dizzily left and right, only avoiding falling by leaning against Xia Yuan. 5 minutes. She didn't know what to say anymore. If these words came from anyone else's mouth, it would be an absolute joke. But this was Xia Yuan, her most outstanding SSR. Little Black excitedly spun around flying. Level 100. I'm a max-level contracted spirit too. She exclaimed. 5-star dungeons are too amazing, feels like I got quite a bit of overflow experience. While Mo Shiyu looked at her now max-level Catgirl accessory, considering getting more accessories to assist Xia Yuan. While the two were making various exclamations, Xia Yuan had already reached the boss door and kicked it open. Surprise, community service delivery. 2 level 100 boss figures slowly materialized, their terrifying aura pressing down on the three. The powerful presence was suffocating. Mo Shiyu and Little Black hid behind Xia Yuan, using his tall, slender figure to cover themselves, only peeking their heads out to observe. 2 bosses, and they're red-named. The two looked slightly stunned, immediately becoming tense. Xia Yuan let out an oh-ho sound, his face full of pleasant surprise. Buy one get one free. Level 100, red name boss, Inferno Prison Lord. Level 100, red name boss, Ash Queen. The two massive monsters roared furiously at Xia Yuan, making his black clothes flutter wildly, the pressure absolutely overwhelming. Mo Shiyu and Little Black covered their ears, trembling. Xia Yuan stretched his body and spoke. These two big guys look like they have thick health bars. Ahem. Let's try maximum output. The corner of his mouth carried a hint of madness. Without any amplification support, can I unleash 200% void technique purple? Let's test it out. Fatty you, Little Black, hold onto me tight, don't let go. Mo Shiyu and Little Black looked confused. They knew Xia Yuan was about to perform domain expansion, so they skillfully hugged him. Wait. Maximum output? Does that mean that void technique purple from the competition wasn't maximum output? 200% void technique purple? Mo Shiyu's brain raced but couldn't reach a conclusion. Her understanding was always easily shattered by Xia Yuan. Right at this moment, Xia Yuan was already forming hand seals with one hand. These bosses definitely couldn't be handled with just 0.2 seconds of unlimited void. Then extend it to 5 seconds, that should be enough. Xia Yuan's 6 eyes shimmered with flowing light. His control over his cursed techniques and spiritual energy had reached an incredibly refined level. Before the bosses could move, he silently chanted, Domain expansion. Unlimited void. The barrier dispersed, the light contracted, and everything turned pitch black, as if stepping into outer space. The unlimited void domain shrouded both level 100 bosses. Once the 5 seconds passed, the domain faded. If 0.2 seconds implants half a year's worth of information, then 5 seconds is nearly 12.5 years of compressed information. The 2 level 100 bosses froze in place, temporarily unable to launch any attacks against Xia Yuan. Only then could Xia Yuan chant his incantation in peace. He pushed aside the 2 kangaroo-like arm pouches beside him. Move to the back, don't get too close to me, because what's coming might get a little violent. If you're afraid you'll have nightmares tonight, then close your eyes. Mo Shiyu and Little Black obediently hid at the rear, putting some distance between themselves and him. Xia Yuan, rarely serious, switched into an intensely focused mode. Mo Shiyu, seeing this, already guessed what he intended. He was going to one-shot the bosses again, but how was that possible? These were 2 red name level 100 bosses. Even with the void technique purple, that would be extremely difficult. She suddenly remembered Xia Yuan mentioning a 200% void purple, her eyes widening slightly as she murmured, Impossible, could he get even stronger? Xia Yuan took a deep breath, his expression unusually earnest and solemn. He bent his body slightly, planted a horse stance, and formed his hands into a charging posture. A vast stream of cursed energy condensed and intensified around him. His aura soared like a rainbow. He began to chant the incantation, 9 principles. Polarized light, black and declaration, between surface and core. With each word, the terrifying cursed energy on his body climbed ever higher. Space itself twisted from the strain. The pinnacle of jujutsu is subtraction. The fewer incantations and hand seals required, the faster a sorcerer can activate a technique. This skill determines a sorcerer's true ability. Letter 1d640 letter 1d400 ang, a beta. because in real combat you must suppress the enemy quickly. However, this void technique, purple, did not omit any jujutsu steps. Under a full ritual, its power could be amplified. The void techniques Xia Yuan normally unleashed were naturally not in their perfected form. In the jujutsu world, Gojo Satoru could reach 200% void purple because the songstress applied a supplemental technique called isolated zone, which amplified his total cursed energy output. That allowed him to produce a 200% void purple and blast off one of Sukuna's arms. But Xia Yuan wanted to try, with all his might, to see if he could produce the same 200% void purple that Gojo once did. With everything prepared, Xia Yuan uttered the final decree: void technique, purple. In an instant, Mo Shiyu's remaining spiritual energy was sucked completely dry. She collapsed to the ground with practiced motion, her gaze fixed unblinkingly on Xia Yuan's direction. The big blow had arrived. The next second, the entire instant space trembled. The imaginary mass produced by the overlapping repulsion and attraction forces exploded in front of Xia Yuan, annihilating and pulverizing everything in its path. That included the 2 red name level 100 bosses. Amid the sky filled with purple light, their tens of thousands of HP dropped rapidly to 0. Even after automatically entering Phase 2 at full health, they plummeted back to 0 at breakneck speed. This massive attack warped space and even passed through the instance area, affecting the whole Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy. Everyone felt the ground tremble slightly and were stunned. They didn't know what had happened. Some thought it was a minor earthquake. After a while, the shaking gradually subsided. Only then did Mo Shiyu and Little Black dare to open their eyes, finding the entire boss room in tatters, collapsed to the extreme. The Inferno Prison Lord and the Ash Queen had vanished. Only Xia Yuan stood quietly alone. This was his true peak output so far. Mo Shiyu's whole body tingled, her rosy lips slightly parted, not knowing what to say. This void technique, purple, was a completely different concept from the versions before. A string of notifications sounded. 5-star instance cleared. Contracted Spirit Xia Yuan, level up. LV.51 right arrow, LV.54. Contracted Spirit Black Cat Spirit, level up. LV.100 right arrow, LV.100. Max level reached. Obtained Lava Core. Obtained Mysterious Key. Obtained Red Name Heart. Obtained Queen's Relic. Obtained. Mo Shiyu glanced at the time again. Indeed, it was only 4 minutes and 55 seconds to clear the 5-star instance. Not even 5 minutes. Xia Yuan sighed and rubbed his arm. What a pity, no 200%, at most 150%. As expected, without support it doesn't work. Catgirl Little Black swallowed and exclaimed, "Oh my God, God Yuan brother, 150% is already strong enough. You really have both the numbers and the mechanics. If we combine, we're absolutely invincible." Xia Yuan waved his hand. This is just the beginning. Power is something that, in this world of contracted spirits, the more the better. Only by becoming truly invincible can one live in peace. The system reward progress jumped to 55%, he could draw another universal skill. Xia Yuan rubbed his hands, his heart racing. Although now a contracted spirit, he couldn't help getting excited about a gacha-like draw. Drawing character skills from various dimensional worlds was paradise for his past life otaku self. His juvenile spirit thrilled. Start the draw. The system's ornate wheel spun. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Naruto world character Might Guy's skill. 8 gates released formation. Note: opening the final gate, the Gate of Death, requires the Spirit Tamer's spiritual energy to be greater than or equal to 50%. Otherwise, the Spirit Tamer will explode. Opening the Gate of Death will instantly drain 50% of the current Spirit Tamer's spiritual energy. Do not use casually. After hearing this, Xia Yuan's eyes flashed brilliantly. He was soaring. This time, he really gained a bit of invincibility. His martial arts were strong, but not the absolute ceiling. Yet the 8 gates technique is the ceiling skill of martial arts. He had always wanted to draw this skill, never expected he actually would. Thinking of the nearly decisive kick he almost unleashed earlier, his blood boiled with excitement. And it only consumed 50% of Mo Shiyu's spiritual energy. That made it totally worth it. In the original lore, it cost a life. Mo Shiyu was collecting the instant's rewards when she heard Xia Yuan's manic laughter, his face oddly strange. As always, she checked Xia Yuan's level, and seeing a new skill added to his panel called 8 Gates Released Formation, she couldn't sit still anymore. Xia Yuan, what on earth is going on? You learned another skill again. What are that Zanpakuto and 8 Gates thing? Mo Shiyu's big eyes were full of confusion. It was the first time she'd seen a contracted spirit upgrade and gain a brand new skill. Xia Yuan smiled mysteriously, hands behind his head, reverting to a lazy look as he said lightly, "Explaining it would be way too complicated. You'll find out later. I'm not your average SSR. There are plenty more skills coming, you'll get used to it." Mo Shiyu was stunned. The materials in her hands fell to the ground. Like a curious child, she clung to Xia Yuan with all sorts of questions, itching with curiosity. Unfortunately, Xia Yuan yawned and said he wanted to go back to rest and play games. His female internet friend, the Holy Light Knight, was still waiting for him. After a day of selection matches, the 10 representatives for Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy were chosen. Without a doubt, Mo Shiyu was the top seed contestant, while Xia Yuan was the acknowledged god of slaughter in northern Chuan, the sole ace contracted spirit. Although Han Guang's 3 contracted spirits had been completely wiped out once by Xia Yuan, after Xia Yuan left, he still dominated the arena with his powerful spirit lineup and successfully made the team. The schedule for the National College Spirit Tamer competition was quite tight. Xia Yuan hadn't played games at home for more than a few days before following Mo Shiyu onto the special provincial competition bus, heading to the central city of Yunchuan Province, Chengyang City. Chengyang City was far more prosperous than Chuanbei City. Whether in urban development or the scale of Spirit Tamer academies, everything was significantly higher level. The college Spirit Tamers from the provincial center naturally had much stronger overall capabilities. Just take SRs for example. In local academies in Chuanbei City, there were at most 1 or 2. Whereas in the major Spirit Tamer colleges in the provincial center, there were at least 3 or 4 SRs. However, SSRs remained as rare as phoenix feathers. In this year's college competition, there were only 2 SSRs in the entire Yunchuan province. One was Xia Yuan. The other was the ace contracted spirit from Kangyun Spirit Tamer Academy, the highest-ranked Spirit Tamer college in the entire northern Chuan province, the Platinum Dragon King. Inside the bus, Xia Yuan lounged lazily in his seat, legs crossed casually, looking completely at ease. The other 9 people's contracted spirits had all returned to the contracted spirit space. Only he was the exception. It wasn't that they didn't have humanoid contracted spirits. Mainly because with this god of slaughter present, other contracted spirits simply didn't want to ride in the same vehicle with him, instinctively afraid. When they recalled that day's purple energy, the scene of one blast piercing through 5 arenas made their legs tremble. Afterwards, someone had done statistics. Xia Yuan had killed nearly 200 contracted spirits during that day's selection matches. Who the hell wouldn't be afraid of that? He just kept hunting other contracted spirits. They were genuinely afraid Xia Yuan might get inspired and start killing contracted spirits right in the bus. Xia Yuan, feeling bored, glanced toward the front seats and spotted Han Guang not far away. He immediately greeted him with a cheerful grin. "If it isn't Senior Han Guang. You made it in too. How's that tough-talking little boy doing now? Why doesn't he come out and chat with me? I'm pretty bored right now." Xia Yuan's tone carried a hint of apology, but his words were utterly irritating. "Really sorry about that. I actually thought he was pretty strong back then, so I got a bit serious. Who knew it'd be like using a cannon to shoot mosquitoes?" Letter 1034 to letter 1F00, letter 1ED1, letter 1D401, E circumflex letter 1E63. Han Guang maintained a pleasant smile on the surface, while secretly gritting his teeth. Now whenever superpowered boy saw purple energy, he immediately had a stress reaction, went completely stiff, and passed out cold. And the culprit was this guy right here. But given the other's overwhelming power, he could only smile and say, "Just lucky to advance." Xia Yuan stood up directly, reached out and patted his shoulder, offering sincere-looking encouragement. "Don't lose heart, your contracted spirits aren't that weak. At least they're stronger than those other spirits that offered no resistance at all. They gave me quite some entertainment. He gave a thumbs up, keep working hard. Han Guang's smile looked more painful than crying. Was this guy specifically targeting him for torment? Fortunately, the torment didn't last long. Soon, the special bus arrived at the luxury hotel accommodation provided for them by the provincial competition organizers. The best five-star hotel in Qingyang City. It was particularly famous for its rooftop starlight banquet, where many important figures would host feasts to entertain distinguished guests. And today, Mo Shiyu and the others were going to attend this banquet composed of outstanding young spirit tamers from across northern Chuan province to meet and socialize with each other. The provincial competition would officially begin the next day. Mo Shiyu wasn't particularly interested in the banquet, just going through the motions. But Xia Yuan was quite enthusiastic, wanting to have some proper fun. Attending a banquet required presentable high-end suits and evening gowns. So Mo Shiyu and Xia Yuan used their remaining time to stroll around this bustling provincial capital city, incidentally buying clothes. Mo Shiyu changed clothes with full confidence, expecting to receive compliments from Xia Yuan. But Xia Yuan's mouth remained as sharp-tongued as ever. Only when she put on black stockings did he reluctantly offer one compliment. These legs could entertain me for a year. As they shopped and bantered, to others they looked nothing like a contracted spirit and spirit-tamer relationship, but more like a flirting young couple. Xia Yuan finally changed out of his classic black outfit, buying several sets of fashionable casual clothes. Once he put them on, combined with those cool sunglasses, his aura instantly elevated. When he stood on the street, passing women couldn't help but approach him, proactively asking for his WeChat, questioning if he was a model or celebrity. Xia Yuan adopted a come-one come-all attitude, chatting those girls up with such smooth talk that they giggled continuously, utterly delighted. In Mo Shiyu's eyes, he was simply a playboy. By afternoon, the two had enjoyed themselves enough and finished buying clothes. As dusk fell, the starlight banquet officially began. Xia Yuan put on his suit, wore his sunglasses, walked with hands in pockets, looking thoroughly roguish, somehow managing to make the suit exude an air of both playboy and thug. Mo Shiyu wore a white evening gown, resembling a cold and elegant noble snow lotus, displaying quite an impressive figure. When the two made their entrance, they instantly became the center of attention, whether in terms of looks or reputation. Mo Shiyu gently raised her hand, expecting Xia Yuan to take it like a gentleman, but after waiting for a long time, she saw that silver-haired guy cheerfully rushing into the banquet hall alone, leaving her standing there utterly bewildered. However, the banquet wasn't as harmonious as imagined, the atmosphere somewhat tense. Groups had largely formed by region and academy, with Han Guang staying together with the other 8 from Chuanbei Spirit Tamer Academy and their contracted spirits. After all, they were representing their academy in competition, so they maintained some group solidarity. Meanwhile, those selected from big city academies mostly had arrogant attitudes, looking down on these people from rural areas. Xia Yuan completely ignored this atmosphere, cheerfully greeting everyone he saw. "Hello, brother. Oh, beautiful lady, that outfit looks great. Hey everybody, let's get this party started." As long as he didn't feel awkward, then the awkwardness belonged to others. As the Northern Chuan god of slaughter, an SSR who had gained immediate fame upon being summoned, they naturally recognized Xia Yuan. Many people showed him respect, responding one after another. Numerous female spirit tamers in evening gowns gracefully approached him to greet him. However, Han Guang and the others on the other side didn't receive such treatment. After all, most of them had brought C-rank and B-rank contracted spirits into the banquet hall, immediately drawing contemptuous looks from many city spirit tamers. Nowadays, even trash can sneak into provincial competitions. Are you serious? C-rank contracted spirits can get in too. Aren't C-rank contracted spirits just fodder cards? Tusk, at most they're beginner transition spirits. Still using C-ranks in 3rd year, really not impressive. Some people don't even have A-rank contracted spirits and still made top 10. How garbage are these local academies? No wonder that so-called God of Slaughter SSR could solo everyone, they're all weaklings. I could do that too. The Northern Chuan group looked grim-faced, with some lower-tier contracted spirits practically unable to lift their heads. Indeed, looking at the overall picture, the tier gap between their spirits and the opponents was just too large. Han Guang, as the senior figure, immediately stepped forward to back up the others. Who exactly are you calling trash? I never expected city spirit tamers to lack even the most basic character, showing not an ounce of respect towards the contracted spirits that protect humanity. But the other side had their own representative. A blond man wearing a white suit with an arrogant expression stood up, saying disdainfully, "Trash means you people, what about it? Did I say something wrong?" When Han Guang saw him, clear anger flashed in his eyes. "Lin Junhao, keep whatever's between you and me separate from my other schoolmates." Lin Junhao chuckled twice. "Just a defeated opponent, yet you still dare bark wildly before me. Have you forgotten the pain once the wound healed?" Han Guang was momentarily speechless. He truly couldn't defeat his opponent, because the other was a famously renowned descendant of a Chengyang City spirit-taming family, a key cultivation seed of the Lin family. They had poured almost all their resources into him, nurturing an SR-contracted spirit that had reached level 85. One must understand that the experience required for SR leveling was incomparable to other spirits. Those who could raise an SR to level 85 during high school were exceedingly rare. His own superpowered boy was only level 75, hadn't even undergone the second breakthrough, making it very difficult to match up. The dispute between both sides quickly drew the attention of the entire venue. One side was the local academy, Northern Chuan. The other side was the entire Yun Chuan province's second-ranked elite school, Royal Academy. The disparity was immediately clear. The city elite school spirit tamers remained calm and composed, waiting to watch the spectacle. Xia Yuan, originally surrounded by various beauties, enjoying the flowers amidst a sea of blossoms, became immediately interested upon hearing the commotion over there. Letter 1E59 A ring, letter 1D40D, O umlaut letter 10331, Ye S circumflex. My apologies everyone, I must excuse myself for a moment. He squeezed out from the floral crowd, and saw Mo Shiyu with her cheeks puffed up like balloons. Seeing Xia Yuan approach, she instantly switched to her aloof state, adopting an indifferent attitude. Xia Yuan reached out to pull her, but she shook him off. He had no choice but to forcibly grab her arm, dragging her along like pulling a wooden stake. Her high heels scraped a mark on the ground. "Are you a child? Stop being angry, trouble has come knocking." On the other side, Han Guang's group and Lin Junhao's side were at a tense standoff. The atmosphere was thick with gunpowder. Lin Junhao sneered, pointing next door, "Stiffening your neck is useless. If you're not convinced, then take it to the PK platform. This daddy can fight all of you with just one contracted spirit. Weaklings like you from the countryside should just accept being called trash when told. You don't like hearing the truth." The Northern Chuan group truly couldn't take it anymore and were about to step forward, but Han Guang stopped them all. He knew the others' background and strength and didn't want them to suffer losses. "Trash. Who's trash?" An even more rampant and arrogant voice exploded from behind. "Spouting nonsense with your full mouth. I think you're the most trashy one." Everyone looked over and saw Xia Yuan with hands in pockets, swaggering over unsteadily, followed by a pouting Mo Shiyu. Han Guang and the Northern Chuan group never expected Xia Yuan to come break the deadlock, all somewhat surprised. After all, in their eyes, Xia Yuan was just a brainless god of slaughter. Lin Junhao turned around, his eyes dark. "What did you say?" He naturally recognized Xia Yuan too. Seeing it was him, a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. "Xia Yuan, I know you, you're not trash, but you have no right to insult me either." Lin Junhao's tone had clearly weakened. Xia Yuan, baring his white teeth, walked up to him, grinning widely. "Sorry, I'm not targeting you specifically." He raised his middle finger, swept it over all the city folk watching, then pointed downward with his fingertip, loudly declaring, "I'm saying everyone present is trash." Everyone thought Lin Junhao was already arrogant and rampant enough, but never expected Xia Yuan to be even more excessive. His one-finger gesture directly offended everyone. The Royal Academy group immediately turned grim-faced, furious beyond measure. But hindered by Xia Yuan's strength, they somewhat dared not speak up, could only glare at Xia Yuan to express their anger. Lin Junhao raged. "Xia Yuan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're an SSR." He looked towards Mo Shiyu behind him. Little girl from the Mo family, control your contracted spirit. Mo Shiyu gave him a faint glance. She had always looked down on this kind of bully who fears the strong and preys on the weak, this spoiled second-generation heir. Xia Yuan spread his hands, looking at him mockingly. Sorry, being SSR means I can do whatever I want. He cracked his knuckles. What's the use of stiffening your neck? Got the guts to PK with me. I'll take on all of you by myself. Everyone fell silent, terrified. They had seen Xia Yuan's livestream replays. The God of Slaughter title was truly earned. Those various unbelievable overpowered skills, just thinking about them made one shudder, completely clueless how to fight against them. Although Han Guang's group had just been insulted too, they felt exhilarated. Very satisfying. They knew full well Xia Yuan's fearless, dauntless temper. Having this demon king on their side, bullying others felt pretty damn good. Even they inexplicably became more assertive. Lin Junhao's forehead veins bulged. In Chengyang City, he could practically cover the sky with one hand, command wind and rain. When had he ever been mocked like this? Xia Yuan tutted twice. So scared of me. I thought city folk had some backbone. Weren't there some just now saying my God of Slaughter name was undeserved, that they could do it too if they tried? His expression reached the peak of arrogance. Not a single one with balls among you. With you people thinking others are trash, truly the pot calling the kettle black, the biggest joke in the world. Lin Junhao had completely redlined, lost his rationality. Fine, fight it is then. I want to see just how powerful a mere level 50, something contracted spirit can be. Instantly, Han Guang and the other Northern Chuan members got excited. This guy was an idiot, daring to play PvP with the God of Slaughter. And so, a perfectly good banquet inexplicably turned into a contracted spirit duel. Downstairs from the Starlight Banquet Hall, the entire floor was set up as an indoor contracted spirit arena. After all, this place routinely received noble spirit tamers. Everyone from the banquet gathered below the arena to watch the spectacle. The audience below split into two groups. One side was the local academy students, the other side was the city folk. Both sides clearly picked their camps. Lin Junhao actually felt somewhat apprehensive, but being accustomed to daily arrogance and tyranny, he didn't overthink it. He possessed a powerful level 85 SR contracted spirit. How could he possibly lose? Even if the opponent was an SSR, it was barely over level 50. After reassuring himself, Lin Junhao smirked sinisterly and summoned his most proud contracted spirit. Come forth. Crimson Demon. Kill him for me. A tall, three-headed, eight-armed, crimson-red demon materialized, standing on the arena platform. Its aura was powerful, its terrifying appearance making people shudder. Slightly exhaling, blue flame tongues spewed from its mouth. Grinning slightly, it revealed a mouth full of frightening fangs. Xia Yuan lazily leaned against the arena edge, seeing this upgraded version of Nezha demon appear, barely keeping it together. Well, damn. Indeed, like Spirit Tamer, like contracted spirit. You two really do look quite alike. Level 85, SR rank Crimson Demon. Lin Junhao stared at the guy who was even more arrogant and conceited than himself, sneering coldly. He refused to believe it. How could his level 85 SR lose to a mere level 54 SSR? Lin Junhao had participated in 2 major tournaments and fought numerous SR opponents, winning most of his matches. His Crimson Demon was an exceptionally powerful gacha character among all contracted spirits. Kill him. Lin Junhao gave the command. The Crimson Demon immediately sprang into action, all 3 heads opening their mouths simultaneously to fire 3 different elemental energy waves at Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan casually raised his hand, blocking them with his limitless technique, then loosened his suit collar. Guess I'll warm up before dinner. Hope you prove to be a worthy opponent. He happened to want to test his new skill. Curious to see how strong his martial arts would become with the first few gates of the 8 gates released formation activated. The gate of death couldn't be opened recklessly, but the other gates were fair game. 8 gates released formation, first gate, gate of opening. Xia Yuan swung his arms, his entire aura vibrating as he felt his body light. Opening the first gate removed brain restrictions, allowing him to utilize 100% of his physical capabilities. It overloaded his body's energy consumption to boost attack and speed. Mo Shiyu watched in astonishment, her eyes filled with pleasant surprise. This was Xia Yuan's new skill, the 8 Gates Released Formation. Though she didn't know its exact strength, all of Xia Yuan's skills tended to be overpowered. Roar! During this time, the Crimson Demon's second assault arrived, charging toward Xia Yuan while suppressing him with long-range attacks. But its attacks naturally couldn't reach Xia Yuan, all being deflected by the limitless technique, failing to exert any pressure whatsoever. Seeing his opponent charging forward, Xia Yuan grinned. Perfect timing. He directly advanced to meet the attack. Lin Junhao laughed out loud at the sight. You actually want to fight the Crimson Demon in close combat? Are you insane? A creature with 3 heads and 8 arms naturally had 6 more limbs than humanoid contracted spirits, making its close combat prowess extremely powerful. R retroflex letter 1 F01, Eng letter 1 ED3, E circumflex S retroflex. Neither side retreated, directly and brutally colliding with each other. The Crimson Demon's 8 arms struck almost simultaneously, its punches creating countless afterimages that descended upon Xia Yuan like a storm. Even the spectators felt a sense of suffocation, yet Xia Yuan's punching speed exceeded all their expectations. Fists imbued with cursed energy met the assault like a violent storm. After opening the first gate of the 8 Gates Released Formation, his martial arts ability greatly improved, his dual fists moving at unimaginable speeds. However, the power of the first gate alone still couldn't match 8 arms. The punches he couldn't catch were all blocked by his limitless technique. If one gate wasn't enough, then he'd just open more. Xia Yuan continued punching while successively opening more gates. Gate of Healing open. This gate removed physical fatigue restrictions, overloading and extracting his body's capabilities to continuously restore stamina. Xia Yuan's punching speed and power grew even stronger. He gradually caught up with the Crimson Demon's strikes, the 2 sides becoming almost evenly matched. Xia Yuan fought with exhilarating freedom, shouting "Aura, aura, aura" with each punch. The Crimson Demon seemed equally excited, rhythmically roaring "Ruar, ruar, ruar" in response. Simple, brutal fist exchanges created massive momentum, thunderous impacts, and surging fist winds. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Yet here was Xia Yuan evenly matching 8 hands with just 2 fists. Wait, since when was the Northern Chuan god of slaughter this strong in martial arts? Shouldn't his power come from his overpowered skills? Holy crap, his punches hit like cannons. My contracted spirit probably couldn't take even 1 punch. This SSR strength is really broken. Besides having overpowered skills, his martial arts reach this level too. Now this is how real men fight fist to flesh. It's getting my blood pumping. Who will win? Who will win? If 2 fists beat 8, that would be absolutely insane. Lin Junhao was bewildered. The Crimson Demon's punches had never been matched before. Other contracted spirits always had to avoid its sharp edge. None had ever confronted it directly like Xia Yuan without being defeated. Crimson, what are you doing? Mo Shiyu was also stunned. She knew Xia Yuan had decent martial arts skills, but never imagined they could reach this level. Suddenly understanding, her eyes shone with light. Could the 8 Gates Released Formation be a skill that enhances martial arts? If so, then Xia Yuan was practically maxing out all his stats. As the punches continued, Xia Yuan's condition kept improving. With each strike, the probability of triggering Black Flash gradually increased. The power continuously intensified. Gradually, the Crimson Demon actually began showing signs of decline. Xia Yuan's lips curved into a manic grin. Strike while the iron is hot. 8 Gates Released Formation, 3rd gate, Gate of Life open. Instantly, Xia Yuan's muscles engorged with blood, green energy radiating from his entire body as his punching power skyrocketed again. Under the crowd's utterly stunned gaze, Xia Yuan's fist wind directly overwhelmed the Crimson Demon, Black Flash power, mixed with dense fist shadows pounding against the demon's massive frame. It lacked Xia Yuan's limitless technique to block the punches. Thud, 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 thud. The Crimson Demon's body became covered with dense, green blood splattering everywhere as it lost all ability to resist. Aura, 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 auras. Xia Yuan was completely in the zone. What's wrong? I thought you liked rapid-fire punches. Give me more entertainment. The entire arena fell silent. Only the thump-thump. Sounds of Xia Yuan's fists landing on the Crimson Demon remained. It didn't wait for death passively. Under such dense fist winds, its three heads opened wide, beginning to gather elemental energy waves. The charging attack was interrupted. The Crimson Demon nearly entered a stiffened state. He then leaped again, appearing above the Crimson Demon. Using the arena's square ceiling, he performed 4 consecutive kicks off the corners, building ultimate charge power before finally stomping down hard on its body. He looked like Black Lightning quadruple jumping, creating an astonishing scene. Boom! A massive sound echoed from the arena center. The Crimson Demon crashed to the ground, unable to rise again. Xia Yuan stood with one foot planted on its body, his overwhelmingly domineering eyes sweeping across the crowd below. He tugged at his collar, flashing a bright, triumphant grin. The next second, the Crimson Demon shattered into fragments, dissipating from the arena. The entire venue fell silent once again. The geniuses from various major academies across Yunchuan province had finally witnessed the monstrous strength of the Northern Chuan god of slaughter. He hadn't even used those incredible skills from his live broadcasts. Just martial arts alone had defeated an SR level 85. The winner on the arena platform was arrogant, prideful, looked down on everyone, utterly rampant. His personality was eccentric to the extreme. If it were Lin Junhao, they wouldn't be convinced inwardly. But for Xia Yuan, they were completely won over. Because he had strength that matched his attitude and extraordinary unique charisma. He could genuinely make you submit willingly. The spirit tamers and contracted spirits from the city no longer dared to look down on people from regional academies. Years of oppression and discrimination were broken by Xia Yuan alone in this moment. Han Guang and the others from Northern Chuan regained their confidence even more, each standing tall and proud, sharing in the reflected glory. They even felt a sense of pride welling up inside. Look, this is our Northern Chuan's god of slaughter, who can challenge him. Although back in Northern Chuan, they had been terrified of Xia Yuan. But here in the provincial competition, he was their schoolmate, and watching people from other places get suppressed by Xia Yuan felt incredibly satisfying. The people from regional academies cheered along too. They could finally hold their heads high in the central provincial area. Lin Junhao's face was blank, full of disbelief, mumbling to himself, "How is this possible? How can an SSR be this powerful?" Even Platinum Dragon King couldn't defeat Crimson Demon so easily. He never expected that the level 85 SR he cultivated with the full resources of the Qingyang Lin family would be so simply crushed underfoot, and in its most specialized area of martial arts combos at that. Lin Junhao watched Xia Yuan swaggering victoriously on the platform, so angry he tasted blood rising in his throat. He could only retreat in disgrace, flicking his sleeve, and before leaving said without any real force, "Xia Yuan, you wait." If Platinum Dragon King hadn't disdained to attend the banquet, he would definitely punish you. Xia Yuan's gaze swept over the other city people, but no one, no human or contracted spirit, dared to meet his eyes. "No one else wants to challenge me. How about this? I'll stand right here without moving, fight all your contracted spirits, and if I shift my feet even one step, I'll count it as my loss." He coughed lightly, his tones softening as he negotiated with them. How about that? The god of slaughter was going crazy again, trying to trick all their contracted spirits into going up to die. Instantly, the crowd scattered, fleeing the contracted spirit arena platform area as if running for their lives, returning to the Starlight Banquet Hall on the top floor. Xia Yuan made an attempt to salvage the situation, waving at them. "Don't go. If that's not enough, how about I also seal my skills?" Watching the reward points escape one after another, Xia Yuan felt incredibly heartbroken. What a pity. If he could clear out all the contracted spirits of every spirit tamer at this banquet, he probably could have made the system reward bar grow another large chunk. Mo Shiyu shook her head helplessly. "Xia Yuan, are you having another crazy episode? Still want to kill?" Xia Yuan returned to his lazy demeanor, hopping off the platform casually. "Fatty you don't understand. You think I'm some contracted spirit killing maniac? I'm just honing my techniques. Otherwise, where do you think I learned those skills later on?" Mo Shiyu looked at him suspiciously. "Really? Xia Yuan, Of course. Remembering Xia Yuan's martial arts from earlier, Mo Shiyu was pleasantly surprised. 8 gates released formation is so amazing. This way your martial arts are comparable to the ceiling level too. Xia Yuan smiled, heading toward the Starlight Banquet upstairs. This is nowhere near the peak yet. If the Death Gate opened and he delivered a Night Guy kick, this little girl would probably be scared to death. Mo Shiyu cleared her throat lightly, straightened her chest, adjusted the snow-white long dress she was wearing, and blinked her sparkling big eyes. Xia Yuan, don't you think I'm very different today? Xia Yuan glanced back at her a few times. What's different, Could it be you're wearing thigh-highs? He made as if to lift her skirt. Mo Shiyu's pretty face flushed red, both hands hurriedly pressing down her dress. No, no. How could a white long dress ever be paired with black stockings? Xia Yuan immediately ignored her, quickening his pace, running off happily. Food, I'm a bit hungry. Leaving Mo Shiyu alone in disarray. Wasn't she pretty today? Why was it so hard to get a single word of praise from her own SSR? Were thigh-highs that attractive, something he thought about day and night? Mo Shiyu thought about it and felt that wearing black stockings more often in the future wouldn't be unacceptable. Not to please Xia Yuan or anything. She just thought black stockings were more slimming. Starlight Banquet Hall. After the incident with Xia Yuan and Lin Junhao, the atmosphere was actually better than before. At least the contracted spirits and spirit tamers from regional areas were very happy. Xia Yuan located the buffet dining area and started eating heartily. His cheeks were already stuffed full. A shy, sweet voice sounded from behind him. Brother Xia Yuan. Do you still remember me? Xia Yuan was used to women using this old pickup line, but when he turned around, he didn't expect it was actually someone he knew. The person approaching wore a red long dress that should have been dignified and elegant, but her whole body radiated a sweet, cute aura, her small face full of nervousness. This person was precisely Su Yun, whom he had teamed up with in the instance before. Of course, I remember. Xia Yuan swallowed the food in his mouth in one gulp. Seeing this, Su Yun quickly held a glass of red wine with both hands, offering it to him to wash it down. He drank it in one go, then continued. Sister Su Yun, you made it to the provincial competition too. Su Yun nodded obediently. She had noticed Xia Yuan from the beginning, but there were just too many beauties around him earlier. She couldn't squeeze in at all. Now she finally had a chance to come say hello. Xia Yuan looked her up and down, casually complimenting. This red really suits you, makes you look even sweeter and more delicious. Cute. Su Yun's ears instantly turned red. Thank you. I just watched the match. Brother Xia Yuan has become even more amazing. Mo Shiyu, who had just arrived holding her dress, saw this scene. She was so angry inside. Picking up a chicken drumstick nearby, she took a fierce bite. As if that bite had landed on Xia Yuan himself. While eating, Xia Yuan pondered. Wonder if the provincial competition tomorrow will be arena matches again. Basically, he wanted to earn system reward points. Su Yun glanced around, then leaned close to his ear, her breath like orchid as she whispered softly. I have some insider information. This year's provincial competition format is different from before. It might test our speed in clearing instances. Meaning, the time taken to speed clear instances will determine who qualifies for the national competition. Xia Yuan was slightly surprised. What a coincidence, speed clearing instances was his favorite thing. Not long ago, he cleared a 5-star instance in under 5 minutes. Oh well, oh well. Even if he couldn't kill contracted spirits anymore, killing monsters could still accumulate the system reward bar. That was acceptable too. Mo Shiyu walked over, unexpectedly squeezing between the two of them, smiling ambiguously. If it isn't classmate Su Yun. What a coincidence. By the way, what secret conversation were you two having? Su Yun covered her mouth with a light chuckle. Classmate Mo, don't misunderstand. I was just sharing some insider information about the competition with brother Xia Yuan. Mo Shiyu maintained a smiling expression on the surface. Oh, I see. But internally she was grumbling about how artificially sweet the other girl sounded. Why was she speaking in such a sugary tone, and calling him brother Xia Yuan over and over? Su Yun gave a sweet smile. I feel like classmate Mo cares a lot about brother Xia Yuan, checking on everything he does. Mo Shiyu replied with an expressionless face. He's my contracted spirit, my companion who's with me day and night. Is there a problem? Xu Yuan picked up the wine glass she had previously fed Xia Yuan from, taking a small sip with her rosy lips. I would never restrict my contracted spirit from doing anything. Even finding a wife would be fine. Mo Shiyu's eyes widened dramatically, her hand lifting then dropping, words caught in her throat. That was the same glass Xia Yuan had drunk from. As for Xia Yuan, he completely ignored both girls, picking up his plate to continue hunting for food, thoroughly enjoying the feast. The rhythmic music in the Starlight Banquet Hall swelled, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Men and women moved to the center, following the beat as they began to dance. Mo Shiyu and Xu Yun's gazes suddenly sharpened, both rushing to Xia Yuan almost simultaneously. Brother Xia Yuan, would you dance with me? Xia Yuan, let's dance. At the same time, an even larger group of beautiful women were making their way over, their intentions equally clear. Xia Yuan had just finished eating, patting his full stomach as he let out a satisfied burp. Seeing both Mo Shiyu and Xu Yun extending their small hands toward him, he laughed. Are you sure you want to dance with me? I don't know how to dance. Mo Shiyu, that's fine. Xu Yun, I can teach Brother Xia Yuan how to dance. They spoke almost in unison. Seeing the massive wave of women approaching from behind, Xia Yuan simply grabbed both girls' hands and pulled them into the dance floor. All right then, let's all dance together. Perfect for some post-meal exercise. Arhachik letter 1D41A, letter 2115, letter 1ED3, letter 10331, open E letter 1E69. Mo Shiyu looked stunned. Hey. Wait a minute, dancing with two people is two. Xu Yun was equally surprised that Xia Yuan would take both of them dancing, was usually one-on-one between men and women. Although Xia Yuan had never danced before, he felt he had natural talent. Becoming the dance king of Asia was just a matter of deciding too. Then, two spinning, blossoming flowers bloomed on the dance floor. One rose, one snow lotus. Xia Yuan laughed carefree, holding Mo Shiyu and Xu Yun's small hands as he guided them in continuous spinning. This is fun. Dancing is so simple. Their long dresses fluttered and spun like blossoming flowers. The visual spectacle was indeed impressive, though it was rather exhausting for the participants. You're spinning so fast, you can go even faster. Steady now, I'll make you take off. Xia Yuan grew more excited as he played, even adding force to accelerate their spinning. Mo Shiyu and Xu Yun spun until they were completely disoriented, wanting to refuse and stop, but unable to form words anymore. They regretted it, they truly regretted it. Xia Yuan was basically treating them like spinning tops to whip. The entire venue erupted with constant exclamations, everyone applauding and cheering for the two girls' super strong spinning top-style dance, as if watching an acrobatics performance. When the Starlight Banquet ended, Mo Shiyu and Xu Yun had already left quite some time ago. They had suffered terribly. Before passing out from dizziness, both had sworn they would never ask Xia Yuan to dance again in this lifetime. The next day, the provincial competition officially began. 270 young spirit tamers selected from 27 spirit tamer academies across Yunchuan province gathered at Chengyang City's Tianding Grand Plaza. Tianding Grand Plaza was equivalent to the bird's nest from his previous life, covering a vast area. The spectator stands on all four sides could accommodate nearly 100,000 people. Today, it was completely packed. The noise was deafening, the atmosphere incredibly lively. All the prominent spirit tamer families from Yunchuan province, official personnel from the Spirit Tamer Alliance, and even some military big shots were present to watch the matches. This competition was being broadcast nationwide in real time with complete, dead-angle coverage. Major media outlets from Great Xia had all arrived to provide live broadcasts and commentary. This scale, this grand spectacle, was merely the provincial competition venue. It showed just how much importance was placed on the National Spirit Tamer Academy competition. As the future stars of Yunchuan province, the vital force that would support humanity against dungeon monsters and secret realm demons, they entered Tianding Plaza amidst the cheers of the massive crowd. Among the Northern Chuan delegation, Xia Yuan walked with his characteristic carefree swagger, gazing around at the astonishing spectacle, marveling. Wow, this really lives up to being a provincial competition. The scale is countless times larger than Northern Chuan's. He maintained his usual relaxed and lazy demeanor. But after taking first place, let's finish early and return to the hotel. I made plans with Dama and my female gaming friend. Dama was the nickname for Holy Light Knight. After they became familiar, Xia Yuan started calling her that, finding it convenient and catchy. The female gaming friend was a girl Xia Yuan met playing games online, a girl with excellent skills. The Northern Chuan team didn't think Xia Yuan was boasting or showing off when they heard this, because he genuinely had that level of ability. This was Mo Shiyu's first time participating in such a large competition, making her slightly nervous but somewhat excited. She was thinking about how she should manage her expressions when Xia Yuan shone brilliantly. How to avoid those envious, jealous gazes. It would be hard to suppress her smile. Mo Shiyu rubbed her chin. Her mouth had been getting sore from smiling so much lately. She needed to control it. After all participants entered the venue, the national official higher-ups from Northern Chuan province came over and delivered a long speech of encouragement and expectations, tedious and boring. Just as Xia Yuan was considering going up to shoo them away, the Spirit Tamer Alliance's chief examiner responsible for this provincial competition finally appeared, announcing the competition rules. This competition has abolished conventional arena matches and will instead adopt a dungeon speedrun format. Before the competition begins, 10 special dungeon portals will appear in the center of the venue. These special dungeons were created by my SR-contracted spirit realm creator, Zhuangmeng. The monsters appearing in these dungeons are completely identical, with difficulty equivalent to 4-star dungeons. As these words were spoken, the entire venue stirred, exclamations rising and falling continuously. The competitors were especially shocked, whispering and discussing among themselves. The chief examiner was a well-dressed, robustly built middle-aged man. He raised his hand to signal for quiet, then continued. You must have your contracted spirits solo clear the 4-star dungeon at the fastest possible speed. However, you have 3 chances for error. You can attempt the dungeon 3 times, with your best clear time from those 3 attempts counting as your score. There are 270 participants total, but only the 5 spirit tamers with the shortest clear times will be selected to proceed to Great Xia's imperial capital to participate in the national competition's peak tournament. He chuckled disdainfully. If you can't even solo clear a 4-star dungeon, just voluntarily withdraw now. The peak tournament isn't for people of your level. Xia Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, looking quite satisfied after hearing the announcement. Su Yun's insider information was pretty accurate. It seems she has quite the background. Then, without caring whether this was a major competition venue or not, he immediately raised his hand and said loudly, "Examiner Dazhuang, can I be the first to take the assessment then?" Mo Shiyu was sweating profusely, tugging at his sleeve from below and reminding him not to cause trouble. This was the Alliance's chief examiner. How high were his strength and status? And you dare give him a nickname? The chief examiner looked at him and surprisingly didn't get angry, instead saying with a smile, "You must be SSR Xia Yuan, I've heard of you. You once provided rescue during an Abyss instance disaster. Han Yue is my colleague. She mentioned you and said you're very strong. I personally admire you, but rules are rules. If I let you go first, that would be breaking the rules." Xia Yuan looked dispirited. He had been thinking about finishing the competition early and returning to the hotel to play games. In-game events wouldn't wait. If he went late, other teams would probably have already taken the first clear rewards. Then he'd get sprayed by Dama. Mo Shiyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't angry. As for going first, forget about it. That would be asking the chief examiner to openly give them special treatment. However, the next second, the chief examiner's voice sounded again. But then again, aren't rules meant to be broken? Every SSR is a national treasure of Great Xia. I judge that you have this qualification, so I'm willing to break the rules for you. As these words fell, the entire venue was shocked. In the live streams of major news media across the country, viewers spammed question marks wildly. Among the participants, there was an uproar and discussions everywhere. Mo Shiyu looked completely bewildered, never expecting the other party would actually agree. Xia Yuan changed his expression quickly, immediately becoming happy. Examiner Dazhuang knows how to handle things well. Tell me your name, I'll remember you. If you need anything, come find me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll help you once. Air a small capen letter 1ed9 open a letter 1d8. Good heavens, the roles are completely reversed. The northern Chuan crowd was already used to this, but others had never seen such an arrogant and insolent contracted spirit. Mo Shiyu frantically pulled at his sleeve, hurriedly whispering to remind him, Xia Yuan, you need to show more respect to the chief examiner. The chief examiner put his hands on his hips, not annoyed at all, instead laughing heartily. Then I won't stand on ceremony. My name is Lu Cheng, a T1 level spirit tamer within the Alliance. Among the participants, Lin Junhao was so angry he gritted his teeth. Naturally, he couldn't stand to see Xia Yuan doing well, so he immediately incited many followers to start shouting. This isn't fair. That's right, competitions should be fair. If someone gets to go first just because they're SSR, wouldn't the world fall into chaos? We're not convinced, we demand a fair competition. Protest, protest. Lu Cheng swept his sharp gaze over the protesters and said in a deep voice, I know the rest of you feel unbalanced inside, but if you also had a contracted spirit as powerful as Xia Yuan's, I'd be happy to break the rules for you two. How about that? His tone turned cold and severe. You bunch of greenhorns, have you ever experienced a raid boss disaster? Have you seen the hell on the contracted spirit Great Wall defense line? Do you know how terrifying world-class bounty bosses are? Lu Cheng's eyes turned slightly red. This burly man was now trembling all over like a sieve, gritting his teeth as he spat out a few words. I've seen it. Even my contracted spirits are nothing but ants to be casually crushed before them. Only those truly powerful contracted spirits can save the ordinary people suffering from disasters. I've seen them risk everything to snatch lives from the hands of death. The number of people they've saved reaches tens of millions. Shouldn't someone, who can make such enormous contributions to humanity in the future, enjoy a simple benefit like cutting in line? The entire venue fell into complete silence. Lu Cheng took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and said slowly, Of course, this is just my personal opinion. If you still feel unconvinced, you can file a complaint against me. I'll take full responsibility. After this speech, the participants no longer had any objections. Xia Yuan was stunned for a moment. After hearing Lu Cheng's words, he fell into contemplation for the first time ever. It seemed this world wasn't as simple as he had imagined. He needed to become stronger. But still, during his free time, he definitely had to keep playing games. Just as the entire venue fell into silence, a voice rang out. Since SSR has privileges and can go first, then my Platinum Dragon King also wants to be first. From the Kangyun Spirit Tamer Academy team, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly stepped forward. This person was precisely the spirit tamer of the Platinum Dragon King, Zhou Qi. He walked to the front of the line, and as he raised his head, a white-gold Western dragon materialized behind him. Its body was agile, with clear muscle lines covering its torso. Platinum scales covered its entire body, though its size wasn't particularly large. Its massive jaws revealed exposed fangs. Huge wings were folded at its sides, and a pair of vertical pupils like red lanterns glared forward. Strangely, its eyes didn't have the sharpness and pressure typical of dragons, instead looking somewhat confused, as if it didn't understand why it had been summoned. This was the strongest ace of the top-ranked Spirit Tamer Academy in Yunchuan Province, the SSR Platinum Dragon King. Level 57. All eyes in the venue converged on it. The Platinum Dragon King sweat-dropped human-like cold sweat on its forehead. Facing so many stares, it still gathered its courage, raised its head high, and let out woof woof woof. Sounds similar to warnings before a vicious dog bites someone, putting on a very fierce appearance. Since the other party had stepped forward to challenge, Xia Yuan also leaped forward, arriving at the front of the line to confront the dragon. Mo Shiyu had no choice but to follow him up. Xia Yuan and the dragon stared at each other, the two SSRs sizing each other up, weighing something. To be honest, this was Xia Yuan's first time encountering another SSR, and he really couldn't see what was so powerful about this dragon. But just like himself, powerful contracted spirits were often unique and kept their abilities hidden. You couldn't tell anything from appearances. The more Xia Yuan looked at the Platinum Dragon King, the more he thought it looked silly. He couldn't help but ask, "Silly dragon, are you sure you want to compete with me for first place?" Hearing this, the Platinum Dragon King guiltily averted its gaze, looking down at its master and whispering in human language as if negotiating. "Master, actually, we don't really need to compete for first place, right? I'm not really that eager to be first." Despite having an incredibly majestic dragon's voice, its tone was indescribably meek and gentle. Joki said coldly, "No, you do." The honest and simple Platinum Dragon King raised its head and replied to Xia Yuan with 2 words, "I do." The 2 SSRs were already at odds the moment they appeared, which thrilled both the live stream viewers and the audience on site. Everyone grew tense with anticipation. Lu Chang cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Both of you are SSRs, so I'm willing to break the rules for both of you. But as for the order of who goes first, I can't decide that either. How about you fight it out?" As these words fell, the eyes of the entire audience were filled with anticipation. Fight beautifully. You know exactly what the audience wants to see. You're exactly the one who should be chief examiner.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.